reportedly signed anti-communist affidavits and won release. This alleged sellout enabled them to carry on their revolutionary work and mobilize the Chinese people for resistance to Japan. The most famous of those released was Po Yipo, who, at Shensi warlord Yan Shishan's invitation, organized large numbers of students and progressive intellectuals into a dare-to-die corps that became the nucleus of Yan's anti-Japanese new army. When the Japanese invaded Shensi and warlord Yan retreated southwestward, Po Yipo led 5 columns of the dare-to-dies eastward into the mountains, where they eventually merged with units of the Old Workers' and Peasants' Red Army, the survivors of the famous Long March that General Lu Po Chiang brought across the Yellow River from Yan'an. This merger sparked the development of the huge 8th Route Army of 300,000 that eventually liberated large parts of Shensi and far larger parts of North China as a whole. In 1966, the leaders of the Cultural Revolution Group, in full control of all media in China, suddenly attacked Po Yipo and 64 of his fellow prisoners who reportedly had signed anti-communist affidavits, as renegades, thus wiping out with one stroke lifetimes of devoted soldiering, organizing, planning and building for a new, revolutionary China. Never mind that, under dangerous and complicated circumstances, Po Yipo built a progressive armed force under the very nose of Yan Shishan. Never mind that this force later served as the backbone of the People's Liberation Army in the north. Never mind the role that this force, and Po Yipo personally, played in the resistance to Japan and the liberation of Shensi, North China and China as a whole, not to mention their respective contributions to socialist construction later on. The signing of an anti-communist affidavit by a young communist under orders from his party superior was apostasy, an absolute, inexcusable betrayal which turned day into night, white into black, hero into villain, forever and ever, amen. The final twist to this episode was the charge that the 65 renegades, quite aware they had done wrong and fearing exposure, clung together as a criminal clique under Liu Shaoqi's leadership and, when the time was ripe, helped him mount his revisionist offensive against socialism. Behind the wholesale frame-up of the North China renegades lay Mao's drive to win back the decisive control over the whole of the Communist Party lost to Liu Shaoqi and his allies at the Lushan meeting. To do this it was necessary completely to wipe out and discredit the record which Liu had, in the main, built up as leader of underground work in the white areas of China in the 30s. While Mao led the early guerrilla campaigns in the old Soviet bases, the Long March and the consolidation of the Yan'an border region, Liu assumed the slow, dangerous, and complicated task of organizing the party and the party-led mass movement behind enemy lines. The United Party that took command of all China after 1949 was an amalgam of individuals from these two distinct and diverse spheres, with people from Liu's underground gradually assuming a dominant position in the organization department and consequently the inner life of the party as a whole. When Mao, with Lin Piao's help, undertook to reassert control over the whole party in 1966, the most direct and effective method available was to cast doubt on the party history of all the individuals from the underground wing, starting with Liu himself. This was easy to do because the backgrounds, social connections, and careers of people living and working in the white areas were necessarily complex and poorly documented. Their biographies often contained gaps or activities and relationships that could be invidiously interpreted to suit the bias of the investigator. Those who had been imprisoned by the Kuomintang, and particularly those who had been released by the Kuomintang, were saddled with the burden of proof that they had not defected in a situation where, as often as not, no witnesses existed or all witnesses had died. Taking advantage of such opportunities for slander and distortion, Mao's cohorts, possibly without his specific approval, had a field day concocting cases to prove the victims renegades, cases the victims found almost impossible to combat. Starting with the famous North China 65, party prosecutors manufactured literally thousands of indictments with devastating effects on the lives of the people against whom they drew the indictments and also on the lives of close comrades, wives, children, relatives, and friends, in ever-widening circles. But every cloud has its silver lining, and every disaster benefits someone. One outstanding beneficiary of the North China renegade cases was Evergreen Liu. Lu, so the story went, had been in the same prison as Po Yipo but had refused to sign, or at least had not signed, any anti-communist affidavit, and so had saved himself from eternal damnation. How, under the circumstances, Evergreen Lu survived imprisonment and eventually won release remains obscure. In Shensi nobody talked about that. In 1967 it was enough that he alone, or he among a select few, had not been embedded in Liu Shaoxi's diabolical plot. As one cotter with a clean record in an administration dominated by exposed renegades, he won automatic acclaim as a rebel leader. Evergreen Lu had other claims to fame. First and foremost, he was a Hui, a Muslim from a small Muslim settlement in central Hopi, one of the few minority people who came forward to play a leading role nationally in a revolutionary movement dominated by Hans. As a Hui he had once served as chairman of the Nationalities Commission for All China, and had also served as chairman of Ningxia, a Muslim autonomous province lying along the western bend of the Yellow River. Secondly, Evergreen Lu won fame because of his wife, Ting Lei, a beautiful if plump woman 28 years younger than her husband, who stepped forward to play a very active role in the factional struggles of the province. Her admirers called her the plum blossom of Shensi, an until now undiscovered bright star of the Milky Way, a buried talent that came into its own only in the great proletarian cultural revolution. Parallels between the political careers of Ting Lei and Chiang Kai-shek, Mao's wife, are striking. The stories we heard about Ting Lei rivaled in number the stories about her husband. Her beauty, her vanity, her conquests provided stuff for legends. According to Shensi people, she put on all the airs of a Shanghai merchant's wife. Troubled by an inappropriately dark complexion, she used light powder liberally on her face and splashed so much perfume over it that people could smell her 12 yards away. She smoked cigarettes, one after the other, by placing them into the end of a long cigarette holder. When living in Peking during the long study meetings held to resolve Shensi problems, she went by car every third day to the Tungan market to buy meat and vegetables. Each time she spent more than 40 yuan, a month's earnings for a skilled worker. She curried favor with the market attendants by handing out Mao badges left and right. Her pet dog went to the market with her, but was not allowed to ride in the car. He followed, running hard, in the street behind. Since few Chinese have ever kept dogs as pets, the very presence of a dog aroused hostility. Ting Lei used her wiles on the men around her as needed, particularly if it would advance her husband's career. On Commander Li Yingkui, the opposition army leader with the twisted face from southeast Shensi, she lavished notorious attention, flattering him at every opportunity, lighting his cigarette for him, and trying to win his sympathy with jokes, stories and fluttering eyelids. Her personal preference, however, was for younger men. Peking residents often saw her with a Shensi student leader named Yang who went about, even at important gatherings, in an undershirt, shorts and a pair of slippers. On the street this Yang wore dark glasses. A pipe protruded from the corner of his mouth. To see this pair coming home from the Tungan market was an unsettling experience, a Volga car, Yang in his undershirt holding a watermelon in his lap, beside him Ting Lei, powdered and perfumed, her cigarette dangling from a long holder, and behind them in the street her pet dog running. Another favorite Ting Lei companion was Yang Xiao, notorious military commander of the Taiyuan Steel Workers fighting unit known as the Dare to Dies. He called himself Old Dare. As Zhou Enlai had informed us, Ting Lei served as political director of this famous smash and rob outfit. During the Peking study classes she used to skip the afternoon session to go swimming with Yang Xiao in an exclusive suburban pool. Seated in style in Ting Lei's chauffeured limousine, Yang the warrior, like Yang the student, wore dark glasses, but his taste in clothing ran not to underwear but to tailored shirts in the latest style. After their swim the two were wont to repair to the Great Western Guest House, the hotel built for army commanders, there to enjoy a gourmet supper with Evergreen Lu. The managers of the Great Western Guest House chose waitresses and room attendants for their beauty. The gambling casinos of Las Vegas never assembled more perfect young women for staff work than did these army innkeepers, a selection that Evergreen Lu presumably appreciated as much as anyone. By contrast, Chang Erching, the leader of the other faction in Shensi, hovered in the background as a gray eminence, without vices, or for that matter virtues, worth recording. Was it that he could hardly compete for attention with such colorful characters as Evergreen Lu, his plum blossom consort and old Dare Yang? Or was it that his followers had no interest in spreading tales and gossip about him? I have no way of knowing, for I heard nothing at all about Chang's personal life, his appearance, or his style. By omission he seemed to stand as a model commander, forced against his better judgment into factionalism by the arrogance, chicanery, and sheer flair of the opposition. The factional bias of our informants showed itself in the double standard they used on so many occasions. From July to December, 1967, they said, Chang Erching had nothing to do with factionalism in Shensi because he was assigned to Peking for study classes, hence could hardly be blamed for what happened in Taiyuan during those months. But in 1968, when Evergreen Lu and Chen went to the capital for study, the charge circulated that they manipulated the Shensi struggle from their guest house rooms by telephone, telegram, letter, and personal messenger. Perhaps Chang did not meddle in Shensi while he studied in Peking, but if so it wasn't because he found such meddling impossible from a distance. Others managed well enough, so well, it seems, that huge battles boiled up at their instigation and on their behalf. The struggle in Shensi, so we learned, began in a more subdued manner in 1966. Leading the mountain province at the time was a triumvirate known as Wei Wang Hung, party secretary and chairman of the province, and Wang Xiaqin and Wang Ho, both vice-party secretaries and vice-chairman of the province. Wang Xiaqin had been party secretary of the 3rd Administrative District of the Taihang subregion in 1948, with headquarters in Changchi. He had led the land reform in Lekang County, and had come to Longbao village more than once to resolve problems, and especially the problem of Wang Yulai, Wang Wente and Shen Xin Tsai, while these three faced false charges concerning the alleged assault on Little Chir. Wang Xiaqin won fame throughout China as the author of memoranda concerning the polarization of classes after land reform, based on statistics from the southeast region of Shensi province. His findings helped persuade Mao Zedong to advocate an early upsurge in cooperative farming before polarization led to a rural economy dominated by rich peasants. But in the 60s, and particularly during the socialist education movement, Wang Xiaqin followed the lead of Liu Shaochi, and made revisionist or capitalist road errors. He acknowledged these errors to me in 1977, but with shrewd reluctance to talk about himself, he gave no details concerning what they were. In 1966 certain forces inside the party leadership launched accusations against Wei, Wang, and Wang. They called all three party people in power taking the capitalist road, and denounced them as stooges of Po Yipo, and Tsewen and others of the Liu Shaochi clique in the national capital. These Shensi natives, they charged, had long dominated the politics of their home province, and made of it an independent kingdom of reaction. The first inter-party challenge to Wei and the two Wangs came from a cadre named Yuan Chen, who had transferred to Taiyuan after several years of service in Anshan, Liaoning, the famous steel center of northeast China. Yuan Chen was already well known as an organizer of the steel industry and claimed responsibility for the famous Anshan Constitution, the charter of the Anshan Iron and Steel Corporation. This charter, drawn up to suit Chinese conditions and Chinese political goals in opposition to the Magnitogorsk Charter imported from the Soviet Union, won the approval of Mao Zedong and the Central Committee in 1964 and was promoted all over China as a model for socialist organization. As a consequence, Yuan Chen gained considerable prestige and a mass following. After coming to Shensi he felt strong enough to challenge the provincial leaders on a number of points of policy. In 1966, at a meeting of the North China Bureau which began in May, Outraged provincial leaders subjected UN in turn to sharp counterattack as a careerist, oppositionist, seize power element and anti-communist plotter on the Shenxi Provincial Committee. In November, 1966, as the Cultural Revolution moved toward a showdown in several major Chinese cities, Shenxi Province held a three-level cadre meeting at the vacation complex built by the Central Committee near the Qinzi, that marvelous temple, more than 2,000 years old, which remains one of Shenxi's most notable historic sites. Modern architects conceived the villas, hotel accommodations, and meeting halls at the Qinzi so grandly and furnished them so lavishly that the buildings earned the ironic label anti-revisionist dance hall from visitors who expected frugality from Chinese leaders and felt shocked at the sight of such luxuries as 16-foot ceilings, wall-to-wall carpeting, king-size inner spring mattresses, and a choice of 3 types of toilet in each elite suite. In the 60s everyone blamed Liu Shaochi for this decadence, but in the 70s people came forward to claim that Mao had enjoyed even grander villas. At the Qinzi, Yuan Chen mounted the offensive against Wei Hong and the two Wangs for a second time, and quickly succeeded in reversing the tables on them. The provincial leaders made self-criticisms which they hoped would get them by, but Yuan Chen renewed his attack and sustained it until he temporarily forced all 3 of them from office. They were suspended pending investigation. What gave Yuan Chen such clout that fall was the united support he received from 2 powerful factions of Taiyuan students, both of them founded and led by students from the national capital, Peking. A student named Xiao from Tsinghua University's famous regiment had settled in Taiyuan City's first guest house and helped form a revolutionary rebel regiment, which chose as its leader one Lu Hao. Other students from rival Peking organizations settled in Taiyuan City's second guest house and formed a Red Rebel Liaison Station, which chose as its leader one Tiyuan Li Cheng. As long as the 3 Shenxi chairmen Wei, Wang, and Wang loomed as targets, the rival organizations from the 2 Ghost houses did everything possible, separately and in unison, to confront them. They packed the Qinzi night and day with chanting thousands, plastered posters on every available wall, and set up loudspeakers that dominated the air. Back in Taiyuan they also mobilized street demonstrations that included masses of workers. Feeling themselves in tune with the spirit of the times, convinced that they had the backing of Chairman Mao, the students mounted an irresistible political offensive that in the end completely overwhelmed the Shenxi leaders. They forced Wei Wang out of office and paralyzed the Shenxi Provincial Committee and government, but this did not yet amount to a power takeover. In January, 1967, after the Shanghai Workers' Revolutionary General Headquarters overthrew the party committee and government of China's greatest industrial city, the situation in Taiyuan, Shenxi, became ripe for a more decisive coup. On January 14 the loose coalition of old cadres and army officers, who had very little in common except a desire for more power, rose in rebellion. This coalition thrust Evergreen Liu into the limelight as the seize power leader, because his rank was high and because he had a revolutionary record that spanned several decades. No one considered him the moving force behind the action, however. He had come to Shenxi province from Ningxia only a few months earlier as a complete stranger, and few citizens of Shenxi had ever heard his name. By contrast, Yuan Chen was well known and, what was more important, had a mass following both among the students led by Lu Hao and among the steel workers. By his side stood Lu Kuanyi, a native son who was a vice-chairman of the provincial government, and Chn Xiaocheng, secretary of the Taiyuan City Party Committee. Other members of the original civilian group included Ho Yingtsai, chairman of the Standing Committee of the Provincial Political Consultative Conference, and Lu Tselan, head of the Rural Work Department of the Provincial Party Committee. The latter was a woman, quite famous in Shenxi as the white-haired girl because of her graying locks. What gave this indifferent collection of functionaries clout and won it the support of the Central Committee in Peking was the backing of General Chang Erching, a Long March veteran and the political director of the armed forces in the Shenxi Army District. Composed of old cadres, propped up by the army and supported by several organizations of militant workers, The new committee seemed to be a three-in-one combination of the kind advocated by Mao Zedong and the leaders of the Cultural Revolution group after they backed away from the idea of an elected government of the Paris Commune type. They approved it almost at once. With legitimacy thus established, the new committee gripped power securely and the situation in Shanxi seemed to stabilize. Crucial mass support came from the steel workers, or at least that part of the steel workers led by Yang Changshio, the adventurer from Anshan in the northeast who had known Yuan Chen for years. Steel worker Yang was, however, completely unprincipled. On the day set for the power seizure he detained both Wei Hong and Yuan Chen, then waited to see which one of the two would stand, that is, which one of them would receive support from the Central Committee in Peking and thus actually succeed in holding on to power in Shanxi. When it became clear that Yuan Chen, by linking up with Evergreen Lu, had found the key to central support, Yang threw his forces to their side but never let them forget that the real power, as the leader of the mass movement in the steel mills, was his. When the Central Committee finally confirmed Evergreen Lu as chairman of Shanxi's new revolutionary committee, Yang said to him, "Don't forget, we gave you this seat. If we don't want you in it, we can throw you out." What gave Yang such self-assurance? Sheer nerve, it seemed, for his record was far from pure. A foster father who once served the Japanese in the Northeast as a puppet policeman had raised him. As a young man he had worked in the steel mill at Anshan, then had moved to Taiyuan in 1958. He arrived as a third-grade or journeyman worker in the 13th Metallurgical Company, an organization set up for capital construction projects at Taiyuan Steel. In 1966 he organized a faction of rebels in his construction unit, but it was vigorously suppressed at first by the unit director, with support from the provincial committee, so his rebels only became legitimate after the promulgation of the 16 points in August of that year. Thus, like Kuai Tafu, Tsinghua's famous student rebel, Yang was regarded as a victim of the bourgeois reactionary line and 50 days of white terror. When Mao finally exposed and smashed this suppression, Yang stood forth as a hero and seized the leadership of the militant worker forces by virtue of his daring and his predilection for rough tactics. His core group never hesitated to beat or even to kill those who got in their way. Yang never joined the Communist Party. Because of his foster father's bad record in the Northeast he was not even eligible for membership. But he turned this weakness into strength at the time when radicals were exposing the so-called bourgeois reactionary line by claiming that all attacks on his record represented unwarranted suppression. He claimed successfully that the authorities had framed him. Opponents later said that his men forced a comrade in the security bureau who knew of Yang's real record out of an office window, where he fell to his death. In its heyday Yang's worker column numbered some 30 to 40,000 people organized in 160 regiments, some with over 1,000 members each and some with only 100 or so. These regiments controlled thousands of trucks and so gained extraordinary mobility. When they rallied for a mass meeting they could bring several 100,000 people to their side in a few hours. While Yang called himself Old Dare, and his regiments Dare to Dies, the people after experiencing their disfavor learned to call them the Dare Bandits. In one instance the Dare to Dies, seeing an opposition faction pasting unwelcome posters on the wall, picked them off one by one with sniper fire. On another occasion they attacked Liberation Army sentries with hand grenades and rifle fire, killing 1 and wounding 4. Some people thought that Yang had made Evergreen Lu his political captive. But in reality the situation was not so one-sided. Lu needed Yang for the mass support the steel worker brought him. This was especially important in the rough and tumble factional fighting that developed after April 1967. But Yang needed Lu for the recognition that Lu, as an old cadre of prestige and experience, had won from the Central Committee. As a member of Liu's clique Yang won a legitimacy which he never could have earned on his own. Thus the relationship was one of mutual support, mutual convenience. Neither man could do so well without the other. In the game of musical chairs that inevitably followed seizures of power, allies were all important. Evergreen Lu learned that he could count on Yang Changshio's Dare to Dies and on Lu Hao's student revolutionary rebel regiment. Relations did not develop so smoothly, however, with student Tiyuan Licheng's Red Rebel Liaison Station. On the day that Evergreen Lu emerged as the head of the Seize Power Coalition, Tiyuan Licheng withheld support. Unlike old Dare Yang, he refused to change his stand even when the Central Committee approved the new leading corps. Evergreen Lu retaliated by denouncing Tiyuan and his Red Rebels. He ordered all its members to appear en masse in Taiyuan Central Square and bow their heads before a portrait of Chairman Mao. This humiliation solved the problem of allegiance temporarily, but Commander Chang Erching, the military prop of the new regime, criticized it, and Tiyuan and his followers deeply resented it. Thus Lu, early on, sowed seeds of dissension that waited only for favorable circumstances to sprout, take root and grow. 5. Attack with reason, defend with force. Evergreen Lu, basking in the light of the favorable publicity given to a power seizure of the Shanghai type and universally recognized as a cadre who represented the genuine left, presided over a united mass movement and a united government for a month or two. Then his Shanxi proletarian headquarters began to crumble. Of the several factors leading to disintegration, the most important perhaps was the loose-knit and diverse character of the leading group. The main reason these individuals formed a group at all, it seemed, was that they happened to be on hand when the old government fell and they jumped off its collapsing frame soon enough to avoid going down with it. None of them had any real plan for reforming Shanxi. Their Seize Power poster, renowned for its revolutionary rhetoric, mounted a general attack on the alleged revisionism of Po Yipo and Tsewen and other old Shanxi cadres who had fallen, along with Lu Xiao early in the Cultural Revolution. The poster called on the masses to rise up, but it was vague about what they should do, having risen. Neither before nor after the coup that brought them to power did any of these men or women take seriously the task of mobilizing people down below. Only a fraction of the population in the capital joined any group, to say nothing of the population of the province as a whole. Instead of creating a base of support, these leaders made deals with whatever groups emerged, thus putting themselves at the mercy of the first rebels who came along. In March, Shanxi's civilian vice-chairman, Lu Kuanyi, made a speech calling for a grand alliance of all the organizations at the grassroots so that peace could prevail and the population could complete the Cultural Revolution by July. Organization leaders immediately denounced his call as counter-revolutionary. What seemed eminently reasonable to any impartial observer was anathema to the Xiao-Tou of almost every citizens or cadres group, presumably because none of them had yet achieved the positions of power they aspired to. To conclude the Cultural Revolution at that point could only mean the perpetuation of the status quo. Fortunately for all concerned, someone unearthed, or, more than likely, created, a renegade past for Lu Kuanyi. On April 14, Evergreen Lu, still the preeminent Mr. Clean in North China, accepted the charges against his second-in-command and took the issue to the people with a series of strident posters denouncing him as an upstart. The surprise attack split the Revolutionary Committee at the top and the mass movement down below. Up to that point old Dare Yang had led a united movement called the Seize Power Headquarters. With the open attack on Lu Kuanyi, this movement broke into a Red Liaison Station to repudiate Lu Enteng, better known as the Red General Station under old Dare, and a Red Rebel Liaison Station under the student leader Tiyuan Licheng. Strange as it may seem, both these groups rose to denounce Lu Kuanyi. What they fell out over was their appraisal of Evergreen Lu. Old Dare Yang and the Red General Station adherents defended Lu against all comers, but Tiyuan Licheng and the members of the Red Rebel Liaison Station, still smarting from the humiliation they suffered in the city square, felt there were some facets of the new Shanxi chairman's own past that ought to be looked into. This difference might not have developed into anything serious if Chang Erching, the army commander, without whom no revolutionary committee could stand, had remained neutral. But Chang sided with the Red Rebel Liaison Station, giving all-out support to those who doubted Evergreen Lu. Chang appeared to do this out of concern for the purity of the revolution, but his motives became suspect when he used the developing rift to build a popular movement loyal to himself, a movement that could rival Liu's steel worker battalions and contest their domination over the streets of Taiyuan. Right at this time, the three most celebrated radicals on the Cultural Revolution group in Peking put their hand in. Wang Li, Quan Feng, and Chi Penyu threw their support to Evergreen Lu and the Red General Station, thus fanning the split from above. July 1967 was the heyday of the Wang Quan Chi trio, a group later charged with responsibility for the ultra-left May 16 conspiracy and summarily removed from office. Their 1967 program was to carry into the army the campaign against party people in power taking the capitalist road, and they denounced Chang Erching as a reactionary military man who was trying to take power in order to reverse the victory of the Cultural Revolution in Shensi. The confrontation with Army Commander Chen Tizai at Wuhan on July 20 played into their hands. In the light of today's knowledge, it would not be stretching credibility too far to say that they probably provoked the events there. In the book Turning Point in China, I described the Wuhan incident thus. In Wuhan, as in other areas, mass organizations of rebels came into conflict with established party authorities and the mass organizations supporting them. Chen Tizai, governor of Hunan, under vigorous attack from rebel students and three organizations of steel workers from the Wuhan mills, had helped organize yet another worker organization called the Million Heroes. When the rebels became strong enough to present a real challenge, Chen not only encouraged the Million Heroes to physically suppress them, he ordered Independent Division 8201, the local garrison troops under his command, to break up rebel demonstrations and arrest rebel leaders. The rebels defended themselves with arms and serious fighting broke out. Later information indicates that Chen's troops killed 250 and wounded 1,500 rebels. At this point, the Cultural Revolution Committee in Peking sent two members, Xi Fuqi and Wang Li, to Hebei to investigate the cause of the trouble and work out a solution. After looking into the matter, these two leaders severely criticized Chen's use of troops against the rebel masses and advised him to work for an alliance between the Million Heroes and the organizations of the opposition. Instead of accepting this advice, Chen arrested the two delegates and held them incommunicado. Wang Li was apparently even beaten up. In 1980, the Communist Party expelled Xi Fuqi posthumously from its ranks, along with Kang Sheng. In this impasse, Zhou Enlai himself flew down to Hebei to try to settle the affair. As his plane approached the landing field, he saw that it was surrounded by large contingents of the Million Heroes plus troops armed with tanks and automatic weapons. Zhou Enlai decided not to land there, lest he himself be arrested and held. Instead, he flew onto another field where troops loyal to the Cultural Revolution Committee were stationed. Then, with an army at his side, he drove overland to confront Chen Tizai. At this meeting, Zhou Enlai arranged for the release of Xi and Wang. Later, after naval units had sailed up the Yangtze and parachute troops had been dropped at strategic locations around the Triple Cities, Chen himself surrendered and went to Peking for criticism and re-education. Turning Point in China, pages 69 to 70. In the following months, the press universally vilified Chen Tizai as a reactionary military man who opposed revolution in China. When Wang Li returned to Peking, he warned everyone that there were Chen Tizai and Li Tizai lurking in the wings everywhere, just waiting for an opportunity to defy Mao Zedong and suppress the mass movement. Chen Tizai is listed in the indictment of the Special Procuratorate of November 2, 1980, as one of the high PLA cadres framed and persecuted by the Lin Piao and Chiang Kai-shek counter-revolutionary cliques. Mao Zedong, Wang Li said, as he met with the most militant student leaders in Peking, faced a dangerous multi-tiered encirclement. The first tier was made of conservative peasant organizations in the countryside, the second tier was the right-wing trend backed up by the army in Shensi, the third tier was made up of capitalist road commanders holding power in the main military regions of the country, and the fourth was the ring forged by the reactionaries on Taiwan, their imperialist backers in Japan and the United States, and social imperialist USSR on the northern border, a formidable array, to say the least. One of the most ardent proponents of the encirclement theory was Mao's wife, Chiang Kai-shek. She went about in the summer of 1967 actively agitating for student exposure of military leaders and for student arms raids on military bases. Attack with reason, defend with force was her slogan, but in the confusion of those months attack and defense could hardly be differentiated. Every group claimed to act in self-defense. Promoting this campaign behind the scenes was none other than Commander-in-Chief Lin Piao, who found it a convenient method for ruining the careers of military men who were not in his clique so that he could consolidate his personal command over all the armed forces. Toward the end of July, agitational effort culminated in a rash of confrontations between citizens' organizations and various military units and commanders. The March of the Revenge Army on the Army Sub-District in Changchi took place on the same day that a fraternal group assaulted the Army District headquarters in Taiyuan, and a similar group tried to break into the Army Hotel known as the Great Western Guest House in Peking. These incidents preceded by only a few days the armed seizure of the Liberation Army Reception Center in Shanyang, Liaoning Province, the student raid on the home of Marshal Hsu Shang Chn, Vice Chairman of the Military Commission in Peking, and a mass mobilization led by the regiment faction of Tsinghua University against Han Qianchu, commander of the Fujian Coast, and Hsu Shiyu, commander of the Nanking Military Region. Each of these incidents added fuel to the factional fires that already burned so fiercely throughout the country. They confirmed the radicals in their theory that the revolution was indeed endangered by reactionary military men, and they confirmed the military men and their supporters among the masses in their counter-theory that a dangerous ultra-left conspiracy, bent on destroying the armed forces and with them the revolution, was abroad in the land. As the assaults and the army's response to them continued, the violence with which the opposing forces confronted each other increased. In August, hot weapons began to take the place of cold weapons such as fists, sticks and stones. Soon on far-flung battlefronts death reports began to circulate. Among the first deaths reported from Shenxi were those of the Changchi student who died on a threshing floor in Longbao and the worker who died at the crossroads near the Longbao locomotive shed, both casualties of the famous August 24 battle for the railroad shops. A few days later 2 more people died violent deaths in Shenxi, this time as casualties of a pitched battle in Taiyuan. The killings climaxed a drama that began on September 5 when Evergreen Liu, chairman of the Provincial Revolutionary Committee, called the Provincial Army District headquarters in great excitement. His car, he said, had been smashed, his secretary seized, his documents raided. To forestall anything worse, headquarters sent soldiers to guard the chairman's house. An angry crowd surrounded the military vehicle as soon as it drove up and pelted it with stones. Liu's supporters blamed the attack on the opposition Red Rebel liaison station. But the Red Rebels had a different story. According to its leaders, Liu's Red General Station had arranged the whole incident as a provocation to put them in a bad light. Whatever the truth about this incident, old Dare Yang used it as an excuse to mobilize 100,000 stalwarts. Armed with sticks, stones, iron bars, bicycle chains, and 50 kilograms of dynamite, they marched on the headquarters of the Red Rebels located on the grounds of the No. 10 Middle School in the heart of the city, and prepared to blow it up. Chang Erching, commander of the Shenxi Army District, was still in Peking undergoing re-education. Even if he had been in Taiyuan, he would have found it hard to take any action. He had already compromised his neutrality by lining up politically behind the Red Rebels. To call out troops on their behalf would have exposed him as a crass and unreconstructed military meddler in civilian affairs. Fortunately, the Central Committee, fearing anarchy in Shenxi, had dispatched a new armed force to the province, the 69th Army of the Peking Military District, commanded by Si Chenhua and Tzao Chengnan. For the time being, at least, these two, even though they were old army colleagues of Chang Erching's, could claim to be above the battle. Commander Tzao called in Evergreen Liu and Old Dare 3 times in a row, each time demanding that they call off their attack on Red Rebel headquarters. The militants refused to do so, but in deference to the newly arrived commander, Old Dare decided not to use dynamite on the middle school buildings. Instead, his forces launched a human wave assault with cold weapons. In the melee that ensued, a 17-year-old girl student and a worker lost their lives. These casualties served as a legitimate excuse for counter-violence on the part of the Red rebels, who then besieged the Red General Station with all the forces they could muster. Both factions stepped up the recruitment of supporters and involved them in confrontations wherever possible. Whole factories shut down as their workers took to the streets in support of one side or the other. Ironically, September 5, the day this urban civil war began, was the very day that Chiang Kai-shek, at Mao's insistence, publicly reversed her position and came out against pulling a handful of capitalist roaders out of the army. Attacks on the army, she said, were part of an ultra-left plot mounted by the May 16 conspiratorial group to destroy the army, overthrow the premier and undermine Mao Zedong's leadership. Chiang Kai-shek did not deny that the army, once it was ordered to intervene in the mass struggle, had made mistakes, but these mistakes, she said, should never be used as excuses for attacks on army officers, for plucking a handful of capitalist roaders from their ranks or for stealing weapons. Could we come to the Hall of the People for this talk if we didn't have the army? She asked. Not long after this stunning reversal by Chiang Kai-shek, Mao Zedong issued his famous directive against factionalism. There is no conflict of fundamental interest within the working class, Mao said. Under the dictatorship of the proletariat there is no reason whatsoever for the working class to split into two big irreconcilable groups. Both press and radio publicized these words on September 14 after Mao returned from an extended trip into Central and South China. He came back saying that the overall situation in the Cultural Revolution was excellent, and this was because the people in their hundreds of millions had been politically aroused and were actively engaged in changing the world. It is hard to avoid the conclusion that though Mao deplored the antagonism and dissension he found everywhere, he tended to discount it when balanced against the enthusiasm and commitment which so many people so amply demonstrated. Even the senseless, fratricidal fighting seemed to give him a certain amount of satisfaction because it was so boldly conceived and cleverly executed. The Chinese people were clearly no passive serfs, no mindless automatons, but creative activists who dared to storm the very walls of heaven. Whatever the positive aspects of the fighting might be, in September 1967, Mao could hardly afford to let it continue. Fighting was disrupting production and diverting the army from its political tasks. Worse still, militants were concentrating their most ferocious attacks against the army itself as a target, a trend no government could tolerate for long. The army was the only centrally directed, organized force left in the country. If the army ever broke up or drifted into civil war, one unit against another, there could be only one result: unbridled anarchy. Given the centrifugal tendencies so deeply rooted in Chinese society and culture, once central direction broke down, no one could guarantee the continued existence of the nation, socialist or otherwise. For Mao, the integrity of China had to take precedence over any other consideration. Publicly he threw the whole weight of his political authority behind an effort to block the endless fracturing of the mass movement and stop the fighting that was its inevitable result. He urged all sides to fill the power vacuum with grand alliances of popular forces that could join old cadres and military commanders in the work of transforming society. Unfortunately, by September factionalism throughout the country had reached such heights that no leader at any level could apply Mao's directives. Most people paid no serious attention to them in any case. They had already convinced themselves that the struggle in progress was a continuation of the decades-old struggle between the Communist Party and the Kuomintang and knew that the opposition represented the Kuomintang. Even though they had all studied the 16 points of August, 1966, and had memorized the injunction that all conflicts should be resolved through reason and not through force, they held that in the local situation this injunction did not apply because they were not dealing with a contradiction among the people that was amenable to argument and compromise, but with a contradiction between themselves and a class enemy that was amenable only to force. All ordinary rules, all customary standards of conduct, must be abandoned as they mobilized the full strength of the people to defeat venal class enemies by all means at hand. And even if, at the bottom of their hearts, they didn't really believe this, they nevertheless believed that they and not their opponents deserved to rule, and that any argument which contributed to that end was justified. In the final analysis, no argument carried more weight than the one stating that the opposition was, in fact, a class enemy. In Shensi, the 69th Army, the Provincial Revolutionary Committee and the Provincial Army District went through the motions of compliance with Mao's call. Commanders Hsi and Tzao, Evergreen Liu and Old Dare Yang, Commander Chang Erching and Tiyuan Li Cheng all gave wide publicity to central directives, led study classes that inveighed against factionalism, and advocated the formation of grand alliances, but all to no avail. On the one hand, a succession of violent incidents inflamed feelings and provoked equally violent retaliations. On the other hand, all responsible leaders, whether military or civilian, continued to practice the very factionalism which they so ardently criticized. In every confrontation, Hsi and Tzao gave tacit support to their comrade from the Peking military district, Chang Erching, as he mobilized a mass movement based on the army units under his command and on the vast network of militia that in the normal course of things followed the lead of these same unit commanders. To counter this formidable array, Evergreen Liu mobilized a less extensive but nevertheless still quite formidable network of dedicated and militant civilian contingents that for one reason or another had fallen out with the military in their locality. As these two networks squared off to challenge each other throughout the province, fighting spread to each region in turn. At no time did general civil war rage north, south, east and west across the whole territory at once. Nevertheless, it touched almost every part of it, breaking out first here, then there, hopping from one county to another, from one city to another in response to pressures and in accordance with a pattern that nobody could control. Conflicts resolved in one place flared up again in another, or, after smoldering unnoticed for a time, flared up with greater intensity in the same place. In the whole of Shensi there was only one county that did not witness major armed fighting, Siang, the home of the Model TK Brigade. During the seize power phase of the Cultural Revolution, rebels chose Chen Yongki as the party secretary of Siang. He replaced a man, Chang Yonghui, with whom he had long been in conflict. Premier Zhou Enlai, appalled at the damage done by factional conflict and aware of the disastrous consequences that factionalism could have if anyone dragged Siang County and the TK Brigade into it, took steps to defuse conflict there. Zhou called Chen Yongki in for a long talk. Chen had already come forward in public as a supporter of Evergreen Liu, but in the course of this talk the premier convinced the famous brigade leader that the quarrel between Liu and Chang Erching was not some conflict between the Communist Party and the Kuomintang but an unprincipled struggle for personal power which Chen and Siang County ought to steer clear of. Zhou urged Chen to stay out of the conflict himself and to insulate the whole county from it as much as possible. This was a very unpopular position at a time when commitment to the Cultural Revolution tended to be judged by how much conflict and upheaval a leader could generate, but Chen stuck to it, at least in the version of events he presented to us. In many parts of Shensi, bourgeois factionalism was serious. Violent fighting ensued. Some people were proud of their hitting, smashing, and grabbing. They put pressure on us. Your mothers, they said. There is no armed fighting in your county. How can you carry out the Cultural Revolution? That's easy for us to understand, we replied. The Cultural Revolution should be carried out without violence. To whom do you listen? To Chairman Mao, or someone else? When Chairman Mao says to use reason and not violence, he is talking about the whole country. When you say we are wrong, what you are actually saying is that Chairman Mao is wrong. We firmly stand for using reason and not force. During this period, in the whole of Siang County all the guns of the militia remained in the hands of the rank and file. We did not collect any guns, nor did anyone use them. No outsider seized our guns nor did any of our people go out to fight. Not only did we not lose any guns, we actually gained one. Some people came to start a fight. When we confronted them, they ran away so fast they dropped one of their guns. People often came and tried to start fights. We didn't fight them. We just sent lots of people to debate with them and persuade them to leave. We mobilized all 400 brigades in the county to do this work. Whenever people came and tried to start something, we urged our members to go out and convince them to leave. We did this because we saw the damage done by all this fighting. In other places some Qatars were badly beaten. As violent lighting insurgency spread and grew fiercer, some people without weapons took refuge here. We used local grain to feed them. Then it was said, Siang County is an air raid shelter. It is a nest of bad people. But how could there be so many bad people? We didn't know who came from what group or faction, we only knew that most of them were workers, peasants, or students. Maybe there were some bad people among them. If so, they were certainly a minority. We can't say that the ordinary people taking refuge here were bad or against Mao's line. Among those who came seeking safety were some who asked our help to put down the other side. But we refused and only gave them some grain to eat. We would not help them carry on their violent fighting. Those who came in were panic-stricken, severely wounded, weeping, clothes torn and worn out. We gave them food and asked them to live in peace here. Because of this, outsiders applied more and more pressure on us. They played dirty, mean tricks. Some people put on PLA uniforms, then came to search for their factional enemies. Tens of thousands took refuge here, among them some who wanted to start up the struggle on the spot. Sometimes they started fights, or they took a shot at someone passing by. Sometimes when our own members left the county to visit relatives, factionalists beat them up or even fired on them. They did this to provoke fighting in Siang. Outsiders hoped we would respond. But I would never allow any response. Once fighting started here, hundreds would be hurt. With all the weapons in the hands of the militiamen, a rumor spread that a so-called anti-PLA faction had seized weapons in Siang. But this was a lie. How could we supply weapons to enable others to fight when we refused to fight ourselves? Slanders were also spread about CHN Yunki. They said I turned over arms and food to the anti-PLA faction. Hence I must be anti-PLA. But could we allow refugees to starve? No. So they called me an anti-PLA element. Since some runaways belonging to the faction called anti-PLA took refuge here and we fed them, then we must oppose the PLA. Is this logic? The fact of the matter was, we didn't know what side they were on. We didn't know if they were supporters of Liu Keping or of Chang Erching. All we knew was that these people could not go home. As soon as they went home, the opposition would beat them up. In the end, a directive came from the Central Committee saying that all refugees must go home. They should not be afraid to go home. After they left, we don't know what happened to them. But anyway, they left here as individuals and not as organized groups. When they arrived home, some people asked them what kind of poisonous influence they had met up with in Siang County. People charged that we poisoned them, then sent them back to make trouble. What kind of poison did you soak up from CHN? What task has CHN given you to do? It was so bad that when they ran away a second time, they didn't dare come to Siang County. They were afraid they would give us a bad reputation. Later some said that CHN was a bad guy. Rumor had it that I was a landlord from Hopi who ran away to settle in Takei. Here indeed was a class enemy. Then it was discovered that the CHN was not born in Hopi but in Honan, thus I became a tyrant from Honan. So, speaking of class struggle, I myself became a class enemy. In those days, if I started for Taiyuan, the provincial capital, the factional leaders would get word of it. They would order their henchmen to guard the highway with fixed bayonets and hand grenades. They told everyone a class enemy was coming. Whenever a big car came along, the guards jumped out and yelled, "Stop!" They yelled stop at me. I won't move, I said. I'm not a class enemy. When the people opened the car door and saw that it was only me, they said, "Sorry, so sorry. It's only old CHN." So I sighed and went on my way. How could I say that these people engaged in counter-revolution? I only saw that they had been tricked into some bad activity by bad people. If they had been counter-revolutionaries, they would have stuck me with their bayonets. Sometimes they fired a few shots at my car. But regardless of the pressure applied to me, I would never support any faction. Even at the risk of death, I didn't waver. If they followed Mao Zedong's policy, I supported them. If they didn't, I opposed them. At the time of the power seizure in Shensi province, when the Revolutionary Committee was formed, the Central Committee in Peking supported Liu Keping as provincial chairman. So I supported Liu Keping also. Afterward, he made mistakes, but that happened later. When Liu first came to power, we followed the Central Committee and supported him. How could we support the opposition? But since we gave that support at that time, we are now called bad and wrong. The opposition says we should have opposed him from the start instead of joining the Central Committee in giving support. All this led to rumors that Chen Yongki supported Liu Keping and was therefore immersed in factionalism. They put lots of pressure on me. Once at a meeting of 100,000 people, the whole crowd surrounded me 6 or 7 times. They tried to get me to say which faction I supported, but I refused. They said, if you supported the wrong side, it doesn't matter. Just correct your mistake. But I said, I've never done any such thing, I've never supported either side. So then I was labeled the Ting Menquar of Shensi. Because he would not support either faction against the other and particularly opposed violent fighting between factions, Chen was accused of blocking the development of the Cultural Revolution in Shensi just as a wooden brace behind a door blocks access to a peasant's house. People on both sides of the factional split who hoped to come to power through armed struggle, a process that was alien to the whole concept of the Cultural Revolution as envisioned by Mao Zedong, made this accusation. Finally, after dark, a car came to get me out, but I refused to leave because there were 20 or 30 people who had come with me and I wouldn't go without them. Once Chen established a reputation for neutrality, he became very useful as an arbitrator and peacemaker between factions and was often sent to difficult spots when all else failed. Chen continued his recital. Once the Central Committee sent me to Pianjiao County to try to end the violent fighting there. One armed faction surrounded me for 36 hours. They closed the gates of the town wall so I couldn't get out and they cut all the telephone lines. Then they blew bugles all night long and shouted, "Charge, and capture Chen alive." Pianjiao's wall has been preserved as a historical monument. Before I went to Pianjiao I sent a person from Central Shensi to announce that the Central Committee had asked me to visit the city to try and solve the factional conflict. But instead this person reported that I had come to support one side and suppress the other. He didn't say that the Central Committee had sent me to try and stop the violent fighting, but only that I had come to support one side against the other. Those who feared suppression were very upset. Since I came with 120 soldiers, all fully armed, members of the apprehensive faction surrounded us. People surrounded the house where I stayed, and people manned the city wall on all sides. Outside the city wall more people gathered. These people didn't really oppose me, only some of their leaders. The soldiers with me were frightened. It looked as if the struggle would be very sharp. When the masses outside the city learned that I was surrounded there, they sent for help. They sent a cable to the Central Committee. The Central Committee sent a Liberation Army battalion to save me and take me out. Soldiers dispersed all the people who surrounded me. At the same time, both province-wide factions set out to save me. They sent 1,200 trucks to Pianjiao. The trucks came from both sides. This proved that I was no factional leader. Both sides sent forces to save me. So many people and so many trucks. They almost crushed the city. People elsewhere sent cables saying they, too, wanted to rescue me. By that time I could answer that the problem was already solved. 6. Evergreen Lu goes traveling. If In the summer and fall of 1967, Siang County remained relatively calm. The same could not be said for Changchi City, its surrounding suburbs and such nearby counties as Lukan, Likan, Huaquan, Piangshan, Kaoping, and Qinshan. With the army backing United and the navy backing Red, the entire region boiled with controversy. Charges and countercharges flew thick and fast, fights broke out almost daily, and the all-pervading turmoil brought industrial production to a near standstill. Nor did agriculture escape. At a time when fall planting, fall harvesting, and fall plowing could not be postponed without serious damage to the current year's crops, not to mention those of the next year, tens of thousands of peasants neglected their work to drill with guns, join protests and marches, and clash with rivals. The confrontation in the southeast forced the provincial government in Taiyuan to look beyond the anarchy in the streets of its own capital, and focus attention on Changchi. On August 29, the very day that Evergreen Lu returned to Taiyuan after the long peace talks in Peking, he called an enlarged meeting of the provincial corps leading group and drew up a 7-point program for the southeast. Commander Li Yingkui never did tell us what the 7 points contained. He was angered by point number 3, a criticism of his army units for backing a coup by United after Red had failed, and by point number 7, which urged everyone to unite behind regional chairman Ch Yuan. According to Commander Li, all 7 points boiled down to this last one: support CHN, a piece of advice that he found intolerable. Red partisans labeled the provincial program the Red 7 Points. Having printed up the points in tens of thousands of copies, Reds went everywhere loudly declaiming, "Our direction is correct. The provincial government supports us." The Navy sent personnel to give protection to mass organizations as they paraded under the slogan, "Firmly carry out the 7 points." Drama groups performed plays and skits about the points on stages everywhere. Red headquarters printed the points on huge posters just as both sides had earlier printed Mao's 23 points, and they distributed them throughout the countryside with the same admonition that usually accompanied directives from Chairman Mao: enthusiastically propagate and study, bravely defend and protect, and loyally carry out the 7 points. In keeping with this exalted spirit, Red organized study classes around the points and called on all cadres from factories, communes, and government offices who had not yet taken a stand to join the classes. Those who were ambitious enough to attend learned that the 7 points were absolutely correct, that the United faction, with army support, had taken a wrong turn, and that all good revolutionaries should act accordingly. Some leading cadres who had joined United, intimidated by the quasi-official backing given to this offensive, withdrew and went over to the Reds. Others, who stood firm in opposition to the 7 points, found themselves under attack by name in posters everywhere. Red charged them with opposition to Evergreen Lu, who was Mao's good student. To oppose the 7 points was to oppose Evergreen Lu. And since Lu was an outstanding, loyal pupil of the party chairman, to oppose Evergreen Lu was to oppose Mao Zedong. Clearly anyone who opposed Evergreen Lu deserved to die 10,000 deaths. The campaign for the 7 points coincided with and reinforced the period of Evergreen Lu's greatest renown. In the fall of 1967 the new provincial chairman reached the pinnacle of his career. The pitched battles in and around Taiyuan in August and September, the victories of that formidable new breed of dare-to-dies under old Dare Yang, and the tremendous publicity given to every word and act of Liu's created for him a golden age, which his supporters hoped to perpetuate and consolidate with the publication of 2 books that rolled off the presses in October. The first was a biography of Liu written in his own home by a group under the direction of his wife, Ting Lei. The text proved that Liu had, throughout his life, followed a correct political line. The second was a panegyric entitled Clear 1000 Li of Mist from the Jade Palace. The Jade Palace turned out to be that venerable cadre, Evergreen Lu himself, and clearing away the mist, a euphemism for setting the record straight on this great genius now leading the struggle in Shanxi, but constantly subject, nevertheless, to the attacks and slanders of reactionaries. The cult of Mao Zedong, blown up in the 60s to huge proportions by Lin Piao, served as a model for provincial and regional factions trying to develop cults around local leaders. That they were able to develop these cults so easily can be partially explained by the remnants of traditional outlook still embedded in the popular mind. Abandoning, under prolonged bombardment, their own reason and judgment, people surrendered to the a priori judgment of others, particularly those high in rank, on questions of genius. In Chinese this word is literally heavenly talent, heaven-sent talent or talent from on high. Belief in the genius bestowed on a chosen few by the will of heaven, by the arrangement of the planets on the day of birth, or by the benign influence of some properly chosen ancestral burial site, satisfied the need so many felt for certainty, for some secure focus for their loyalties in an age of upheaval and transition. Reinforcing genius as a reason for popular support was Liu's legitimacy as a provincial chairman who had won the approval of the Central Committee in Peking. His supporters played up legitimacy as their second major theme and in the end backed it up with an alleged quote from Mao Zedong: "The 69th Army's position in Shenxi is very important. Tell the 69th Army comrades they must stand with Liu Keping and firmly support Comrade Liu Keping." From July through December 1967, Reds spread this quotation throughout the province. Mass organizations, when they met, studied, repeated, and even memorized the sentence, word for word. Influenced by them, many cadres took a stand on Evergreen Liu's side. When groups sponsored meetings to hear Liu talk, they plastered the quotation all over the walls. Evergreen Liu, when he spoke, even read it aloud. United charged that this Mao quote was made up out of whole cloth, that Mao had never said any such thing, but this did not dampen the enthusiasm of those who wanted to believe it, particularly those whose careers it benefited. United partisans labeled Liu's vaunted provincial program the Black 7 Points. They responded to the Red mobilization with an intensive counter-campaign of slander and derision that they hoped would knock the 7 Points down, and CHNCOCHUN along with them. The 7 Points became the axis around which the regional struggle developed. As the weeks passed, confrontation grew sharper and sharper. Far from solving the problems of the southeast region, the provincial resolution gave most of them a new lease on life. In mid-October, Evergreen Liu decided to tour parts of central and southeast Shenxi. The provincial press announced his tour as a peace mission, an effort to bring the warring factions together for negotiations that could create those elusive grand alliances that all the meetings in Taiyuan and Peking and all the directives and proposals issued by higher bodies had failed to conjure into being. With all army district and sub-district troops committed to the support of their commander, Chang Erching, and with most of the militia units at the village level likewise committed because their military advisors were officers under Chang Erching's command, Liu had a problem assembling a military escort. For a trip into the hinterland he required more than a bodyguard or two. He needed an armed convoy large enough to uphold the prestige and independence of a provincial chairman. As long as he remained in Taiyuan, Liu had no trouble filling the streets with fighting men. The dare-to-dies could mass and march at a moment's notice to any part of the city. But once he left Taiyuan, the military balance shifted strongly against him, particularly in the countryside. Without guns and troops of his own he would be, in effect, a hostage in the hands of whoever held local power. As chairman of the province and political director of all its armed forces, two positions that were customarily linked, Liu had the right to request a detachment of provincial troops to guard him, but since their loyalty was the last thing he could count on, he also requested 500 rifles from the army district warehouse in Taiyuan. He used some of these rifles to arm 200 cadets from the Air Force Academy and held the rest in reserve to be distributed where they would do the most good. He formed the cadets into an elite personal guard. As students in a military school and not soldiers in a regular army unit, they did not have to obey the order of any unit commander outside the classroom. They had the right to practice the four democracies. They also had the right to form mass organizations, to join alliances, to rebel, to seize power, in a word, to act like the students of any other school in China. From the very first moment that Evergreen Liu fell out with Chang Erching, the majority faction in the school had sided with Liu and had taken over the campus. When he decided to travel, they were ready and willing to form a loyal escort, and neither Chang Erching nor Si Chenhua of the 69th Army could do anything about it. Liu's first stop was Yangchuan, a central Shanxi coal mining town of 50,000 people, 10,000 of whom worked in the mines. In the fall of 1967 the miners, after a complicated period of factional maneuvering, had patched together a grand alliance based on some fragile unity pacts in individual mines and shops and the formal dissolution of industry-wide and city-wide hostile factions. This development was based on the experience of workers in Kweichow province where a grand alliance so formed had won the approval of Mao Zedong and a generous measure of nationwide publicity. In reality the Yangchuan Grand Alliance only confirmed the domination of the city by Chang Erching's faction. As soon as Evergreen Lu arrived with his armed cadets, the other side took heart. A group of workers from coal mine number 4 led by miner Liang Pao Ki linked up with a group of chemical workers led by ex-army commander N.K. to challenge the uneasy status quo. The Grand Alliance collapsed. The minority faction obtained 40 rifles from Liu's surplus stocks, rose up and drove the majority faction, several thousand people in all, out of the city altogether. Those driven out survived in the hills as best they could on grain they managed to carry with them and on the charity of local peasants. Needless to say, production in the mines fell off sharply and Yangchuan took on the appearance of an armed camp. On his return from Yangchuan Evergreen Lu immediately traveled to Changchi in the southeast region, accompanied, as before, by his palace guard of armed cadets, a few token soldiers, and a truckload of extra rifles. The whole city shut down production, administration, and study to welcome this unprecedented delegation from the capital. 100,000 people turned out in the streets. Their welcome cut across factional lines. Both sides welcomed Chairman Lu because both sides nurtured illusions about his influence and intentions. Once the great man appeared in person, many argued, he would quickly resolve outstanding issues and make it possible for the vast majority to unite to carry the revolution forward. The expectations of the two sides were very different, however. Each expected Lu to support its own views and convert the other side. Even if he did not win over all the leaders, surely he would win over most of the masses and thus solve the problem, if only from below. The Reds, who already had his public support, counted on Lu to create a high tide of opinion in their favor. United members, busy preparing a dossier on Chncochuan, thought that Lu, once he was informed of the true facts of the case and realized that CHN was indeed a Kuomintang agent, would switch his allegiance, denounce the Red leadership, and swing the masses to the side of United. The United Research Group, which included Shenfan, expected Lu to call on it for a report as soon as he settled into his quarters. Instead, Lu summoned 30 people from each side and gave them a long lecture about carrying out the 7 points and uniting under the leadership of Chncochuan. After this meeting a disappointed United member said, Lu Kping doesn't want our report. He thinks he understands the situation already. A delegation of 2, dispatched to present the case directly to Lu, could not get past his secretary. They left their written report in the secretary's hands, expecting Lu to read it and react immediately. Whether Lu ever read it or not is unclear. What he did was call a meeting in the regional auditorium to which he invited not 30, but 500 people from each side. Chncochuan himself came out on the platform to introduce Lu. As soon as he appeared all the United members present began to shout, "Down with Chncochuan," while the responded with "Support CHN, support Evergreen Lu." Shenfan, sitting at the back of the balcony, actively proposed the anti-CHN slogans and led United in shouting them. But cadets from the Air Force Academy took responsibility for order in the hall. When someone informed them that Shenfan was directing the hostile sloganers, the cadet in charge of the balcony said, "Arrest him." This suited Fan, who thought, "If you arrest me, we will have all the more reason to oppose you. We will have a solid grievance." He stood up on his seat and yelled, "My name is Fan Wen. Come and arrest me." This threw the whole meeting into confusion. United supporters shouted, "Go ahead, arrest him." "Why don't you?" Red stood up and yelled, "You are disturbing the meeting, you should be arrested." Evergreen Lou, who saw the meeting collapsing in disorder, took the center of the stage and said, "Comrades, please sit down. We came here to have a meeting. Please look at me, look at my face." He repeated these words over and over again, expressing the same thought with only slight variations, until finally the people calmed down. Then CHNCOCHUN again came forward and said, "Welcome Political Director Liu, who has come to make a report." No sooner did CHN appear again, however, than United members began denouncing him a second time, and so it went the whole afternoon. Evergreen Lou began his report, but it was disrupted by slogans, shouts and disorders from all parts of the floor and the balcony. Lou spoke in his slow, halting style. "You want to overthrow CHN. This is wrong. He has no problem. If he had a problem, I wouldn't be his host at the gambling table. You must carry out the 7 points. Some people say we should carry out only 6.5 points and down with CHN. Comrades, that's no good. We must have 7 points, not 6.5 points. That's my position. CHN is the head of your revolutionary committee. How can you casually overthrow him? The Red faction is very good. They seized power first in January. You United folk were against power seizure at the start, but now you put up so many posters calling for CHN's overthrow. You even put them up in Taiyuan. But one can't be overthrown by posters or slogans alone. If posters can overthrow someone, that person must be made of paper. Some say Chen's wife has problems. I know her personally. She had a husband before. Her husband was an agent. We suppressed him. Is this what you want to use to say that CHN has problems? Comrades, it's just the opposite. If he were a bad element, he would fall even if we didn't knock him down." The old man talked all afternoon, repeating himself again and again. According to the partisans of United, all of his points added up to 1 point, support CHN. Red photographers took lots of pictures, most of them of Liu in various poses. CHNCOCHUN, when he saw this going on, made sure to stand close by. Later, when the press office posted the enlarged photographs, 2 feet high and 1.5 feet across, on bulletin boards all over the city, there was CHN side by side with Liu, basking in his glory. Red propagandists also recorded Liu's speeches on tape and later broadcast them endlessly to the people over the loudspeaker system in the city. They also published some of these speeches in pamphlet form and collected excerpts from them for the volume of Chairman Liu's quotations, which later flooded the region. The quotations even included remarks Evergreen Liu made to labor hero Li Sun-ta while both men visited the toilet. About Li Sun-ta, who had thrown his great prestige behind United, Evergreen Liu was quoted as saying, "He is a peasant. What does he know? He knows nothing." To the Army Sub-District Commander, Wu Tianming, Liu said, "You should support CHNCOCHUN. If you don't support CHN, it is a line mistake." On Chang Erching, his rival for leadership of the province, Liu said, "Some people say Chang Erching has a high level of political understanding. Actually, he has a high level of mistake making. On the other hand, people say my political level is low. But I support revolutionary cadres as I support CHNCOCHUN." As the final stroke in their campaign in support of Evergreen Liu, Red faction propagandists made up thousands of Liu KPing buttons. In Shenxi they definitely succeeded in adding the cult of Evergreen Liu to the cult of Mao Zedong. United leaders, somewhat overwhelmed by this avalanche of Liu materials, redoubled their efforts to counter it. Unsuccessful in getting their CHNCOCHUN dossier back from Liu's secretary, they proceeded to compile a dossier on Evergreen Liu himself which added up to 300,000 words. They collected all 25 of Liu's speeches, Liu quotes, several Liu photos and a collection of Liu buttons, and forwarded these to the Central Committee in Peking on the assumption that these materials themselves discredited the man completely. Leaving nothing to chance and realizing that their ace in the hole was the CHNCOCHUN dossier, they sent Li Sun-ta, the labor hero, to Liu's headquarters to retrieve it. Then Chief of Staff Li Yingkui took it personally to Peking for the perusal of the central leadership. Objectively, Evergreen Liu's trip brought disaster on Southeast Shensi. Far from bringing the two sides together, his speeches solidified the divisions in the region and provoked a showdown. Prior to Liu's visit, both camps had their share of internal divisions. United counted in its ranks groups that wanted to overthrow CHNCOCHUN and groups who only wanted to subject him to severe criticism. Red included groups that wanted to overthrow Wu Tianming and groups that only wanted to bombard him, which meant to criticize him. In addition to these major differences, many minor differences divided the numerous units that made up the two coalitions. Many people did not yet see the two as clearly defined sides already set on a collision course. But as soon as Liu identified himself with CHNCOCHUN and came up with the brand names United and Red, he quickly polarized the situation. He pushed those on each side who only wanted to bombard into unity with those who wanted 10 overthrow. Thus two antagonistic camps hardened at an accelerated rate. In fairness to Evergreen Liu, it must be said that he did not create the splits, small or big, nor did his codification of them do anything more than slightly speed the process of contrariety. Throughout the Cultural Revolution, the widest spectrum of organizations, large and small, always tended to coalesce into two opposing headquarters. Coalescence occurred with such regularity and persistence that it had to be recognized as some sort of law of the political sphere, as universal as Boyle's law in chemistry or Newton's law in physics. Once rebellion dismantled the original power structure, the coalition that brought it down inevitably split, at first into many pieces. But later these pieces, merging, changing places, breaking up and reforming, always finally coalesced into two. If some outside force did not stop them, they fought it out until one ruled the roost and the other went under. Evergreen Liu's trip served as a catalyst for consolidating two opposite poles in Southeast Shensi, but the same basic process manifested itself all over China, and had the same result. To be realistic, the army sub-district position that CHNCOCHUN was a Kuomintang agent, that supported a correct revolutionary line while the Reds supported an incorrect counter-revolutionary line, acted as a much greater spur to polarization than any stand taken by Evergreen Liu. Army commanders tended to play with two hats. On the one hand, they posed as impartial arbitrators sent in from outside to solve problems and promote unity. On the other, they played factional politics to the hilt, identified with one side against the other, and acted as the de facto leaders of one against the other. Far from being an impartial mediator above the fray, Li Yingkui functioned as the prime instigator of the united faction in the southeast region. He entered the factional fray, however, not simply as another player, but as a representative of the central government, as a liberation army soldier with all the glory and prestige that implied. He never lost an opportunity to stress Lin Piao's view, later expressed at the 9th Congress, that the Cultural Revolution could succeed because of the leadership of Chairman Mao Zedong and the existence of the People's Liberation Army. In his opinion, the army stood above criticism. He helped to create an atmosphere in the region equating criticism of the army with counter-revolution. In his opinion, to criticize the army, to oppose any army leader, was ipso facto to oppose the revolution. In conversations in 1971, both Li Yingkui and Tzao Chengnan did admit that the army had made mistakes. That is, they admitted this in principle. But nowhere did they admit any actual, concrete mistakes. Nor, in fact, did they admit any important mistakes on the part of the united faction. All problems, in their eyes, stemmed from the activities of Red. It was the Reds who wanted to break up the Revolutionary Committee, it was the Reds who were dissatisfied with the army, it was the Reds who smashed and robbed everywhere and seized guns, it was the Reds who started the violence and kept escalating it, it was the Reds who chose Kuomintang agents and counter-revolutionaries as leaders. It was the Reds who, when called to Peking for months of education and study, fomented factionalism back home by playing on all their connections. When United opposed several important members of the Revolutionary Committee, including its chairman, and demanded their ouster, army leaders called this not opposition but a demand for reasonable adjustment. When United brought guns into play, they called this not unwarranted escalation but only self-defense. When United brought armed militiamen into battle, they called this not reliance on armed struggle but simply reliance on the masses. When United leaders went all the way to Peking for education and study, they argued that they could not be accused of factionalism back home because they were too far away, too cut off to influence events. It seemed quite clear that they were applying a double standard here. United could do no wrong. Red could do no right. 7. City under siege. Starting with the principle that Red fomented all the trouble in Southeast Shanxi, the army sub-district commanders blamed the trouble that followed Evergreen Liu's trip to the southeast on the provincial chairman's insistence that some form of unity with Red be forged. The one concrete result of Liu's trip, they charged, was the arming of the Red faction and, as a direct consequence, open civil war. Although he stayed in Changchi only 1 week, he managed to hand out 110 automatic rifles to various Red units and arranged for them to steal 1,500 more. The armed forces had confiscated 1,500 rifles from various militia units and stored them in the Navy compound. While the Navy looked the other way, Red militants raided the compound and made off with enough arms to give them offensive capacity. After that they raided opposition units and even regular army units and seized vast quantities of arms and ammunition. Whether or not Red solved the arms question in this straightforward manner, the fact remains that not long after Evergreen Liu left for Taiyuan, the Red faction did undertake to challenge United for control of the region. It was a curious rebellion, led by the chairman of the regional government himself, Hncoch Yuan. Well aware of the case being prepared against him by the 69th Army commanders, he knew he had to take power or be eliminated. In November and December the Reds moved by force of arms to liquidate whatever strongholds United held in Changchi. In retaliation, United forces in the suburbs and out in the countryside combined to liquidate any Red strongholds that survived. The two sides never completed this mopping up process because neither side had the strength to crush the other entirely, but in the main United seized the suburbs and the rural hinterland while Red seized the city. Inside Red Changchi, United still held the Handicrafts building, the construction company's second team building, the medical school compound and the Red Star Machine Company. Outside the city, Red still held Shiosung Brigade, the Taihang Sawblade Works and a few other communities and factories that United had not yet mobilized sufficient forces to challenge, but these were minor pockets of resistance that could not change the overall alignment. Reds held the city, United held the countryside, and United took this very alignment as the basis for hurling more charges at Red. To hold the countryside, surround the cities, and eventually liberate them, they said, was to follow Mao Zedong's revolutionary strategy. To hold the cities, on the other hand, and from them to attack the countryside was to follow the reactionary, counter-revolutionary strategy of Chiang Kai-shek. What further proof was needed that this struggle was indeed a continuation of the decades-old struggle between the Communist Party and the Kuomintang? As mutual liquidation of pockets of resistance continued, the use of heavy weapons grew commonplace. Both the Red Star Machine Company under United control and the Huaihai Arsenal, which was the Reds' main base, began to manufacture heavy machine guns and artillery. By December the bore of the guns in use had increased from 60 mm to 160 mm. Heavy shelling led to a need for tanks. Factory workers created them by welding steel plates on farm tractors of the crawler type. No sooner did these slow-moving tanks appear in the streets than anti-tank rockets came forth to stop them. Early in January Red forces in the city overwhelmed the Handicrafts building, killing one of its defenders and capturing several others. On January 6 these same forces occupied the construction company's second team building. In that battle another United defender died. Perhaps even more devastating than these victories on the battlefield was the decision made by Red to take control of all grain tickets in the city and stop issuing them to cottars who still adhered to United. This meant that scores of people in scattered pockets could no longer obtain grain and could not, in the long run, survive. United leaders, who had set up their regional headquarters in the railroad shops across the highway from Longbao village, had to send scouts into the city to help their stranded adherents escape. Red bands captured some of these emissaries and tried to block all escape routes. Their efforts succeeded in the main. Soon it became difficult to move anywhere in the city. A cottar from the Normal College who was a United sympathizer decided to go back to his home in Tunliu. He no sooner stepped out into the street than some men in uniform accosted him. Thinking that they must be Reds, he said, "I'm Red." That was a serious mistake. The men were United commandos on an inner-city raid. They beat him up and left him lying in the street. After he managed to pick himself up and set out again, he came face to face with another group of uniformed men. Deciding to play it safe, he said, "I have no trademark." "That's impossible," they said. "Well, I'm United." This time the men turned out to be Red. They beat him up more severely than the United raiders had. When he got home to Tunliu he complained bitterly. "Walk one damn li. Get beaten twice." In spite of the frequent patrols, quite a few United people did manage to get out of the city. After checking in at the railroad shops, they were assigned to quarters at the Luan Middle School in the middle of Longbao. Soon the Luan Middle School became an integral part of United Regional Headquarters. One of the city cottars who played a prominent role at the headquarters was Shenfan. Even though the organization of party cottars that he founded never numbered more than 32 members, he was considered a leader of the masses and rose to be chairman of the Taihang Workers' Rebel Headquarters, a coalition of tens of thousands that grew into an important component of United. In the fall of 1967, because he had journalistic experience, he joined the Special Case Investigation Team assigned to look into the history of Regional Chairman CHNCOCHUN and played a key role in assembling the documents that enabled Commander Li Yingkui to denounce CHN. When the situation in the city became dangerous for United partisans, investigation team members moved to the railroad shops at Longbao and took over some dormitories south of the main shop as their living quarters. Shenfan, in addition to his duties as an investigator, assumed responsibility for the daily welfare of all United cottars. On January 10, 1968, he decided to make a trip into the city to see how those remaining there were faring. The following is Shenfan's account of his trip from Longbao to Main Street. "I decided to go into the city. It was very dangerous. Many people urged me not to go. But I said, I'll just go and have a loot. Ho Po Wen said, I'll go with you. We both dressed as ordinary factory workers. We wore black padded coats, black padded caps, white face masks and dark glasses. This concealed our faces. Why dress like that? Almost everyone who took part in the fighting dressed like that. In such clothes nobody could tell what faction you belonged to. Properly clad, we rode our bicycles into the city. We had to pass one particularly dangerous place. This was the Electricity Bureau. It was a red base, but we had to pass in front of it. There was no way to go around. As we approached it, Ho said, I'll go first. But I said, no, let me go first. I took the lead while Ho followed about 50 meters behind. If I got caught he would have time to turn back. They would not capture us both. As I rode past the building I saw that the guards had automatic rifles at the ready. I rode very slowly, as if bent on legitimate business. Get down, ordered a guard. If I stop you'll grab me. If I don't stop you'll also grab me, I thought. It seemed safer just to keep going. I rode on past and the guard did nothing. He didn't even call out again. So we both passed that spot smoothly. But I broke out in sweat all over. My heart was really jumping. Once we got into the city we decided to ride only on the wide streets. We had no idea what the alleys might be like. The wide streets were bad enough. It was as if the city had been through a Japanese Army 3-all campaign, rubbish everywhere, all the windows broken and all billboards toppled or half-toppled, and no posters on them. We found it hard to take in all this destruction. Think of our city looking like this. At one big cross street we caught sight of Ho Shioken, a street regiment leader with 5 or 6 of his strong-arm men. He was patrolling from west to east with an automatic rifle in his hand. Now we're finished, I thought. But he didn't see us. Just as he came out on our street from the west we turned off south toward the medical school and he didn't notice us. As we passed the door of the South Street food shop we heard gunfire at the crossroads. Later, when we got to the medical school, we heard that right at that moment Ho had captured a student from the second middle school who belonged to the United faction. United still held the medical school and we continued to hold it right through the period of heavy fighting. When I went in on January 10, 1968, 150 people still lived there. I got there at noon and ran to the dining hall to get something to eat. I found 5 or 6 big holes in the roof, holes blown by artillery shells, and no food at all. So I went over to the dormitory to ask what could be done about food. "We can't use the kitchen," said the occupants of the dormitory. "As soon as smoke rises from the chimney the artillery over at the Huaihai arsenal goes into action. So we have to cook our food in our drinking cups in the dormitory rooms. If you want to eat you'll have to do the same. There's meat in the big hall. Help yourself." Sure enough, I found 4 big pigs, killed but not cleaned, in the hall. If you wanted meat you could cut off a piece of raw flesh. One look at this place was enough to frighten anyone. Shell craters scarred the yard, while shell casings stuck up from the dirt like cornstalks in a field. "I'd better get out of here," I said. "Don't worry," said the others. "You don't have to be afraid of the artillery. Shells hit the compound 5 or 6 times a day but they have never killed anyone. True, they wounded 2, but that was because those 2 were careless." "How could that be?" 2 old soldiers among the United residents explained that the explosive part of the shell is the tip. As soon as it hits the building it goes off, blowing most of its force backward and outward. In a 2-story building the roof and the upper floor take the brunt of the shelling. Down below, on the ground floor, people are safe. So I stayed and began cooking in a big tin cup. At about 1 p.m. Red opened fire. Some shells hit the roof above me, others landed in the yard or on the meeting hall. But inside the rooms, on the ground floor, people cooked and played cards as if nothing were happening. Girl students, 17 and 18 years old, showed no fear, so why should I be frightened? The windows were all bricked in, so shells in the yard couldn't come through and neither could shells on the roof. Thus I underwent baptism by fire. I went from being scared to death to being just plain scared. In the afternoon I managed to get across to the Regional Irrigation Bureau. I found a friend there who loaned me some money and I decided to get out of the city as fast as possible. But my first attempt failed. When I got to the Changchi Normal School I found the road blocked by red. I had to go back to the medical school and spend the night. Without electric power the yard was pitch black. Some people had a few candles, but to light a candle meant to invite a red attack, so everything was dark. Only a few had quilts. The rest of us wrapped ourselves in our black padded coats and tried to sleep, but nobody slept very much. The cold bothered me but mainly it was the fear. I shut my eyes for a while, but it was no use. I was wide awake. I thought morning would never come. That was a long night, my first night. On the second day I found the road still blocked and I had to stay over again. I stayed there at the medical school under daily shelling until the 15th. Then I managed to get across to the Army's regional guest house. Militia leaders from various factories and communes now held by Red filled it. Since they couldn't return to their own units, they lived at army headquarters. Two of them were old friends of mine, the leader of the militia at the Transportation Bureau and the leader of the militia at the 543 plant. I stayed with them and slept very well for a change. Just before dawn I heard a loud explosion. A very heavy artillery bombardment began. Looking across at the medical school compound, I could see dust and dirt flying. I was afraid everyone inside would be killed. I ran out of the army headquarters and followed the wall until I came opposite the medical school. There was a flat spot there sheltered by a wall. I no sooner reached this spot than several tanks came from the south and turned into the gate of the medical school. The gate was made of steel rods, but the lead tank just drove right through them into the yard. It advanced on the main building. If that tank knocks the building down, everyone inside will be buried alive, I thought. But before the tank reached the building it stopped, turned around, and started back. Just as it reached the gate, two people ran up behind it with grenades. The grenades exploded against the tank but did no harm. It drove off down the street. Then I saw one of the attackers bleeding from a wound in the head. He had been hit by a grenade fragment. From my vantage point across the street I could see right through the gate to the back of the medical school compound and beyond to the Southeast Regional Hospital and the printing plant beside it. I saw that Red had occupied the hospital, but my comrades inside the medical school didn't know that. I wanted to warn them, but I was afraid I would be caught if I left cover, so I stayed where I was. Artillery fire fell north and south of the main building and gradually zeroed in on their target. A group of attackers gathered in the south and started to move on the building. Suddenly a shell fell very close to them, wounding several. They withdrew. We heard later that these infantrymen went back and cursed the artillerymen in the rear. They had shelled their own forces. That day, between 6 and 8 in the morning, the arsenal fired over 1,000 shells at the medical school. Yet not a single shell killed anyone, because the United Forces all hid deep inside the building. One of their number died that day, but not by shell fire. He was hit by a rifle bullet. While everyone else stayed under cover, he lost his head and ran into the yard. Reds on the upper floor of the regional hospital shot him down. Large-scale fighting continued unabated from the 15th to the 21st. I went back to the medical school on the night of the 15th and stayed there until the 21st. Why couldn't I get away? Well, every time I came out on the street I found people patrolling with rifles and steel helmets. They had hand grenades, many of them homemade, hanging at their belts. They had barricaded the roads all around the medical school. The road south led to the Huaihai Arsenal. I couldn't go that way. The road leading to the Regional Revolutionary Committee headquarters led past the Army Guest House, and this, too, was held by Red. The road north went past the Immunization Center, also a Red stronghold. The only way out was to slip east toward the old city wall. But the Reds patrolled day and night outside the wall, so I couldn't go that way either. On the 20th in the middle of the night I was awakened. Tuan Chinwen had sent a messenger from the North Station to find me. He wanted me to come back immediately. He had an urgent task for me. But how can I get out? I asked. I've been trying for days. Just get out of bed and I'll take you, said the messenger. It was 3 a.m. on the morning of the 21st. He led me out toward the east in the darkness. Once past the east city we took a path through the fields that finally brought us to the North Station. We dared not appear on any road until we had put at least 10 li between us and the city. I got back to the North Station at about 10 a.m. Then Tuan Chinwen told me that a lot of new troops had arrived for support the left work. They needed grain and vegetables, and the Revolutionary Committee wanted me to handle supplies. Thus I undertook a new task. From the 11th through the 21st, in the course of 10 days in Changchi City, I lived through a miasma of war that I could not have imagined even in my wildest dreams. I went into the city to make contact, borrow money, and have a look at the situation. But no sooner had I got there than I wished I had wings to fly out. Violent as the fighting was in Changchi when Shenfan slipped into the city, it was not yet all-out war. The two factions were still only feeling each other out, maneuvering for position and trying to consolidate their gains. Their confrontation placed the whole region in an extreme state of factional tension, engendered raids and counter-raids for arms, forced the liquidation of alien pockets in otherwise solid territory, set factories to manufacturing heavy artillery, tanks, and even rockets, but the showdown, the full mobilization of the forces available on either side for the war that would decide who would in the end hold power, had not yet begun. The region resembled a forest where many small fires smoldered and burned, waiting only for a wind to come up that could set the whole area ablaze. At this point two things happened that brought matters to a head. Toward the end of January a meeting of the Central Committee in Peking took up the question of Southeast Shensi, and basing itself on the materials supplied by Commander Li Yingkui, publicly declared that Chen was a bad person, a counter-revolutionary. The Central Committee ordered the Red faction leaders themselves to arrest him, and turn him over to the 69th Army so that he could be sent to Peking to be tried and punished. The response of the Red faction to this ultimatum was not long in coming. On January 16, while Shenfan still sheltered at the medical school, Red patrols ambushed a convoy of vehicles carrying cotters into the center of Changchi and kidnapped 125 of them at gunpoint. The Red patrols kidnapped 6 members of the Regional Revolutionary Committee, all of them leaders of the United faction, several county leaders also linked to United, and several dozen lower-level activists, a few of whom were Reds. Most famous of the regional leaders was Li Sun-ta, the labor hero from West Gully, known throughout China for production miracles long before Takei Brigade won recognition anywhere. The others, well known locally as movers and shakers in various mass organizations, included Chia Maodong, Li Suyuan, Chang Sanmao and Tai Qingcheng, a rising journalist who headed the General Affairs Office of the Regional Party Committee. The regional and county leaders had been to a high-level meeting in Taiyuan to discuss the future of Southeast Shensi. The activists had attended a study session on Mao Zedong thought. All of them were returning to Changchi under military escort. A company of Army sub-district soldiers commanded by Chief of Staff Li Yingkui led the way and a company from the Independent Division brought up the rear. The soldiers, with the exception of Li Yingkui in his command jeep, rode in trucks, the activists and county cotters in buses, while behind them came the soldiers of the Independent Division in trucks. Altogether this convoy contained 17 vehicles. They drove straight down North Street, the most direct route to Army Sub-District headquarters. Since they came in such strength and were escorted by the military, United leaders assumed that they could pass through the main thoroughfare of a city tightly held by Red without being molested. This was a serious miscalculation fostered in part by the cloak of neutrality which Li Yingkui and the local armed forces had thrown over themselves for public display. According to their own rhetoric, they were an outside force doing everything possible to unite the two factions and bring peace to the region. Who would dare interfere in such a noble endeavor? Who indeed but the Reds, fighting for their political lives, in some cases their physical lives, against an offensive that demonstrated over and over again strong links to heaven. As the 17-vehicle convoy came down North Street in the dark, it was 1 p.m. in midwinter, a farm tractor suddenly pulled a four-wheeled trailer across the road sideways and stopped. Li Yingkui, recognizing an ambush, ordered his driver to speed up. The command jeep shot through the small opening still left between the trailer and the wall on the left and careened onto Army headquarters. Several Army trucks smashed their way through behind the jeep, but the first bus loaded with activists stalled as it brushed the wall and blocked the street completely. As the main body of the convoy came to a halt, snipers on the rooftops peppered it with rifle fire. Hand grenades, lobbed from above, exploded in the street. In the background, loudspeakers sprang to life with a crackle that gave way to hoarse voices shouting, "Welcome to the 69th Army, which has come to support the left. A shameless gang of united criminals has launched an armed attack. Highway regiment, and the devil gets carried out." As this shouting filled the air, Red fighters rolled a large pipe into the gap behind the trailer so that the street was doubly blocked. Then they placed another barricade north of the convoy so that no vehicle could back out. Shouting, rifle fire, exploding hand grenades, and busy action in the street kept the convoy tied down until Red reinforcements arrived from the east gate of the city. Then a large number of armed men came down the line, smashing the windows of the buses, pulling the passengers out and beating them up as they emerged. The soldiers of the Independent Division, under strict orders not to fight back, tried to rescue the regional leaders by persuading them to leave their car, hide in the back of the trucks with the soldiers, and cover themselves with greatcoats. But the attackers saw the men climbing into the trucks and insisted on searching each one. They found Chang San Mao in the third truck, pulled him out roughly and knocked him down in the street. Then they found Chia Maotung and Li Suyuan. Finally, in the lead truck they uncovered Li Sun Ta, the main target of the whole exercise. This is how he described the next few hours. They pulled the coat off my head and asked, "Who is this?" Actually, there was no need to ask. They knew very well who I was. They threw me off the truck, but I broke my fall by holding onto the sideboard slats with my hands. Then a bunch of scoundrels surrounded me, hand grenades and rifles in hand. They took my hat and coat off and began to beat me with their rifle butts. Several hit me with grenades. One used a steel strap as a whip. I got hit on the head. My head started to bleed and I put my hand up to feel the wound. Just then a grenade wielded as a club hit me on the hand. The finger that the grenade hit is still sore, but most of the blows landed on my back and shoulders. After the first assault they drove us inside the office of the 4th Transportation Company and tied us up. They took the blood-soaked scarf from around my neck and plastered it on my head, stuffed a face mask in my mouth, then tied my hands behind my back with a hemp rope that passed once around my neck. Then they pushed and shoved us from the 4th Transportation Company to the Regional Transportation Company, which is several blocks down the street. They locked most of their prisoners in a vegetable cellar. But I was bleeding badly, my coat was soaked with blood, so they put me in a little room at the gatehouse along with one of the bus drivers who also had a bad cut on his head. A doctor came to see us. I was still bleeding, so he went to find our captors. When he came back he took off my blindfold and loosened the rope. He found a wound on my scalp big enough to put a finger in. He put medicine on it and bandaged it. He did the same for the bus driver. Then he said, "Old Lee, they've really messed you up. I can't give you the treatment you ought to have." The guard at the gatehouse wasn't so bad. After the doctor had gone he asked me, "Old Lee, where did they beat you?" "All over," I said. "Maybe they broke some bones." He felt my whole body and decided that no bones were broken. So I lay on the bed and he covered me up. But I couldn't sleep. I was sore all over, persistent throbbing pain. A man came. He wanted a statement from me in support of CHNCOCHUN. I ignored him. Then 3 came together. One hit me between the eyes with a flashlight. The second hit me in the stomach with his rifle butt. The third slapped my face with his bare hands several dozen times. Suddenly something exploded in the yard. Who fired the shell? I don't know. Put him out in the yard where the shells are falling. No. Shoot him. They put my blindfold back on, tied me up tight, and took me into the yard. I thought they were going to shoot me. These people were capable of anything. Instead, they grabbed me by the legs and arms and threw me onto a truck. I landed face down on the steel plate that covered the bed of the vehicle. It was very cold. I could hear them hauling people out of the vegetable cellar and loading them all on the truck. Then I heard San Mao near me. He was not gagged. They were sitting on him, holding him down. He couldn't breathe. He cried out that he could never hold out in that position. So the man on top eased up a little and let him take a breath. The truck traveled very fast, moving southward from the Regional Transportation Company toward the Huaihai Arsenal. When we got there they pulled me off the truck and dragged me to the second floor of the technical building. I couldn't see, I was still blindfolded. After a lot of discussion among themselves they took me downstairs again and pushed me into a car. The car drove around several turns, then stopped. They led me down into a cellar and way to the end of it, then they threw me into the very last room, a place full of dirt and dust. I landed on the floor. After that my clothes, my hair, my face, my hands were covered with grey dust that I could not wash off. In the next few days Red Commandos alternately beat and interrogated Li Sun Ta and his comrades and demanded that they forswear their allegiance to Chang Erching and line up behind CHNCO Yuan. News that Li Sun Ta and other regional leaders had been kidnapped spread rapidly throughout the whole of Southeast Shensi. The leaders of the united faction, meeting in the railroad repair shops across the highway from Longbao village, decided to concentrate their forces for an offensive against Changchi, an offensive to liberate the city and free the captives. Word went out to all loyal militia units to assemble in the North Station area and prepare for battle. Simultaneously, the leaders took measures to strengthen the security of United headquarters. They ordered brigade and commune leaders to arrest and interrogate anyone suspected of past loyalty or ties to Red. As Red security squads harassed and beat Li Sun Ta and his colleagues in the cellar at Huaihai in an attempt to make them sign statements in support of CHNCO Yuan, United rounded up Red suspects all through the suburbs and out in the countryside and harassed and beat them in an attempt to make them confess their counter-revolutionary loyalties, expose their accomplices, and if possible switch their allegiance to Wu Tianming and Li Yingkui. In the meantime word of the unprovoked kidnapping flashed over the wires to Peking. The Central Committee responded on January 28 by ordering General Xiao Xuanqin of the 69th Army into the region with a regiment and a brigade of new troops. The Central Committee also advised the provincial leaders to demand the release of the kidnapped cadres. On February 5 helicopters dropped thousands of copies of an order signed by General He Chenhua, military commander of the province, and Liu Keiping, Revolutionary Committee chairman, over the city of Changchi. The order stated that unless Red immediately released the prisoners taken on the night of January 16, the Central Committee would declare the Red faction as a whole to be a counter-revolutionary organization and its members would have to suffer the consequences. All of this activity only further inflamed the situation. As the militiamen under United leadership gathered for their all-out offensive, the date for which they had already set as February 20, the Reds struck back whenever and wherever they could. They surrounded 12 companies and 2 squads of the new forces moving in under General Xiao and seized all their arms. In this action they wounded a department head of the 69th Army and many rank-and-file soldiers. They killed the vice commander of a brigade of the Independent Regiment under sub-regional command and a squad leader in the same unit. Army units, still under strict orders not to fight with civilians, found no effective way to counter such raids. A small battle on the west side of Changchi resulted in the shelling by Red artillery of a grain station where large amounts of grain were stored. At some point in this battle some buildings at the grain station caught fire and the blaze, before it could be put out, destroyed some 6 million caddies of wheat and corn. Li Yingkui charged Red with deliberate destruction of huge quantities of grain. A much more serious incident occurred on February 4 outside the gate of the Huaihai arsenal. A handcart full of unexploded shells, being pushed through the street toward the local PLA barracks by some members of the Red faction, exploded without warning, killing 42 people. The explosion left a scene of terrible carnage. Old people, women, and children who had crowded around the handcart to see what was going on lay dead in the street, some of the bodies mangled beyond recognition. Arms, legs, torn flesh, pieces of clothing hung on nearby trees, blood splattered everywhere, and after a few hours an obscene smell induced nausea in all who approached. Li Yingkui seized on this accident as a Red plot to blow up the military unit stationed at the Huaihai arsenal, a plot that backfired at the last moment because the shells exploded before 0 hour, killing civilians instead of soldiers. He ordered the awful details of the resulting carnage to be written up, published, broadcast and distributed by leaflet to the far corners of the region, supplying further incentive, if incentive were needed, for the massive offensive already under preparation. Inside the city, living conditions deteriorated. Red at first cut off electricity, water, and food from army headquarters and such units as the medical school where United held out. The cut-off gradually spread to include the entire city. The army blamed all shortages on the Reds, but no one ever explained why they would inflict such grievous injury on themselves. 8. The army enforces peace. On February 17 the Central Committee in Peking issued an order calling on the opposing factions in Southeast Shanxi to cease fire and meet for peace talks. Under no illusion that either faction would in fact listen to reason, the Central Committee further commanded Generals Tizao Chengnan and Xiao Xuanqin of the 69th Army to enforce a ceasefire, arrange peace talks, and build a great alliance in the region. To ensure that these officers had sufficient forces to back up their demands, the Central Military Commission arranged the transfer of 4 additional regiments from 3 neighboring provinces. A few days later they backed these up with 3 more, altogether ordering 7 new regiments into the Shangtang. General Tizao Chengnan, placed in overall command of the operation, arrived at the Changchi airport at 3 p.m. and immediately set about coordinating the movements of the newly assigned army units. All of them, whether they arrived by truck or by train, were scheduled to be in place by 6 p.m., thus effectively blocking that other huge army of United militiamen that waited in the northern suburbs of the city, poised for an all-out offensive. Army commanders carried out this whole movement in strict secrecy. On instructions from the Central Committee, none of the members of the core leading group of Shanxi province heard the least hint of what was about to happen. Neither Evergreen Lu nor Chang Erching had any forewarning, so that neither could alert their respective forces in the region to do anything to hamper or divert the central action. General Tizao had orders to set up headquarters in Changchi, but because the fighting was already so heavy there, with several hundred artillery pieces in constant action, and because the hostile populace was likely to oppose any army initiative, he set up temporary headquarters at Horse Square, 1 mile north of Longbao. From there he deployed each newly arrived army unit in such a manner as to encircle the city completely. With his troops all in place he began a propaganda offensive to publicize the Central Committee order of February 17. Tizao's forces printed the order on tens of thousands of leaflets, handed them out everywhere on the outskirts of the city, and dropped them over the center of the city by helicopter. They also read the leaflet aloud from dozens of broadcasting trucks that roamed all open roads and penetrated as far as possible into the city itself. This was dangerous work, given the intensity of the fighting. Rifle fire and hand grenade attacks wounded several soldiers the very first day. One widely publicized point called on the leaders of both sides to meet at the airport waiting room for peace negotiations. On the first day, a united delegation came and waited, but no red delegation showed up. Tizao finally sent messengers into the city to speak directly to the red leaders. On the second day they, too, sent a negotiating team. The Central Committee leaflet made 3 demands: 1. Ceasefire. 2. Turn in all arms. 3. Exchange all prisoners. Neither side wanted to be the first to implement any of these points. The Red forces inside the city argued that they had been encircled, that they were the target of a major offensive and had taken up positions purely in self-defense, therefore the other side should stop firing and hand over weapons in order to show sincerity. The United Forces countered with the argument that those who had fired first, that is, the Reds, should be the first to quit firing and lay down their arms. Since neither side would give in, the talks dragged on for 2 tense days. The army insisted on a ceasefire. Since enough forces had been assembled to force compliance, the 2 contending factions had no choice in the end but to agree. On Tizao Chengnan's insistence they verbally agreed to an 8-point contract that called for simultaneous ceasefire, mutual surrender of weapons and full assumption of responsibility by anyone who violated the agreement, that is, the violator would be in the wrong. But when the time came to sign this agreement, another stumbling block arose. The Red negotiators would not accept Hsu Chiu, Commander-in-Chief of the January 25 power seizure, as a cosigner. Hsu was from the Railroad Shops, an organization under the direct leadership of the Railroad Bureau in Honan. He was a person without local political rights. The Red faction refused to negotiate with anyone from Honan. The United delegation denounced this as a preposterous position. Hsu Chiu was their commander, how could he possibly be barred? He had played a leading role throughout the struggle. Furthermore, Red forces had come in trucks to try and take over the railroad shops. It was the Reds who involved Hsu Chiu in local struggle. How could they refuse to settle with him now? But the Reds remained adamant. They refused to recognize the Honan man and withdrew their 5-man delegation from the airfield. Both sides continued to fire, to attack, and counter-attack all around the city. Casualties mounted, not only among the contending factional forces, but among the soldiers who had come to stop the fighting. Finally THIRD, negotiating separately with both sides, persuaded United to drop 1 man from their team on condition that the Reds drop 1 man from their team. With 4 rather than 5 delegates representing each side, they renegotiated an 8-point agreement and finally signed it. After both sides signed the agreement, fighting more or less stopped, but no one handed in any guns. A whole day went by and not a single gun, bullet, or hand grenade showed up at Army headquarters at the airfield. Since THIRD and Shio had set up offices in Horse Square, the headquarters of United, relied on United for food and other supplies, and in fact treated the United forces as reliable allies. THIRD suggested to United leaders that they take the initiative on the arms question. They should make the first move, give up some weapons, and start the reconciliation process. After a period of intense persuasion, United forces turned over several cannons, 200 rifles, and several thousand rounds of ammunition to the army units holding the airfield. They did this with considerable fanfare, beating drums and gongs, waving flags and marching in a big parade to the turnover point. Then THIRD turned to the Red leaders and asked them for a similar gesture of goodwill. Since United has taken action, you should match their action and earn some merit for your side. At this point the Reds could hardly refuse, so they, too, sent some weapons, with great fanfare and publicity, to the army units at the airfield. Actually this disarmament was more apparent than real. Both sides handed in broken weapons, worn-out guns, and faulty ammunition. Each carefully retained whatever they found serviceable. Neither had confidence in the good faith of the other, and neither wanted to be at a disadvantage when fighting broke out again. Nevertheless, the handing in of weapons, however token, led to a sharp decline in fighting. A de facto ceasefire gradually spread throughout the city. As the firing stopped, soldiers went farther and farther into the city to meet people face to face, urge them to give up whatever arms they had, and to restore essential supplies and services. By that time a severe supply crisis plagued Changchi. The city had no water except in local wells, no electricity, and very little food. Since no barbers had given any haircuts for months, most men had beards that concealed their chins and hair that covered their ears. The army brought grain and vegetables into the city and opened public markets. It sent teams to restore water supplies and power, and also sent in teams of barbers to give haircuts. But in spite of this, many people did not welcome the army. The Red faction had opposed the army sub-district leadership from the beginning. Red leaders looked on army intervention now as a form of suppression, and they spread the word that the soldiers had come to impose martial law on the population. Thus on many back streets and in many courtyards, when soldiers appeared the people disappeared. The soldiers tried to win friends by filling empty water jars and sweeping cluttered courtyards, but it was a slow process. They found the schoolyards held by Red students particularly hard to enter. Even though the soldiers came into the city without guns, they met cocked rifles and machine guns ready to fire at schoolyard gates. Only prolonged negotiations persuaded the students to lower their weapons and let the soldiers in. Within a few days the army organized thousands of classes for the study of Mao Zedong thought in schools, factories, streets, alleys, even single-family units, but many people refused to attend. Some men sent their wives to sit in. Others sent daughters-in-law to report back on what they found. If the army instructor won the confidence of the young person, other members of the family gradually showed up. Continued patient persuasion resulted in a gradual turnover of arms. At first a few guns showed up here and there. Then one person talking to another spread the word. Some people led the army men from door to door. I turned in my gun, did you give up your hand grenade? Thus the movement snowballed, and within 2 weeks most people turned in the weapons in their hands. The army had made a rough estimate of the total arms available and was thus able to calculate when the bulk of them had been returned. Even so, large numbers of weapons could not be accounted for. More than 1,000 Red activists, rather than surrender their weapons, retreated to Kaoping County and went into the high mountains there, prepared for guerrilla war. The army let them go, content, for the time being, that the weapons had been removed from the city. Guerrilla units could be handled later. Rather than divide his forces and spread them too thin, Commander Tzao concentrated on pacifying the city, the focus of all the fighting in the region. Once Tzao felt certain that the bulk of the weapons in people's hands had either been turned in or taken away, he made a determined effort to get the two sides to release their prisoners. Both sides had taken many prisoners and no real peace was possible until they had been exchanged. The Reds admitted to holding 70 United captives while United said it held some 50 Reds. Actually, both sides had originally held many more captive personnel, but the numbers had dwindled due to killings, untreated wounds that proved fatal and terminal illnesses. Negotiating the prisoner issue was difficult because each side claimed that the other side held at least 100 of their people and would not accept the much reduced figure which the antagonist admitted to holding. An exhaustive check by army representatives showed that the disputed figures each side turned in did roughly correspond to the actual number of prisoners held alive. Since nothing could be done about those who had died, Commander Tzao insisted that both sides release everyone still held captive. Finally, on February 26, in front of the City Revolutionary Committee offices the exchange took place. Both sides brought their prisoners in trucks and parked them in two lines about 100 meters apart on the main street. At a given signal the prisoners were supposed to climb down from their vehicles, walk across the open space that separated the two lines, and climb into the trucks on the opposite side. When the signal was given, the United captives of Red got down and started walking, but the Red captives of United refused to move. They claimed that they had been too badly beaten to walk unaided. They demanded that the army send stretcher bearers to carry them across. Over this issue they blocked the exchange until about 5 in the evening. The army had sent more than a platoon of troops to oversee the action. These troops refused to carry anyone. The commander said, "We are here following orders and you should all follow orders, too. This exchange must be completed by 5 p.m. Anyone who stays beyond that time does so at his or her own risk. We can't be responsible for anything that happens after that." At 4:50 p.m. the commander said, "We are leaving in 10 minutes. When they heard this warning, the Red prisoners of United finally gave up, climbed down from their trucks and scrambled across the open space as best they could. Since most of them did, in the end, move on their own, the bystanders began to laugh and the Red faction lost some standing even among its own supporters. After the exchange of prisoners had been completed, the atmosphere relaxed some more. The army stepped up its study classes and intensified its search for weapons. Soldiers found a large cache hidden between the roof beams in the Changchi guest house, a Red stronghold. They found more in the cellar there, and in tunnels under the yard. They ripped hand grenades out of sofas and stuffed chairs. When the army added up the figures for weapons turned in and around Changchi, the totals included 300 artillery pieces, 6,000 rifles, 400 to 500 grenades, 32 radio sets and over 4 million rounds of ammunition. Having pacified and disarmed Changchi, Tzao sent a regiment to Kaoping County to surround the runaways on East Mountain. Soldiers surrounded the mountain quietly in a surprise maneuver, then demanded talks. The 1,000 would-be guerrillas on the heights didn't know how many soldiers had actually come, nor did they know that the soldiers who displayed their weapons so prominently carried no ammunition. They decided that they were hopelessly surrounded and agreed to surrender peacefully. When they surrendered, they turned in another 1,000 rifles. The army brought the fighting to an end, but not the factionalism. United members returned to the city as conquerors. Had not the Central Committee declared Chen leader of the Reds, a bad person and a Kuomintang agent? Had not the army arrested the second in command, Chao Chnun, of the Huaihai Arsenal, and charged him with capital crimes? Had not the army also charged Zhenyao Hsin and Cao Kei-kung and other prominent Red commanders with serious crimes? Had not the army openly said that United had followed a correct policy of support for the January 25 power seizure and support for the army, while Red had incorrectly opposed both? All this laid the groundwork for serious repression of Reds by members of United who felt vindicated in almost everything they had done. United members, returning to factories and work units in the city where they had once been a minority, tried to redress all the grievances they felt at having been shut out, denied pay, refused fringe benefits such as padded clothes and safety goggles, and in the end denied access to the city altogether. United members joined forces, seized Red activists and beat them up. On several occasions they beat Reds to death. United workers in the bicycle factory killed a shopmate who had been a Red, then tried to cover up by saying that the man had jumped out of a window. Another group of United workers in the light bulb factory brought a Red shopmate back from Huaquan, where he had been lying low, then beat him so badly that he died of internal injuries. United members of the Security Bureau staff broke into the home of one of their fellow operatives, a well-known Red, and beat him to death. The army tried to stop retaliatory beatings and revenge killings by arresting those who perpetrated the most violent crimes and conducting investigations into all such incidents, but the favoritism that most army men showed to their erstwhile allies in United undercut this campaign. Shen Chongtiang, the Longbao mine worker who fought so hard to establish the preeminence of United at Wuchuan Mine, told about going into Changchi after the truce took effect. As soon as the armed fighting ended, we went into town to put up posters celebrating the fall of CHN, overthrow CHN, down with CHN, bound to win, Red is bound to fail. The city was full of Reds, but they had been disarmed. They no longer had cannon, machine guns, rifles, hand grenades, or even iron bars or wooden clubs. And army men everywhere maintained law and order. So we saw no fighting on the main streets, but on the side streets and in the small alleys fighting still went on. If you got into an argument, Reds could grab you, drag you into an alley and beat you up. We once went to a victory celebration that was harassed by Reds. When we saw that the soldiers weren't looking our way, we dragged the troublemakers into an alley and beat them soundly. Everyone said the army men would arrest brawlers and lock them up, but usually they just took us aside and gave us a long lecture. The methods used by the army to pacify Changchi alienated Red partisans from the beginning. Army officers not only showed leniency toward United brawlers while punishing Red severely, they publicized a rash of official charges against key Red leaders. Each day they charged Chncocun with more serious crimes until he became known throughout the region as a renegade, a traitor and an acting counter-revolutionary, the biggest case in the province. Since CHN had run away, they launched a major search for him, and in the meantime arrested his leading assistants. They rounded up Chao Chnun, former field commander of the Reds, and their delegate to the talks at the airfield, Cao Kei-kung, a vice commander, and Huo Xiaoken, a former city cadre. All three were promptly put on trial for murder. Little wonder that many Reds decided to flee, making their way, arms in hand, if possible, to Shijiaquang in central Hopi, to Taiyuan or Yangchuan in central Shanxi, or to any other place where mass organizations linked to their faction still existed and would take them in. After army intervention stopped the fighting in southeast Shensi, Commander Tzao turned his attention to forming a grand alliance between the two sides. On the one hand he set up all sorts of study classes and training institutes at the local level, and on the other, he sent key leaders to study and negotiation sessions in Peking. The Peking sessions resembled a marathon in duration, for they began in May and concluded only in September. The meetings in Peking constituted the fourth national conclave held to solve the Shensi problem. The first took place in April, 1967, shortly after the factional conflict between the forces led by Evergreen Liu and those led by Chiang Er-ching broke into the open. Zhou Enlai called the two key leaders and some of their most important aides to the capital. After several weeks of study and discussion they agreed to work together. They no sooner returned to Shensi, however, than they renewed their rivalry with increased vigor. In July the premier called the same people back to Peking for further education and negotiations. This time the Central Committee put most of the blame on Chiang Er-ching. Zhou asked him to stay in Peking while Evergreen Liu went back to Taiyuan alone. But in spite of Chiang Er-ching's forced absence the factional struggle rose to new heights. In the wake of visits by Evergreen Liu the violent fighting described in the previous chapters broke out in Yangchuan and Changchi. So in December Zhou Enlai reprimanded Evergreen Liu and called him back to Peking for further education. Chiang Er-ching played a major part in the deliberations, as before, but this time criticism centered on Liu. Toward the end of the year a chastened Liu made his peace with Chiang for the third time and both men returned to Shensi to carry out Mao's line of unity and grand alliance. But their return did nothing to mitigate the conflicts in Shensi. Both sides concentrated instead on arming themselves. Chiang Er-ching's men rushed to distribute militia arms to worker and peasant units that supported them while Evergreen Liu's men attacked militia units, seizing arms wherever they could find them. In the seesaw struggle that this contest engendered many people suffered beatings, wounds, even death. The fighting so disrupted social order that central Shensi and the western counties of South Shensi ran out of grain. The army appealed to the central government for 400,000 tons of food grain to tide people over until spring. Because forces engaged in factional maneuvers and open warfare had tied up most of the trucks in the province, the army also asked for 100 trucks to transport the huge tonnage to those in need. The government sent both grain and trucks but neither reached their destination. Each faction seized the loaded trucks that approached their roadblocks. Taiyuan Mechanical University students seized 40 trucks in one operation and diverted both vehicles and cargo to factional use. In Shensi the most serious situation developed in the southeast, as we have seen. There only the intervention of a large number of troops restored peace in Changchi and its outskirts. With 800 people already dead and thousands wounded, the central government sought a political solution. Zhou Enlai again called Shensi provincial and regional leaders back to Peking for study classes. Zhou demanded that each side first make a serious self-criticism, clean its own house, so to speak, and then unite with the other side to carry the revolution forward. But the factional leaders brought no such spirit with them to Peking. From their point of view the talks were a place to expose the other side while defending themselves. This was especially true of the united leaders, who, with army support, considered themselves to have been right all along. In their minds the purpose of the talks was to get the Red faction to admit its guilt and promise to change. Many army officers assigned to the talks held the same point of view. A glaring example of this was Officer Tien Huaipao, the vice director of the political department of the Southeast Military Region, a dashing young fellow full of confidence and rhetoric, who told us the story in 1971. He had taken part in the entire process of the negotiations at Changchi Airfield in February. On the surface I was a leading army cadre trying to make peace. Actually, I was advisor to the united faction at the talks, he said proudly. Smart Fan, of the Changchi Communist Party General Affairs Office, spoke with equal pride of his role. I was picked to go to Peking for the national meeting when our united faction leaders found out that one of the delegates whom the Reds had picked once worked in our office. I went to the capital not to examine my own mistakes or to make a self-criticism, but to deal with this man. The purpose of my being there was, when the grabbing of facts began, to counter his distortions and keep the record straight. We figured that he could never get too much on me because my work history spanned only 10 years and I had not made very serious mistakes. In the Cultural Revolution I hadn't committed any crimes, so I could serve effectively as his opposite number. Tien Hui Pao had this to say about the conference. We had 1 yuan a day for food. None of the Reds got fat. They had too great a burden on their minds. Even though they wouldn't admit it, they knew that they had made mistakes and some had serious crimes on their conscience. The United members all got fat, especially Mao Pei Chung. He got so fat that people dubbed him Khrushchev, his eyes and nose looked so much like Khrushchev's. He had always been quite thin, but in peaking his weight went up to 190 kgs. After all, the meeting and the 1 yuan a day food allowance lasted for 6 months. Lu Yuwen got so fat he couldn't bear the summer heat. Smart Fan put on a lot of weight, too, all at the waistline. He was young, a worker, used to sports, and suddenly he had to sit for half a year, all the time, eating 1 yuan worth of food a day. Since the Reds wouldn't talk, the United members gave up trying to move them. They ate, slept, played poker, and walked around Peking every day. Then they came home and ate some more. The schedule called for study until 10, take a break until lunchtime, then all out for a walk or a swim, and back for supper at 6. As for me, I couldn't eat well. I shouldered such a heavy burden. I had to be the bridge to bring people together. I found it hard to sleep at night, and so, while many grew fat, I lost 4 kgs. No one hung any signs on our necks. No one made us do any airplanes. But still the meeting touched our souls. To do an airplane was to stand bent over, head down, with arms held high above one's back, an attitude of enforced submission. Forcing the arms higher could cause extreme pain and ultimately dislocate them from their sockets. The 4th Peking meeting may have touched some souls, but it didn't touch them enough to cause any members of Red or United to admit mistakes. In the meantime, back in Changchi, United set out to educate Red. United leaders organized a study class at Wuyang coal mine and sent 5 Red leaders there for re-education. City leaders recruited the 5 by arresting them, tying them well with ropes, and loading them on a Wuyang-bound truck. When they got them to the study class, they beat them up thoroughly. The Red whom Smart Fan went to Peking to supervise came to him one day and asked, "How many people do you plan to arrest in our office?" To show how tough he was, Fan replied, "As long as there are bad people, we'll arrest all of them." Well, is Wang Anhui a bad person? What about Chao Xuecheng? Yan Zhu Chang? Are they good or bad? When he heard this, Smart Fan knew something must have happened at home. The next morning he took the first bus to the city and made a long-distance call. He got a United comrade on the line. "Has anyone seized any Reds?" he asked. "We sent 5 Reds to a study class at Wuyang Mine." "How?" "We took them by truck." "Did you beat them?" "If the masses get angry, they might well knock people about a little." "We tied them up with ropes and sent them to the study class." "You can't do that," protested Smart Fan. "That's not in accord with Mao Zedong thought. It violates Communist Party policy. And it makes a lot of trouble for all of us representing you here in Peking. It makes it hard for us to speak. If you continue this way, you had better come here yourself, for I can't represent you anymore." "Well, they are already at the mine. What can I do now?" "Guarantee that it won't happen again," said Smart Fan. Guarantees were hard to enforce. United partisans repeatedly beat up Red faction people after the fighting ended in February 1968. Reds, when they had a chance to retaliate, beat up United faction people in return. Thus violence continued, not out in the open as it had been in December and January, but in secret, behind closed doors, in back alleys and lonely lanes. Army men found the situation hard to police because the army itself had branded hundreds of thousands counter-revolutionary. Every time a new problem arose, victors blamed these class enemies, hauled them before public tribunals, asked them to confess, and beat them if they refused. After February 1968, few people could be found in Southeast Shensi who dared admit that they had been part of Red. They either denied having taken an active part or claimed that they had actually been on the side of United all along. Because so many organizations had split, reversed position, or reversed alliances once, twice or even more times, evasions and denials were easy to sustain. One could always claim to have been on the right side at a certain period regardless of what the real record showed, if it showed anything consistent at all. Given this atmosphere in Changchi and the stubborn impasse in Peking, it seemed unlikely that the two sides could reach any agreement at the study session. Nevertheless, after 6 months, they did finally agree. This was because everyone had a stake in arriving at a compromise. Peking authorities told them that unless they signed a mutually agreed upon document nobody could go home. This was threat indeed. The longer they stayed away from home, the less support they could muster, and this was particularly true of the Reds, whom all the higher levels of leadership held to have been in the wrong, almost from the beginning. If Red leaders could not soon return to Changchi to revive their organization, it would collapse. The pressure from all sides was too great. When news came that two factions from the Xinjiang region of Shensi had come to an agreement and had already left Peking, the delegates from Southeast Shensi made a determined last effort to match the Xinjiang achievement. On August 21, 3 delegates from each side met under the chairmanship of Officer Tien Huaipao, the impartial mediator who considered United to be a correct revolutionary mass movement, while Red was a conspiracy led by Kuomintang agents. Tien Huaipao described the negotiations as follows. We talked, then wrote out what we had agreed on. The participants fought hard over each sentence. Since we could only write down what we all agreed on, we wrote very slowly, sentence by sentence. Wu Haifeng wrote for Red, Han Hai Chang wrote for United, and Secretary Wang, of my office, wrote for the Army. First we had to find a formula that summarized the overall situation and evaluated the two mass organizations in the region. I suggested a sentence that went like this: CHNCOCHUN wormed his way into the Revolutionary Committee, gathered together a handful of counter-revolutionary elements, obstructed Mao Zedong's strategic plan and wrecked the excellent situation in the southeast region. The word handful made trouble. United delegates agreed to use it. Reds disagreed. Doesn't this word handful include all of us, especially those who are here? Asked the Reds. We debated this point for a long time. What it means is, just a few, I said. But they felt, anyway, we are included. So I suggested that we begin the sentence with bad people such as CHNCOCHUN and others. Now you've run us in again, said Wu Haifeng. We fought over this for 2 hours. We didn't rest. We didn't eat. Finally I suggested, bad people, CHNCOCHUN, etc. But they wouldn't agree. We said etc. meant that it was more than CHN. There was Shui Huliang, there was Cao Ke Kung, there was Peichi Lung and Zhen Yao Hsin, to name only the most important bad leaders. Then you have to name them all, they said. Such a list would be too long, we responded. Over and over again we explained that this only meant CHN and other bad people, but they said, in our minds it can also mean us. United delegates said they wouldn't make any further concession on this point. We had to adjourn the meeting. I talked to United separately. Kuo Holiang, Yangchuan County Political Director, talked to the Reds. I finally convinced the United delegates that bad element CHNCOCHUN without any more words would do. The Reds accepted this, so we moved on to the next sentence. I suggested, both factions should support the army. The army in Southeast Shensi was correct in the main in its support the left work. To oppose the army is to oppose our Great Wall of Steel. but the Reds wouldn't agree to correct in the main. They denied the great achievements of our army and opposed that key sentence. Wu Haifeng stood up to tell his family history. He came originally from Shenyang. Because his father couldn't stand the oppression of the Japanese, he took his whole family north to Heilongjiang, where he worked as a hired laborer while his wife worked as a servant. Then Mao Zedong led our army to overthrow the three great mountains, feudalism, bureaucratic capitalism, and imperialism, and liberated the Wu family. Wu had a chance to go to school. Before that he lived a hard life, eating wild vegetables and pumpkins. I ate so many wild vegetables and pumpkins when I was a child that I can't stand the sight of them anymore. So how could I oppose the army? In my heart I don't oppose the army. Then how could you seize weapons from the army? How come your faction killed or wounded 58 soldiers, we asked. Those were worthless trash, bean curd mash soldiers, he said. When we took weapons from army men we had tears in our eyes. What did he mean by all this? He meant that since we didn't support his faction we were wrong. If we had supported him, we would have been right. If not, we were wrong. Another long debate ensued. Finally, when facts could no longer be denied, the Reds reluctantly agreed. The 3,000-word contract took 20 hours to write. But we kept at it until we finished it. In the end there were only 3 people left awake, myself, Wu and Han. I spoke to them and we quarreled. Fat Mao Pei Chung fell asleep on my bed, snored like thunder, and annoyed us. Li Sungyan leaned back in his chair and fell asleep sitting up. Pei Tionglin got up and left. Meng Huaipai fell asleep with his mouth wide open. The saliva ran out over his chin. Every so often he woke up with a jerk and his head hit the wall. The United Delegates sat through the night, bored. They had been hoping for a quick agreement. They had already written congratulatory letters to the people back home and had bought firecrackers for a celebration. Finally, at 7 a.m. on the morning of August 22, 1968, we all signed the agreement. We celebrated with dancing, firecrackers, and noise. Under tremendous pressure from higher authorities in Peking, delegates from Red and United signed an agreement on August 22, but it was 10 days before peace could be celebrated back in Southeast Shensi. Before the document could be declared official, Evergreen Liu, as provincial chairman, had to study and sign it. But for several days, nobody could find Evergreen Liu. Finally, on September 1 he showed up at the Great Western Guest House, and on September 2 gave his approval. Then the delegates returned in triumph to Changchi. All the leaders of the city and the region, at the head of a crowd of 10,000 citizens, came to the station to welcome them home. They brought enough cars to seat all 30 of the negotiators and give them a triumphal ride through the city. But when the speeches were over and the officials moved to get into the cars, it turned out that all but one of the Red delegates had already disappeared. They had climbed into Huaihai Arsenal cars and driven off to Red headquarters. They were afraid, not without reason, of bodily harm. Their crimes as fighters and factionalists had received wide publicity and they felt safe only among trusted comrades. The motorcade was supposed to terminate at the sports ground with a mass rally, but because most of the Red delegates had ducked out, the organizers of the reception postponed the rally until the next day. On September 3, 10,000 people showed up at the sports ground, but the whole affair had to be low in key because, once again, most of the Red delegates and leaders failed to appear even though United officials had invited each of them personally. Still afraid they would be physically attacked, they stayed away in droves. The army insisted on appointing Red leaders to join their United counterparts on a carry-out the Alliance Agreement Committee, but after 2 days the chief Red representative, Meng Huaipai, ran away and was not heard from again for more than half a year. The new Grand Alliance was off to a very shaky start. 9. Decline and fall of Liu and Chang. While peace talks continued to go forward in Peking, commanders Hsi and Tzao of the 69th Army tried in various ways to get Red refugees to return to Southeast Shensi. THIRD estimated that the total number of runaways exceeded 6,000. The biggest single group settled in Taiyuan, the provincial capital, but quite a few found shelter in Siang County, where no fighting ever developed, or in Shijiakwang, on the Hopi Plain, where food and work tended to be more plentiful. Another sizable group ended up in Far Tientsin. Most of its members were leaders and activists from the Red-led mass organization at the Taihang Saw Blade Works, a plant that had moved to Changchi City from Tientsin with most of its workers and staff in the early 60s. A few Reds, representing a variety of plants and units, hung about Peking to contest the verdict passed on CHNCOCHUN by the Central Committee and to make the best possible case for their side. Other individuals scattered through various counties in Shensi where Allied units, outspoken supporters of Evergreen Lu, still had forces in being. Li Yingkui charged that they planned to organize new armed units, make or seize weapons, and at some point in the future mount a counter-attack on the southeast region, an attack they would advertise as liberation. In midsummer, 1968, CNTZO sent Commander Li Yingkui and the labor hero Li Sun-ta on a wide-ranging trip to find and talk to Red militants in exile and persuade them to return home. These two took along a staff of 20, an indication of the size of the problem. They called their expedition the Welcome Home Task Force. The task force had some success. It met with Red leaders everywhere, handed out grain tickets, food, money, and railroad tickets, and guaranteed safe conduct to all returnees. But often, at the last minute, people who had agreed to go home refused. This happened on a mass scale in Taiyuan, where the two lists distributed some 50,000 caddies worth of grain tickets, 40,000 yuan in cash, and free rail tickets by the hundreds. A large group of people assembled at the station. But just before the train pulled out they suddenly changed their minds. "Don't get on," they called to each other. "There's fighting down there. If we go back we'll surely be killed." They threw their rail tickets away and ran out of the station. Later, army officers saw many of these same people marching in a mass demonstration calling for the overthrow of Tzao Chungnan, vice commander of the 69th Army. Li blamed their intransigence on rebellious Red leaders still able to mislead the unsophisticated. When the task force reached Peking, Commander Li and labor hero Li Sun-ta arranged to talk to the delegates of both factions who were still engaged in the long drawn-out peace talks. They planned to report on the stable condition of the southeast region and urge the delegates to resolve their differences quickly and come home soon. The report meeting never materialized. When the united delegates assembled to greet Commander Li, the Reds refused to budge from their rooms. Section head Tzui went to bring them out but they wouldn't come. A secretary Wang tried his hand at persuasion, but to no avail. Finally Officer Tien Huaipao went in person and spoke to each delegate individually, but none of them would leave his quarters. In the end Commander Li and Li Sun-ta had to make a separate visit to the Reds. The episode ended in a confrontation. Tien Huaipao described what happened. "The two Lis and I met all the delegates in one room. Wu Haifeng, a primary school teacher at the Huaihai Arsenal, spoke up. He was a short little man with eyes like a mouse. Let him so much as wink an eye, some devil's idea is sure to come out of his mouth. He stuttered badly but always managed to utter very logical words. He had the power to move people with his speeches, very persuasive. He said, 'We have already been away from home for several months. We miss our homes and our families. We worry about the fate of our comrades. We thank you for coming with news from home, but we can't attend any meetings. We have been charged with so many serious crimes. We can't bear the weight of them and we can't bear the weight of the hat that has been put on our heads.' To this Commander Li responded sternly, 'The hat of a counter-revolutionary was not put on you by the army, the Revolutionary Committee, or the United Faction. You earned it by your actions. Mao Zedong says, if you have made mistakes, correct them and everything will be all right. Since you put the hat where it is by bad acts in the past, you can remove it by good acts in the future. They greeted this statement with silence. The next to speak up was Wang Changyi. In the spring of 1968 his unit had raided a neighboring brigade and seized 20,000 yuan, new clothes from the tailor shop, 1,000 caddies worth of grain tickets and 2 pigs, already slaughtered and ready for the New Year feast. As Wang's men made off with their loot, brigade militiamen gave chase. They killed Wang's brother with machine gun fire. "You directed violent fighting throughout the region," said Wang to Commander Li accusingly. "Your forces killed my brother, and they killed Little Yao and Big Shang." As Wang spoke he lost his temper and began to shout. All 15 delegates jumped up and surrounded the 3 of us. They cursed and screamed. Saliva from their mouths sprayed our faces. They gave us no chance to answer back. We had to get out. The strong reaction from the Red delegates in Peking and the reluctance of Red activists everywhere to return to Changchi were understandable. In Southeast Shanxi United, backed up by the army, insisted on treating Red partisans as conquered foe. Red had signed a peace agreement, not a surrender document, but that didn't seem to make any difference. While the fighting was still going on, the army blamed them for starting it. Now that the fighting was over, the army blamed them for having prolonged it. All the violent incidents that had occurred in the course of fighting, if only they could be blamed on the Reds, the army tallied as crimes. Equivalent acts initiated by United the army overlooked. One notorious case involved a certain Pan Wenheng, a well-known killer in the ranks of United. As soon as the factions declared peace, the Revolutionary Committee dominated by Li Yingkui appointed him to a regional post. When thousands protested, Li transferred him to the generator plant. There, once protests died down, the factory committee recruited him into the Communist Party and made him a management cadre. Workers on the floor complained to no avail. In promoting Pan, the factory committee had followed orders from above. In 1976, with Commander Li Yingkui in disgrace, regional authorities arrested Pan as a murderer. His comrades denounced the arrest as a reversal of the Cultural Revolution, and a number of them went to Taiyuan to protest. They helped kidnap the new provincial governor, Wang Xiaqin. While the party leaders busied themselves recruiting Pan and promoting him to a leading post in industry, they expelled at least 100 Red city cadres from the party, removed them from their posts, and sent them down to labor in the countryside as ordinary team members in rural brigades. They did not allow these expelled cadres to settle in brigades administered by Changchi City or to return to the city on any pretext. They had to find homes in outlying counties and stay there, a form of local exile. These 100 were the lucky ones. The regional committee charged most prominent Red leaders with counter-revolution. A national meeting of the steel processing and arsenal industry, held in Shanxi on August 16, 1968, served as a forum for settling accounts with the high command of the Red faction, most of whom had served as workers or cadres in the Huaihai arsenal. The organizers of the meeting directed 6 key Reds to appear before mass audiences for repudiation, then ordered them to cease all factional activity or face the consequences. After the meeting adjourned, they turned the 6 over to the regional court for trial and punishment. Most of the punishments meted out were severe. Xue Huliang, an arsenal cadre who had sworn to uphold CHNCOCHUan, come what may, neither sentenced nor released, but held indefinitely pending further investigations. Cao Kai-kung, former party secretary of the Huaihai arsenal, removed from office during the 4 Clean movement, later appointed to a new leading post. His worst mistake was that he married the adopted daughter of the famous Shanxi leader Po Yipo. This made him a prime target regardless of his record in any other respect, condemned as a renegade, sentenced to 20 years in prison. Hao Chengshang, a worker who had risen to the post of director of the Huaihai arsenal, sentenced to life imprisonment. Chao Chnun, a former worker, leader of the mass movement in the plant and the man who assumed direction of the whole Red faction after CHNCOCHUan went into hiding in December 1967, sentenced to death, shot by firing squad. Ho Xiaokan, a former cadre, once jailed for stealing, and a Red activist throughout the struggle, sentenced to death, shot by firing squad. Luzhou, charged with burning the wheat in the State Grain Company warehouse, after artillery fire set the wheat aflame, shot by firing squad. The court meted out stiff sentences only to Reds who stood by their comrades. They gave lenient treatment to Reds who recanted. One of these was Wu Haifeng. At the August 16 meeting he turned on his shopmates and denounced them, thus earning a post in the new administration. Another turnabout was Chang Tian-Tsai. He had served as CHN Yuan's personal secretary. He knew every detail of CHN's career as a regional leader. After CHN ran away he saw the light, denounced his former boss, and made himself valuable enough to the prosecution to earn a position as vice director of the Regional Financial Bureau. He also earned a seat on the standing committee of the Regional Party Committee. Said Li Yingkui of this Chang, he turned over. He attacked CHN Yuan, so we trust him. Li Yingkui learned to trust several other members of the standing committee of the Red faction who turned state's evidence. He assigned Wang Xinqi, a medical student, to a doctor's practice, gave Kuo Tianqing, another medical student, a post in Shanghai Yuan Hospital, and sent Chang Zhejian, a political worker in a railroad construction unit, to serve in the Railroad Construction Command Post, Building 3202. Said Li Yingkui, it's not a crime to make mistakes. It is only necessary to correct them. Those who come over to us are okay. This is Mao Zedong's line and it helps develop production. He talked of such matters as if he were expounding profound proletarian ethical principles which Chinese communists had learned from Mao Zedong while the rest of the world wallowed in bourgeois moral turpitude, knowing only how to punish and not how to forgive, knowing only how to destroy and not how to use erstwhile enemies who recanted. Sensitive to the charge that his administration might be partisan in any way, Li Yingkui went out of his way to prove that he had dispensed justice even-handedly. He cited the case of one notorious United Chief of Staff in Kaoping County. This man had once been an officer in Yan Shishan's provincial army. On the basis of this military experience he had taken the lead when fighting engulfed Kaoping. He had personally killed a number of people and had been tried and executed for his crimes. Commander Li recalled one or two other cases of nameless smashers and grabbers on the United side who received punishment, but these exceptions only seemed to confirm the rule that he reserved punishments primarily for Reds. Little wonder, then, that large numbers of Reds preferred to keep their distance and even threw away the free railroad tickets that Li Yingkui and Li Sun-ta journeyed far and wide to hand out. In 1968 thousands of people from southeast Shanxi were able to travel to other parts of the province and find temporary refuge, primarily because factional strife was on the rise everywhere they went and old allies welcomed them as reinforcements. Peace prevailed only in the southeast, where the 69th Army had suppressed all fighting, in the northwest, where a stable leading group had managed to maintain unity at the top, and in Siang County, where labor hero CHN Yongki, forewarned by Premier Zhou Enlai, never let fighting get started. Everywhere else confrontations between mass organizations linked to Evergreen Lu on one side and to Commander Chang Erching on the other had developed into open armed fighting. Young militants with a commitment to Evergreen Lu, such as the Red refugees from Changchi, were a tremendous asset to the Red General Station in Taiyuan headed by old Dare Yang. He saw to it that they received food, clothes, arms, and training. Evergreen Lu and old Dare Yang had to begin worrying seriously about the isolation of their forces when the popular Yuan Chen, of Anshan Constitution fame, deserted them. Yuan's desertion occurred in October 1967, while Evergreen Lu was traveling in southeast Shanxi trying to promote his 7-point unity program. With Chairman Lu on safari, Yuan Chen came out with a 10-point plan for a grand alliance in the province. Lu, taken by surprise, denounced Yuan's plan as a great mishmash of reaction. The denunciation so angered Yuan Chen that he immediately switched sides, came out in support of Chang Erching, and carried student Lu Hao's Revolutionary Rebel Regiment with him. This grand switch brought Shenxi's two main student-led organizations together for the first time since they marched home victoriously from the villas at the Qinzhou in 1966. On November 8, 1967, they formed a new joint organization called the Regiment Liaison Station and chose Yuan Chen's wife as their political director. The merger brought the prestige of the student majority, with all its nationwide ties, onto Commander Chang's side. As Lu Hao put it, the regiment's correct politics, joined by the liaison station's masterful essays, now confront the Red General Station's smashing and robbing. He did not mention, though he could hardly have failed to note, that the merger also gave Chang, for the first time, an edge in the number of people who could be brought out on the street. The loss of major student support in Taiyuan occurred only a few weeks before the 69th Army crushed the Red faction, Liu's only prop in the southeast. The new study meeting called by the Central Committee for Shenxi cadres in Peking constituted a third grievous blow. Premier Zhou called all the key leaders of both factions to the capital in May, 1968, for study sessions designed to end factionalism, and held them there until mid-September, almost 5 long months later. While these sessions lasted, Zhou entrusted power in Shenxi to the commanders of the 69th Army, Xi Chenhua and Tizao Chengnan. These two claimed to be working for unity on the basis of Mao Zedong thought, but in fact all their sympathies lay with political director Chang Erching, their old comrade from the Peking military district. The longer they ran Shenxi, the less chance Evergreen Lu and Old Dare Yang had of salvaging any position at all. When the renewed Shenxi study sessions began in Peking, fighting still plagued the streets of Taiyuan. Vice Commander Tizao called Old Dare Yang and the student leader Tiyuan Licheng back to the city to patch up a truce between their rival mass organizations. After several weeks of study and negotiation, Old Dare and Tiyuan signed a truce, whereupon they went back to Peking once more. Commander Tizao then printed up hundreds of thousands of copies of 2 Central Committee orders against armed fighting, and put 10,000 soldiers to work handing them out in various trouble spots in the hinterland. Tizao's tactics proved effective. Fighting began to die down and some contenders began to hand in their arms. In South Shenxi, Central Shenxi, and in the capital city of Taiyuan, fighting citizens turned over some 10,000 rifles, 100 artillery pieces and 100,000 rounds of ammunition to the army. The overall effect of this was to disarm Evergreen Liu's forces while leaving arms in the hands of Director Chang's forces. The authorities considered the latter to be legitimate arms in the hands of militia units. Old Dare found it impossible to sit quietly in Peking while this process went on. Twice he climbed over the wall of the hostel to which he had been assigned and made his way back to Taiyuan to regroup his forces. The first time Kang Sheng, advisor to the Central Cultural Revolution Group, and head of security nationally, sent a special plane after him and brought him back. The second time Kang Sheng threatened to tie him up if he caught him, so he came back by himself. According to Commander Tizao, by late September the army had almost succeeded in pacifying Shenxi. People had tired of the endless violence. They were beginning to understand that it had been provoked, in the main, by bad people, by ambitious schemers and counter-revolutionaries with ulterior motives. A big alliance wind began to blow as unity agreements were signed at the grassroots level, in communes, factories, and schools. In Taiyuan alone 30 units a day were signing pacts to create alliances. But in October Evergreen Lu, Old Dare Yang, Political Director Chang, and the student firebrands Tiyuan Licheng and Lu Hao all returned to Taiyuan. In Peking they had signed a series of pacts eschewing violence and promising peace. But they had not been at home more than 20 days when fighting broke out once more in many parts of Shenxi. Late in 1968 neither side enjoyed the mass support that each had earlier taken for granted. Lu Hao, who had once been able to muster 1,000 truckloads of enthusiasts with one phone call, could now rouse only a few hundred. Old Dare Yang, who had once been able to call out 300,000 to 400,000 demonstrators, could now count on only 30,000 to 40,000. Since it was Old Dare and Evergreen Lu who experienced the sharpest decline in all-around support, they launched a series of desperate actions to recoup prestige and influence. The first of these came to be known as the Shenxi Daily Incident. On November 24, 1968, Yang's Dare-to-Dies, with 10,000 members of the Red General Station held in reserve, surrounded the Shenxi Daily newspaper plant, rushed the building, and seized a handful of army men who had been assigned to protect the paper and supervise its editorial content. Since the Shenxi Daily was already in the hands of men who reported to Evergreen Lu, this whole action appeared to be irrational. But that was a simplistic, one-sided view. What Old Dare had in mind, according to his opponents, was to seize the army contingent, mistreat its members, and thus provoke a counterattack from the 69th Army in the city. His forces could then appeal to the populace as victims of army intervention and revive some of the spirit of 1967 when people rose up en masse to challenge the power of the gun with 10,000 stalwarts in reserve. Old Dare also hoped to repulse the army counterattack with a surprise counterattack of his own. Whether or not this was what Yang intended, the incident developed in a different direction entirely. The provocation failed to rouse the army. No confrontation with troops materialized. Instead, student Tiyuan Licheng's Red Rebels mobilized their full strength and surrounded their hated rivals in the streets around a newspaper plant. As this confrontation developed to the brink of all-out war, the army rushed several commanders in to mediate. After 10 days of tense negotiations, both sides began to withdraw. Old Dare's men agreed to evacuate the Shenxi Daily buildings, and Tiyuan Licheng's men agreed not to launch a counterattack upon them. Thus, both sides narrowly averted a civil war of the sort that had engulfed Changqi earlier in the year. Old Dare gave a bizarre reason for his all-out assault on the newspaper headquarters: missing ideographs. Much of the content of the paper consisted of reprints from the People's Daily in Peking. On this particular day, the headline in the Peking paper read Mao Zedong, Lin Piao, and Zhou Enlai. Reprinting this, the Shenxi Daily left out the "and," thus placing Zhou Enlai on an equal footing with the other two. In the body of the article, a second typesetting mistake replaced one ideograph with another of doubtful meaning. These two printing errors, according to Old Dare, constituted a serious political incident, and he held the 26 army supervisors responsible. How anyone could take seriously such minor changes in typesetting is hard to imagine. But there is in China an abiding fetishism about the printed word that leads to extraordinary interpretations concerning the placement, form, true meaning, and intent of any ideograph. It is as if words on a page possess a life of their own, and indeed, with several thousand years of history behind them, they almost invariably do so. The way any individual reader understands a word is influenced by scores of cultural echoes that previous use has engendered, and all these echoes have political implications that can be elaborated into major challenges that the writer never had the capacity even to imagine. Such is the power of symbols in Chinese life. Symbols of an exotic sort were responsible for real fighting that broke out only a few days later between the same forces that confronted each other before the newspaper office. This time conflict arose over a shipment of wax mangoes en route from Peking to Taiyuan. To the people of Shenxi, the mangoes came laden with significance. The original mangoes had been given to Chairman Mao by the Pakistani ambassador as a present. Mao received them at about the time the Peking workers' propaganda team, 30,000 strong, succeeded in pacifying the campus at Tsinghua University, after suffering 5 killed and 750 wounded at the hands of the university's most militant student defenders. Mao sent the mangoes as a token of appreciation to the propaganda team, which had refrained from using violent methods in spite of extreme provocation and had finally subdued the campus by staying power, persuasive argument, and sheer weight of numbers. Thereafter mangoes became a national symbol of truce, peace, unity, and great alliance between opposing factions. The Central Committee sent wax models of the original mangoes, symbolic fruit-bearing, as it were, Mao's blessing, wherever people brought fighting to an end and managed to patch up some sort of alliance between mass organizations. After the Shenxi Daily incident, alliance became the talk of the town in Taiyuan. The two sides drew up an agreement on paper and set a day for a mass rally. The Central Committee duly sent off a shipment of wax mangoes by rail from Peking. Unfortunately, Evergreen Liu's forces, and especially Old Dare Yang, deeply resented the conditions laid down in the proposed agreement. Old Dare decided to protest the agreement, disrupt the rally, and possibly usurp Mao's blessing by intercepting the mangoes. He dispatched an armed force to Shijiaquan, the main railroad junction that was the gateway to Shanxi, in time to waylay the Peking train. But the army got wind of the impending raid and surrounded the wax fruit with a superior force. A strong armed escort then accompanied the mangoes to Taiyuan and turned them over to the new Provincial Revolutionary Committee at a rally attended by hundreds of thousands who poured out on the streets in a festive mood. Having failed to seize the mangoes in Shijiaquan, Old Dare decided to try once more in Taiyuan. He mobilized hundreds of trucks and without warning sent his forces to surround and attack the meeting. What had been billed as a celebration of unity turned into an all-out battle for mangoes on the streets of Taiyuan. In the course of the battle at least 100 people were badly wounded. Old Dare failed to seize the symbolic fruit, but he did successfully destroy the alliance the fruit arrived to celebrate. Desperate attacks such as these sowed disillusionment with Evergreen Liu, and more particularly with the smashing and robbing that had become the trademark of Old Dare Yang, Liu's military commander. People were already disillusioned with Director Chang Erching, who always rejected shared power in his drive for supremacy. As for Yuan Chen, who shifted his forces from one side to the other, the less said the better. It became clear to millions that these men were not fighting for any principles at all but only for personal power. A saying arose. Lu kping pu ping, Lu the just is not just. Chang krching puching, Chang the clear is not clear. Yuan Chen pu Chen. Yuan the able is not able. In each case the saying turned that element in the man's given name that was most laudatory into a negative that demonstrated the dissatisfaction of the people. Popular disenchantment, however, did not have much effect on the militant core around each of these men. Just as, on the campus at Tsinghua University in July 1968, a few hundred students on each side battled for supremacy with homemade tanks and rockets long after the majority of students, staff, and faculty had fled the scene, so in late 1968, a few fanatic activists continued trials of strength on the streets even though they could rally only a fraction of the mass support they once took for granted. They gathered around themselves a motley assortment of brawlers, ruffians, misfits, and common criminals for whom fighting was a way of life, a chance to loot, rape and bash people, and perhaps even end up as heroes. Whenever decisive battles loomed, leaders on both sides, like the counts and barons of medieval Europe, augmented their ranks by hiring reinforcements. They paid peasants $2 a day plus a regular grain ration for armed service, and this was at least twice, and sometimes 3 times, as much as the same young men could earn working in the fields. Medievalism also raised its head when it came to the treatment of captives. In 1977 stories still circulated in Taiyuan about interrogators who cut and burned women's breasts or crucified male victims by nailing them to compound walls, a spike through the palm of each hand, and left them there to die. Another form of slow death was called hot beef. Factional sadists placed their victims between steel plates that they slowly drew together by tightening nuts on bolts that joined the two sides. Once they had tightened the plates to all but unbearable pressure, they heated them with acetylene torches. Thus torturers improved techniques handed down from ancient times with the technology of a modern age. As 1969 began, rumors of an impending National Party Congress gave new impetus to factional confrontation. Whoever controlled the province could control the selection of Congress delegates and thus consolidate a political network that would last for years. On January 5 Liu's forces issued a call for the overthrow of the Shanxi Revolutionary Committee, where power had to be shared with Director Chang and his lieutenants, and for the establishment of a new committee composed of revolutionaries, Liu's die-hard constituents. Old Dare Yang drafted and distributed the statement. He aimed it at commanders He and Tzao of the 69th Army, accused them of carrying out a new February current, and called on the people to rise up and smash their plot. The Central Committee in Peking, already highly suspicious of Old Dare, denounced this January 5 seize power statement as counter-revolutionary. Its denunciation was tantamount to calling Old Dare Yang a counter-revolutionary element and seriously undermined Evergreen Liu and his whole movement. Mao's wife, Chiang Kai-shing, had already publicly denounced the miner Liang Pao-kai and the chemical plant executive N.K., to whom Liu had given arms at Yangchuan, as troublemakers and bad eggs. Now she suggested that Liu's forces in the provincial capital had linked up with the notorious May 16 counter-revolutionary conspiracy. Evergreen Liu's forces responded to this provocation by going on the offensive militarily. As Shensi cadres gathered to choose delegates for the 9th Party Congress, fighting broke out in several central districts. On April 1, as the Shensi delegates joined the formal sessions of the Congress in Peking, the fighting spread and intensified. The opposition charged that Liu was using armed conflict as a form of pressure on the Congress. Liu, on his part, hurled the charges back. Many ordinary citizens hoped that the 9th Congress, billed as a Congress of Unity and Transformation, would find a way to solve the Shensi problem, but the forces attacking and counter-attacking in the field seemed to be saying, "You can't solve anything in Peking, you have to deal with us here." The Congress met and adjourned, but fighting in Shensi raged on unchecked. Appalled, Premier Zhou Enlai asked the Shensi delegates to stay on in Peking until they resolved their differences. He wanted them to draw up an agreement in the capital, then enforce a ceasefire as soon as they returned home. Once again the Premier's effort proved fruitless. Both sides talked well. They promised to form grand alliances when they got back to Shensi, but when they finally arrived on the scene no alliances materialized, only more warfare. The most serious clashes developed in Qixia County and at Liangtu Mine. In both cases Evergreen Liu's forces held the town, as they had in the southeast, while Director Chang's forces held the surrounding hills. Zhou Enlai asked the members of the provincial corps leading group to go together into the contested territory and negotiate truces on the spot. They formed an 11-man truce team but had little success. When the team demanded that both sides cease firing and hand their weapons over to local army units, neither side would do so. At Qixia Chang Erching said, "My people are outnumbered. How can they be the first to disarm?" At Liangtu Mine Chang said, "With those people holding the town how can we come out of the mountains without guns?" Arguments proliferated endlessly and even split the corps leading group of the provinces. Its members could not sit down together without fierce quarreling. He and Tizao claimed that they gave even-handed support to all peace efforts and criticized disruption from whatever the source without fear or favor, but nothing worked. After a month of full-time ceasefire agitation, the fighting continued as fiercely as ever. Finally the Central Committee in Peking decided on drastic action. The Premier called Evergreen Liu, Director Chang and Yuan Chen back to the capital, temporarily suspended them from office, and appointed 7 new members, 4 army officers and 3 civilians, to the Shensi Corps leading group. On the surface, the reorganization strengthened neutrality. Actually, it completed a power play that shoved Evergreen Liu's forces aside and packed the group with sympathetic allies or outright supporters of Director Chang. The 4 army men, Xiaoshuan Qin, Wang Qiping, Hsu Liang and Lu Kaoping, were all officers of the Peking Army District, hence colleagues of Chang Erching's. 3 of them were from the 69th Army that had always supported him. As for the 3 civilians, Li Sun-ta, the labor hero from West Gully, was a well-known supporter of the united faction in the southeast. Wang Li, the miner from Yangchuan, had a reputation as an independent, but nevertheless bitterly opposed Evergreen Liu. Han Ying, a cadre from the coal mines at Tadung, had never taken sides, but he had no trouble working closely with commanders He and Tizao, thus helping to impose their pro-Chang outlook on the whole province. The reorganization of Shensi's corps leading group, imposed from above, received support on July 23, 1969, from a special Central Committee order directed at Shensi. The order was similar to those issued a year earlier to stop fighting in Shensi and Quaichao. It demanded, in the name of the party's highest body, an end to all fighting and the surrender of all weapons. The army printed it up in hundreds of thousands of copies, distributed it throughout the province by every available means, and dropped it over contested areas by helicopter. For the full text of the order, see Simon Lee's The Chairman's New Clothes, pages 192-95. The July 23 order brought results. Within 2 weeks the army collected over 60,000 guns and artillery pieces. Slowly the situation improved. An August 28 directive from the Central Committee in Peking, calling on the Chinese people to prepare for possible invasion from the north, played a unifying role. By October 1969, it became possible to form a great alliance from below. The new core leading group members, all of whom leaned to one side, worked well together. The PLA troops under their direction imposed and vigorously upheld ceasefires, then stepped in as leading members of grand alliances at all levels. 3 months after the removal of Liu, Chang, and Yuan from office in Shensi, the army succeeded in pacifying the whole province and production began to revive in mines and mills that had been all but shut down for months, even years. By the spring of 1970, when the Shensi Provincial Party Committee finally re-established its authority, neither Evergreen Liu nor Director Chang nor Yuan Chen got a single vote. The next National Congress of the party dropped Liu and Chang from the Central Committee, on which the former had served as a full member and the latter as an alternate for years. When Evergreen Liu lost his exalted office, old Dare Yang fell from grace. He first lost his post as a standing committee member of the Shensi Provincial Revolutionary Committee. A few months later the army arrested him and put him on trial as a counter-revolutionary. Finally, in October 1970, he was executed by firing squad in a rocky orchard on the road to the famous temple at Chinza southwest of Taiyuan. The Central Committee approved the death sentence imposed on Yang after it had been discussed by local leading bodies throughout Shensi. 99% of the cadres polled voted for execution. "Some people whose mistakes are small can be remolded," said Commander Tzao. But this man had too much blood on his hands. Only a few close followers asked for a stay of execution for him, so we carried out his sentence without delay. These words were spoken in 1971, but because the whole pacification procedure had been so flagrantly one-sided they could not be accepted at face value. In the ensuing years many verdicts had to be reversed. In 1977, after the fall of the Gang of Four, I learned that both Xi and Tzao had been charged with factionalism and transferred from Shensi. I then asked once more about old Dare Yang. Had he been framed or did he get the sentence he deserved? The answer, even then, was that Yang Chengshio, commander of the Dare to Dies, had earned his execution. A fascinating character, this Yang. A journeyman worker, boss of a small gang of bullies, he suddenly vaulted by virtue of ability, audacity, and ruthlessness to the forefront of a great province. In the power vacuum created by the collapse of the provincial government he parlayed a handful of dare-to-dies into an army of 40,000 and a mass movement of 400,000. He commandeered trucks by the thousands, put armed squads on wheels, assembled a headquarters staff and a communications center capable of monitoring the nation, hired secretaries, procured concubines. Yang, it must be admitted, was a veritable Tzao of the modern age. With a few changes the words used by Bolish to describe daredevils of the kind that brought the Han dynasty down, transforming China in one generation, from a powerful empire into one vast cemetery, could well sum up the steelworker's career. Now it was the military who came into their own, adventurers, swashbucklers, condottieri, and military leaders of all kinds. With their bands of starving and ragged mercenaries, vagabonds, criminals, landless peasants, jobless intellectuals who had come down in the world, men of every variety, with neither creed nor code, they roamed about with their bands of freebooters, pillaging now one province, now another. If they were lucky, they succeeded in seizing some fortress or town left standing and used it as a springboard for the next step toward victory. 8. Abolish Chinese civilization and bureaucracy, trans. H. M. Wright, ed. Arthur Wright, p. 194. Reviewing Yang's life, bizarre images flash through the mind. Yang, rifle in hand, picks off poster pasting rivals, one shot, one corpse. Yang, losing patience, orders a defiant captive thrown from a third-story window. Yang, sporting dark glasses, tailor-made shirt, and tropical shorts, speeds down a broad peaking avenue in Ting Lei's limousine. Yang, addicted to the high life, swims in an exclusive peaking pool, then dines on shark's fins and sea slugs at a mess reserved for commanding officers at the Great Western Guest House. Yang, breaking out of a study session, climbs over the compound wall and makes his way home to Taiyuan to revitalize his private army. Yang, apprehended, returns to Peking in a plane sent after him by Chiang Sheng, Grey Eminence of China's internal security. Had he been on the winning side, he might now be a leading official of Shanxi, perhaps even of all China. Losing, he became a vile bandit, fit only for a bullet in the head. What medieval forces, in confluence, produced such a man? And how widespread was their influence? If adventurers of the Yang Xiao type are any indication, their influence must have permeated a large part of the body politic, for once the Cultural Revolution broke out, numerous old dares flashed across the dark, chaotic firmament of the hinterland, like shooting stars, each blazing to astonishing brightness before fading away or suffering asphyxiation in the void. The extraordinary careers of such people had their roots in powerful centrifugal impulses, provincial, regional, local, clan and sect, that survived after 1949 and constantly renewed themselves in spite of persistent efforts from the center to suppress and annihilate them. On such impulses factionalism fed and prospered, taking advantage of every rivalry, grievance, and blood feud left over by history. But from the record in Shanxi it seems clear that impulses from below would not have generated significant momentum, and would certainly never have driven an entire province to virtual civil war, had they not been fanned from above in each instance and, what is more, consistently provoked and cultivated from the very top by powerful individuals inside the Central Committee of the party who were themselves contending for supreme power. By their contention these individuals succeeded in undermining all the normal processes of government and all normal political and social arrangements, whether at the center or on the farthest reaches of the land. Circle by circle, layer by layer, they pulled a large proportion of the population of China into the maelstrom whose dizzy spirals they helped to create but in the end found no way to control. The outline history of the Cultural Revolution in Shanxi province that we were able to assemble, incomplete, confused and biased as it proved to be when presented by such active protagonists as Li Yingkui and Tzao Chengnan, gave us some basis at last for understanding, if not condoning, the strange happenings of 1967-68 in Longbao village itself, when the Defend Mao Zedong thought platoon helped arrest, beat and drive into exile the leaders of Petrol and Shankan Ridge. Once we understood Longbao's strategic importance as the headquarters of the whole united faction in the region, and understood also the scale and ferocity of the civil war that local factionalism unleashed, we could understand how young men raised in adjacent alleys by uniformly poor peasant parents, recruited into one party branch by a single group of admiring peers, and elected to office by the same fraternal neighbors, might end up mortal enemies and find themselves one freezing winter night in a dimly lit room at the local middle school, split into two groups, one a handful of blindfolded prisoners defying their inquisitors, the other a handful of hard-faced guards acting as accomplices to the Inquisition. Part 9. Never forget class struggle. Some people say that the Chinese people are passionately fond of peace. I don't think they are so fond of it. The Chinese people are pugnacious. Mao Zedong, July 1967. 1. Get Little Shen. As the sun set one winter evening in January, 1968, armed detachments gathered on the grounds of the Luen Middle School in the center of Longbao. Young militiamen from Anyang and Wiang, workers from the railroad shops across the highway and peasants from Longbao village crossed paths in silence. Over their shoulders, in lethal disarray, hung rifles, fully loaded cartridge belts and slings of hand grenades. Willing hands lifted machine guns and boxes of ammunition onto truck beds, some of which already carried mounted guns that could swivel full circle. Once the darkness became total, at least 30 truck engines sprang to life, propelling as many heavily laden vehicles onto the highway leading south. Half an hour later firing began at the edge of Changchi City, a staccato burst, a scattered response, another burst, then a more sustained response. Soon the sounds of battle merged into an ominous roar that only the giant crusher at the local cement plant could rival. Now and then the thunder of a grenade broke through above the tumult. In a well-built house at the southern edge of Longbao several men sat quietly, listening to the cacophony in the distance. They exchanged words sparingly. Suddenly the door flew open, propelled by a blow from a rifle butt. 3 men, bayonets fixed, stormed into the house. Behind them pressed 5 more. Another dozen, all armed to the teeth, milled around the dark courtyard outside. "Who is Shenfan Tsai?" asked the leader, a stranger to Longbao. "I am," said Shen, standing up. As he rose he recognized 2 Longbao cotters, Swiftly and Fast Chin, and several other members of the brigade's militia unit. "Put your hands at your side," ordered the leader. Little Shen put his hands down. Militiamen bound them behind his back with wire. When his companions also dropped their hands the intruders wired them tightly, then marched their captives to the primary school and locked them in separate rooms. 2 men stood guard while the core of the arresting party went off to eat. When the men came back they blindfolded the prisoners with hand towels, then dragged them across the village to the middle school grounds, where they secured the makeshift blindfolds with gauze and adhesive tape. Several men took Little Shen to an isolated chamber and began to beat him with the fan belt of a truck. They beat him until he fainted, then half dragged, half pushed him to a cold cubicle on the west side of the compound, where 2 strangers mounted guard over him until morning. The next day several middle school students came to get the battered sidelines cotter. They reinforced his blindfold with cloth and tape, then pulled him by the hair into a big gallery where many men stood in a circle, rifles in hand. They knocked him back and forth among them with their rifle butts until he fainted. When he came to his senses, they pulled him to a standing position and beat him from above with strands of number 8 wire bound at one end to form a whip. The wire ripped his light padded jacket to shreds and cut deeply into his neck and shoulders. Although the only voices he heard belonged to students, he could tell there were other people present by the sounds of heavy breathing that came from all sides. He felt certain that Swiftly was among them. His captors demanded that he turn over his handgun. "What handgun? I never had one." "How can I turn over what I never had?" groaned Little Shen. The more he denied owning a gun, the more his captors beat him. That night he lost consciousness 3 times. Finally, at 2 o'clock in the morning they dragged him back to the same cold cubicle and left him under guard to get some sleep if sleep he could. The incident that triggered this fratricidal confrontation in Longbao was the January 16 ambush in Changchi. When armed men of the Red faction kidnapped labor hero Li Sun Ta, his colleagues of the provincial committee and scores of other cotters, and took them to the Huaihai arsenal as prisoners, the united faction responded by mobilizing for an all-out assault on Changchi City. As the leaders mobilized they decided they must take measures to secure the safety of their headquarters. They ordered commune and brigade cotters to arrest and interrogate anyone suspected of past loyalty or ties to Red. They enforced this order vigorously in Longbao village because the Luen Middle School had long been integrated into the United Command Post, situated in the railroad shops across the tracks. On January 24, in spite of stepped-up security measures, an alarming incident occurred at the middle school, confirming everyone's worst fears about infiltration and sabotage. In mid-afternoon a hand grenade came flying over the north wall of the huge compound. It landed near the kitchen. Fortunately for those inside, the grenade was a dud, it failed to go off. Nobody got killed, nobody even got hurt. Nevertheless, the bouncing grenade badly frightened everyone. Were there Reds living right beside the United headquarters? If so, it was time to clean them out. The leaders of United called in swiftly, Party Secretary of the Longbow Brigade, and Fast Chin, the militia captain. Are there any Reds in Longbow? Yes. Who are they? The members of Petrol and Shankin Ridge. Better round them up. Bring them here and we'll question them. Can't you send anyone with us? Ask swiftly. We'll send 8 men. Better hurry before something worse happens. United headquarters quickly organized an armed group made up of 8 men from United and a dozen or so from Longbow's Defend Mao Zedong Thought Platoon. The latter contingent included swiftly, Fast Chin, the notorious rascal Whiskers Shen, the street brawler Splayfoot Tseng and other stalwarts of the local militia. The group went straight to Little Shen's house and arrested every man found there, Little Shen himself, the head of Petrol, Kuo Ming En, the head of Shankin Ridge, Zhou Laifu, rank and file members of both organizations like Hui Tenkei, Yang Utsai, Chn Wan Tien, Shen Chm Chang and Chi Uhsin, and a refugee from the fighting inside Changchi City, Wanli Hung Yen. They also searched the house from top to bottom. They found 8 hand grenades. United headquarters personnel held all these Longbow prisoners in the middle school compound, questioning and beating them for 3 days and 3 nights in a row. While 20 miles to the south, Red militants beat Li Sun Ta and his comrades of the Regional Revolutionary Committee in the cellar of an obscure building at the Huaihai Arsenal, trying to force them to say a few words in support of CHNCOCH United militants in Longbow beat Shen Chin Tsai and his comrades from Petrol and Shankin Ridge, trying to force them to admit that they were dangerous Reds, committed to support CHNCOCH and his counter-revolutionary restoration in Southeast Shanxi. Finally, on January 27, 3 men acquainted with Little Shen, a cotter from Changchi Transportation and 2 workers from the railroad repair shop, came to find him and get him out of the middle school. As members of United, they convinced the people holding Shen that their prisoner was really no threat. United headquarters then let him go. There has been a misunderstanding, said Chu, the man in charge. It was people from the brigade who brought you here. You had better go home now. Try and see a doctor. You have been badly beaten. If you have any further trouble, come and find me. Little Shen could hardly walk. He staggered home a few steps at a time. When he finally got there, he learned that he alone, of the 9 men arrested, had been released. He called on 2 young friends and with one supporting each arm, immediately went back to the middle school to protest. But that day he couldn't find Guard Captain Chu anywhere. He gave up and went home. The next day, Guard Captain Chu sent for Little Shen. When the badly beaten village cotter finally managed with another's help to hobble over to the school, Chu sent out word that he was too busy to talk. When Little Shen and his assistant tried to leave, they found they had been locked in. After several hours, a new guard released them, but as they went out the gate, members of Longbow's militia blocked their way. When Little Shen protested loudly, the militiamen consulted headquarters staff and finally let both men go on condition that they dissolve their organization. If Petrol and Shankin Ridge continue any activities, look out for your life, they warned. When Little Shen finally got home that day, he collapsed as he walked through the door. He fell down upon the Kong in pain and couldn't get up even to pass water. He lay ill at home for 2 weeks. United headquarters released the men arrested with Little Shen after about 5 days, but not before guards beat them all severely. In the meantime, other United activists caught and beat other members of Petrol and Shankin Ridge when they tried to put up posters protesting the detention of their comrades. Just when Little Shen began to feel well enough to get off the Kong, Hui Tenkei, Zhou Laifu, and Shen Chang came to him, greatly agitated. Swiftly and Fast Jin had ordered them to appear at the primary school for a meeting. They felt sure they would be beaten again. Little Shen advised them to find a friend of his, Li Xianqing, at the cement plant, and with his help present their case to Li Sun-ta, the famous labor hero, now a regional leader of United, who had the power and the prestige to do something about the situation in Longbao. In compliance with an ultimatum from Peking, Red had just released Li Sun-ta from the cellar of the Huaihai arsenal and he was resting up at United's offices in the cement plant. That afternoon the three petrels quietly slipped out of the village and made their way across the highway and the railroad tracks to the cement plant. When they failed to show up as ordered at the Longbao primary school, the Longbao militia shouldered their rifles and went after them. Leading the platoon that evening was Splayfu Tseng. Many months before, Splayfu Tseng and a dozen or so other Longbao peasants had worked in the cement plant as contract workers. While there they had joined a mass organization that later linked up with the Red faction. The guard at the cement plant didn't know that when the Longbao men received layoff notices from the plant they had switched sides, linked up with United, and gone on to serve as stalwarts under Fast Chin. When Splayfu Tseng walked up with his rifle and demanded that the three men be turned over to him, the guard said, "Who are you?" "I'm in command of the Longbao militia. Some Reds have run into the cement plant. We want them back." "We're United here," said the guard. "You must be Reds." With that he alerted the security forces inside the plant. A group of armed men dashed out, disarmed the Longbao militiamen, then told them to run for their lives. Just to make sure that the Longbao men kept moving, the cement plant guards opened fire with machine guns. They aimed high enough to avoid hitting anyone, but the fleeing men didn't know that. The machine gun fire badly frightened the disarmed militiamen. It also made them angry. As they ran, Splayfu Tseng fumed, "Let's get some dynamite and blow the place up." Once they made it to safety they went straight to commune headquarters in Horse Square, where they found militia leader Yang Chushi and vice chairman Chang Changfu of the commune. They persuaded the two officials to go immediately to the cement plant to talk to the leaders there. They wanted their arms back and they wanted the three Longbao runaways. After a prolonged conference during which the commune leaders repeatedly guaranteed the safety of the refugees, cement plant men handed back the seized rifles to the Longbao militiamen and turned over the three petrol activists. But when Splayfu Tseng got his prisoners back to the village, he didn't release them as he had promised, he took them instead to the primary school. As soon as the two commune officials Yang and Chang turned their backs and started for Horse Square, the Longbao militia beat Hui Tenke, Zhou Laifu and Shen Chichang unmercifully. They broke Tenke's arm. The militiamen blamed the three for their own humiliation in front of the cement plant gate, their ignominious flight and the frightful machine gun fire. "Because of you we almost ate some bullets," they snarled. They also wanted their prisoners to admit that Little Shen had in fact tried to reverse the case on land reform. In the end, unable to stand the pain, the three petrels admitted whatever their captors demanded of them. After suffering serious beatings in the primary school, the three members of the minority faction decided they had better get out of Longbao. Little Shen, Cao Ming'en, and Chi Yuhsin decided to leave with them. Little Shen got letters of introduction for them all from Li Xianqing at the cement plant and from Chn Tsewen at the railroad shop. He presented these to some railroad workers who lived along the highway opposite Horse Square. They took handcarts to Longbao, carried the crippled men out, and took them to the railroad hospital for treatment. The doctor there set Tenke's arm and placed it in a cast. He put Zhou Laifu and Shen Chichang to bed for observation. Railroad workers took Little Shen and his two other companions into their homes. Thus the six stayed near Horse Square, only a mile from Longbao, for 6 weeks. During that time nobody in Longbao dared come after them or attack them because Tzao's 69th Army units had established their headquarters at Changchi North Station, next door. The army had also set up a reception station where civilians could bring grievances and ask for help. Little Shen went there frequently to report on the situation in Longbao. Cadres from the 69th Army, confronted with a major factional war for possession of Changchi City, were not in a position to do anything about disputes, however violent, at the village level, but they assured little Shen that once the main fighting had been brought to an end, anyone guilty of violence would be criticized for wrecking Mao Zedong's great strategic plan. In February, after the 69th Army brought the fighting to an end, Army headquarters moved south to a site closer to the city. Then Fast Jing came to Horse Square with a large detachment of militiamen hoping to arrest the Petrel and Shankan Ridge leaders there. "You'd better come back with us," said Chin. "How can we? You'll beat the hell out of us." "Of course we'll beat you," said Chin. "It's right to beat bad people." But a railroad worker's wife saw the militiamen coming and ran off to warn an army political director who still remained nearby. He arrived just in time. "I am Commander Tung of the 69th Army. My duty is to stop all violent fighting. If anybody continues to fight in Longbao now that the truce is in effect, he is violating Chairman Mao's specific instructions." "But this man is a counter-revolutionary from our village," protested Fast Chin. "He deserves to be beaten up." "How can there be so many counter-revolutionaries everywhere?" asked Tung. "We don't believe he's any such thing." "Well, if you are going to protect him," said Chin, "you had better protect him to the end." With that the militia captain walked out. Commander Tung also walked out. "If you're going to beat them you have to take full responsibility," he shouted as he left. The confrontation had resolved nothing. Little Shen and the Petrel Shankan Ridge leaders still did not dare go home. They sent a messenger to ask Commander Tung's advice. He told them they had better leave the area altogether. If they stayed near Longbao no one could guarantee their safety. They decided to join the stream of refugees that poured out of Changchi City once the fighting stopped, a stream that within a few days siphoned off more than 6,000 people. One night after dark the Longbao men slipped downstairs quietly, one by one, so that nobody would be alerted, and set out in the direction of Changchi. Since none of them could walk unaided, the railroad workers found sticks and canes for them to lean on. They hobbled off into the darkness, only to discover that fighting had again broken out near the city limits. Unwilling to risk their lives in the battle zone and afraid of being caught by the Longbao militia if they tarried near home, they found an abandoned brick kiln in the fields and crawled inside it to sleep. In the morning they decided to head for Huaitenkei's old home in Piangshan County. Because Zhou Lifu was in such pain they made only 10 li the next day. When they finally staggered into Sinsu Gully, an old friend of Little Shen's put them up for the night. They stayed through the next day and a second night because Zhou Lifu felt too ill to go on. Finally, on the fourth day they walked 30 li to Wang village and began to breathe more easily. On the fifth day they headed eastward toward Shihui. Their route took them past Tu Street, the home of Kuo Mingen's aunt. Leaving Kuo there they limped onto Ma Family Mountain in Piangshan County, only to find that Huaitenkei's widowed mother had remarried and moved to West Slope. Tenkei walked onto West Slope, found his mother, then sent for his companions. They all gathered in her house, planning to stay. They no sooner arrived, however, than local commune headquarters sent militiamen to question them. "Where are you from?" "Longbao." "What are you doing here?" "There was fighting in Longbao. Reactionaries broke Huai's arm, so we brought him home." "Are you Reds?" "No." "United?" The militiamen didn't believe them. Shen had to name such prominent United leaders as Li Xianqing at the cement plant and Commander Chen Tsewen at the railroad shop, and insist that they send a messenger to verify the facts, before they finally accepted his word. Once they did accept it they immediately said, "Well, if you are united you had better get right back, grasp revolution, and promote production at home." Obviously, they could not all stay with Huaitenkei at West Slope. Little Shen and Zhou Lifu traveled on to Shangqing village in Lukeng County, where Shen's old friend from the supply cooperative, Yang Fushan, lived. Fushan agreed to take a trip to Longbao to size up the situation. When he got there, Little Shen's brother, Chi Tsai, told him that feelings were still running high and that the men should not try to come home yet. GTSAI gave Fushan 20 yuan and some grain coupons to take back with him. With this money and an assurance of grain, little Shen set off for Shijiaquang, Hopei, a great rail hub on the plain more than 100 miles away. Shen's aunt, who had married an old Red Army man, and an uncle employed by a Liberation Army construction squad, lived in Shijiaquang. Since two men traveling together always seemed to arouse suspicion, Zhou Lifu set off in a different direction, toward Linxin, where he had a grandmother who could be counted on for a few days' shelter. Little Shen arrived in Shijiaquang on March 20, 1968. He lived with his aunt for 50 days, then with his uncle for 30 more days. In mid-June both his money and his grain coupons ran out. He had no choice but to return home. He borrowed enough money for a train ticket right through to Horse Square and bought a one-way pass. Once on the train he thought, if I get off the train at 4 in the afternoon just as the people are returning to the fields, and they see me walking home down the road, they're liable to grab me again before I even reach my door. So he jumped off early on the upgrade before the train went through the cut in Great Ridge Hill, hid in the fields, and then walked home after 10 o'clock at night when everything was quiet. As soon as he got home he sent for his brother, GTSAI. GTSAI said, "It's still not safe. They've beaten everyone else and they're trying to get everyone to put the blame on you. You had better get out and stay out for now. If it's just a question of a few beatings, I might as well stay," said Shen. "I can suffer through that." "It's not just a question of a beating or two," said GTSAI. "Your life is at stake." So little Shen took to the road once more. At 2 o'clock in the morning he sought out two friends, one a student and one a worker, who helped him escape to Tunliu, where his grandmother lived. She had fed Shen and GTSAI during the famine year when they were still small boys. Now Shen again threw himself on her mercy. It was June 10, 1968. On August 26 GTSAI and his uncle Big Shen went to Tunliu by bicycle to find little Shen. GTSAI reported that a new detachment of the army, the 4733 Division, had come to the Horse Square area, and that they were propagating the July 3 and July 24 orders of the Central Committee, calling on people everywhere to stop fighting, and calling on all who had run away to return home. According to GTSAI, a new situation had developed, a real turning point. It was safe at last for Shen to come home. The two men took turns carrying little Shen over the rear wheel of their respective bikes and he returned that very day to Longbao. Little Shen had a bad cold. As soon as he got home he fell asleep on his kong. At 10 p.m. he once again heard loud banging on the yard gate, fists and gun butts. It was Whiskers Shen with a group of militiamen, all armed to the teeth. "Open up," they shouted. "What for?" "We've come to take you to the mass meeting." Before little Shen could get off the kong they burst into the yard. He had just time enough to tell one of the railroad workers who rented a room in the courtyard to mark well who grabbed him. Then Whiskers Shen seized him and hustled him off to the brigade meeting hall. He found himself at the center of the stage with a huge cardboard sign across his chest. The sign, hanging by a string from his neck, read "Counter-Revolutionary." Swiftly and fast Jing questioned him sharply. "Chin Tsai, you have been away a long time. Where have you been? Did you go to join the fighting in Taiyuan?" "How could I fight in Taiyuan when I haven't even been there?" "Where have you been?" "Tunliu. Shijiaquang. If you don't believe me, check it out yourselves." "You're a Red." "No. I'm United." "But you linked up with Chang Linying of Red Cliff." "That's right. Because Chang supported us when militia commander Yang went after us. But we never joined the Reds." According to little Shen, swiftly then began to shout, "Damn you, you counter-revolutionary. Why don't you ever say anything honest?" But all the shouting led to nothing. An army observer and a teacher from the 4th Middle School, who represented a work team assigned to Longbao to do political work, attended the meeting. Both the soldier and the teacher opposed coercion as a violation of Mao Zedong's instructions. They forbade beatings or airplanes. Frustrated, Longbao cadres adjourned the meeting. But that was not the end of the evening's proceedings. According to Little Shen, as he walked home past the brigade office gate, Whiskers Shen and Chang Kuenhsin seized him and pulled him inside. They held him there and questioned him until dawn. Swiftly, Fast Chin and 10 militiamen hung a heavy board from his neck with number 12 wire and weighted it with 2 large bricks from the Changchi city wall. As the wire cut into his neck, Shen began to sweat. The pain became sharper and sharper. They demanded that he sign a statement that he had tried to reverse the case on land reform and had then held a meeting to cover up his tracks. When the pain became unbearable, Little Shen said, "I'll tell you all about it." His interrogators immediately removed the bricks from the board, easing the pressure. Then Shen reversed himself. "I have nothing to say." They replaced the bricks on the board. This confrontation went on for hours, but since Shen refused to talk and refused to sign, swiftly released him at 5 in the morning. The next day he sought out the cadre from the middle school to report what had happened. That night militiamen carried him once again before a meeting in the brigade office. This time his interrogators added both bricks and rocks to the board. They pulled his hair to make him bow low and hit him from time to time with their rifle butts. They wanted something new from him. They wanted his signature on a paper charging Yang Chi Wang and Qin Tian Shui with responsibility for the reverse the case incident and cover up. "If you don't sign this, you won't live until morning," they said. Seeing no way out, Little Shen finally signed. They released him and he went home, sore all over. When he lay down on his kong he couldn't get up. On September 1 the work team withdrew. Little Shen himself then went to Changchi to plead with the Revolutionary Committee of the city to send another team. A few days later a group of cadres from the city hospital arrived to act as a new work team. By that time the charges against Little Shen were flying thick and fast. He had stolen guns from Kuyi, he had received 500 yuan for blowing up a bridge, he had threatened to catch the commune militia commander, Yang Hsin Sha, alone in order to settle accounts with him. The new work team investigated these charges, found nothing to implicate Little Shen, and left again on September 13. On the 14th, Longbao Brigade members set up a new revolutionary committee. They confirmed Swiftly and Fast Chin in office. On the 20th the party branch began a rectification movement, targeted Little Shen as the enemy, and brought all the old charges against him. A few days later the party branch members voted to expel him. Little Shen went to the city party committee to protest this action. City party leaders told him that party rectification had not even begun in the region, and that the matter of his membership would have to be taken up at the commune level. But when he got home the brigade party branch not only confirmed his expulsion, it ordered him out to work on the streets along with the other elements still under supervision in the brigade. When he refused to work under such conditions, militiamen carried him before a mass meeting again. When he still refused to work under guard, Mao Zedong thought activists criticized him before a third village mass meeting. They jerked his head down so sharply that tufts of his hair came out. They held his arms back so far that for a while he lost the use of them. He also lost track of time. After one such meeting, his family had to take him to the hospital. Because the North Station Hospital had no empty beds, the doctor there sent him on to the Changchi People's Hospital. He stayed in Changchi a week. Finally, when he still refused to work under supervision as an enemy of the people, Longbao leaders sent him to a study class set up for all those who had been the targets of critical posters, some 70 people in all. There the struggle against him continued. By this time it was January 1969. The Commune Party Committee not only failed to reverse his expulsion, but finally confirmed it. The local branch began rejecting his party dues. Before a mass meeting of 10,000 people the party secretary of Horse Square Commune, Shi Chaosheng, announced that he had been expelled as a counter-revolutionary. The preceding paragraphs summarize Little Shen's story. The story as he told it was much longer and more detailed. Some of the details seemed irrelevant, but even the irrelevant material had its purpose. It made Little Shen appear reasonable, a hard-working, concerned cotter who even admitted mistakes and was anxious to work together with anyone who would agree to work with him. When it came to self-criticism, Little Shen admitted at least 2 serious mistakes. Grabbing paper for posters from the commune office was one. This was in violation of the June 6 directive from the Central Committee against smashing and robbing. But we had been suppressed and blocked for so long and we couldn't get the commune to help us. Our young rebels got angry and took what they saw. I didn't tell them to do it, they did it spontaneously. I didn't stop them from doing it either. I should have. I was older. I was a party member. I should have done something when they went out and helped themselves. I also took some money. That was my second mistake. In April, 1967, the new Revolutionary Committee threw me out of my job as Sidelines team leader. They came and told me I had to stop work. I quit, but the day I quit I took some of the Sidelines team money and turned it over to Shenfan Ridge. It wasn't a great deal of money, 137.58 yuan to be exact, but I gave it to my group because we were in such bad shape financially. We spent some of it on our appeal to the city party committee. We spent some more, about 20 or 30 yuan, on paper and brushes. We spent the rest after they beat me so badly. We spent it on doctors' fees, medicine, and travel so that they could not seize and beat me again. I kept a record of everything and reported it to the work team leader. I wrote a self-criticism and reported everything in detail. I tried hard to confirm this story through other sources. Swiftly in 1971 and Splayfoot Tseng, much later, in 1977, denied that the Longbao militia had ever physically abused Little Shen. Someone beat him badly in the middle school, yes. But this was the work of student leaders of United who feared that he was a dangerous red element inside their fortress, so to speak. When Longbao militia made Little Shen their target, they only hung a cardboard sign on his neck, made him bow his head low and hold his hands behind his back, but nobody beat him up, nobody pulled his hair out, and nobody twisted his arms. This is what the cotters said, but some of their loyal supporters, in free conversation on the street, told a different story. At one meeting at least, an old man told me, the militia hung a board from Shen's neck, then pulled his head down so sharply against it that his front teeth knocked wood, bang, bang, bang. The teller of the tale recreated both the motion and the sound for me. My own conclusion is that Little Shen exaggerated what happened, but that in fact he did suffer very rough treatment. Not outsiders but fellow villagers of Longbao knocked out his front teeth, pulled tufts of hair out by the roots, and twisted his arms so badly that they dislocated his shoulders. And they meted out this rough treatment to at least 10 or more of the activists who led Petrol Shenkan Ridge. When I talked to Kuo Ming En, his eyes filled with tears. What they did to us should never have been done, he said. I do not blame them for it now. It was a result of factionalism. Now we work together like brothers. But what they did should not have been done. Zhou Lifu suffered even more grievously. After he ran away, his wife divorced him and 2 of his children died. Fearing for his life, he hid out in Honan for a whole year. Swiftly, while denying that he had personally beaten or abused anyone, still said, when we think back on it now, it frightens us. Nobody got killed. Everyone survived. But we could so easily have killed someone. We could so easily have made an irreversible mistake. We do not like to think about it. It frightens me to think about it. It was all the result of factionalism. What Little Shen left out of his story was the violence perpetrated by his side. At the start, in the winter and spring of 1967, Petrol Shenkan Ridge could count on a fairly large number of members who saw their cause as just and deeply resented the reversal of the seize power movement launched by their side. In the debate and poster war, When the two factions battled it out in the streets, Petrol Shenfan Ridge members often took the offensive, and sometimes won the fight. At night they sent squads out to look for Swiftly and Fast Chin, and threatened to beat them if they found them. It was for this reason, according to Splayfoot-sen, that Li and Chin sometimes spent the night in homes that were not their own. At the start, then, the two factions had been relatively well matched. Each had considered the other to be counter-revolutionary, or at least reactionary, and each had felt justified in beating up members of the opposition. It was only later, after the Mao Zedong Thought faction raised charges concerning reverse the case on land reform, after its members began calling Zhou Lifu, Kuoming'an and others landlord and Kuomintang elements, after the Commune Committee expelled Petrol and Shenfan Ridge from the Seize Power headquarters, only then that many people felt constrained to reconsider their stand, decided they didn't want to become the targets of such abuse, and either dropped out or switched sides. Thus the Mao Zedong Thought faction isolated Petrol Shenfan Ridge, cut it down in size, and persecuted it as a minority unit, with its back to the wall. Later, when, in the region as a whole and in Changchi City, Red and United finally formed and the army denounced Red as counter-revolutionary while it upheld United as correct, the majority began to identify Petrol Shenfan Ridge as Red. Then everybody began to denounce it as a front for landlords, rich peasants, counter-revolutionaries, and bad elements, and to hold it up for contempt. When this happened, it became hard for any Petrol or Shenfan Ridger to hold his or her head up. When I asked Swiftly if he had ever believed that Little Shen and the Petrols were counter-revolutionary, he said, "I don't believe it now, but at the time we convinced ourselves of it. We made a case, and it all seemed plausible. It frightens me to think of what might have happened." Others were not as enlightened. In 1977, almost 10 years after these events, Splayfoot-sen, for instance, said, "Little Shen mobilized landlords, rich peasants, and bad elements to reverse the case on land reform. We never beat him, but he deserved to be beaten. Bad people ought to be beaten." 2. The Bride Who Fell from Heaven. In 1968 persecutions and beatings had one clear result. They smashed rebel power and put Swiftly and Fast Chin into uncontested control of Longbao village at a time when the faction to which they claimed allegiance, United, established equally uncontested control over the city and the entire region. Unchallenged power, coupled with the conviction that they had always been right, that they were revolutionaries who had steadfastly defended Mao Zedong thought, went to their heads. They considered themselves heroes and they began to think that the community owed them a debt of gratitude. Step by step they began to abuse their prestige and power, or at least so numerous critics later charged. The ringleader in the abuse of power was Fast Chin. He was older than Swiftly, more experienced in the ways of the world, more adept at manipulating affairs in his favor, and more attracted to pleasure, particularly the pleasures of the flesh that he had pursued with enthusiasm as a bachelor militiaman. In 1968, however, Fast Chin was no longer a bachelor. Losing out in the contest for the hand of his widowed sister-in-law had apparently wounded his pride much more deeply than it had his heart. When Little Shen married the woman Fast Chin wanted the most, the jilted suitor joined the army. While serving far from home, he arranged a match with a Linfan woman he seemed to want very little, if at all. After he brought her home to Longbao she bore him a son, while he pursued other women wherever he found an opening, whether in the courtyard next door, in the inns of Changchi, or on the road in distant countries. His most notorious liaison, as noted earlier, was with the famous songbird of Horse Square, the flower of Longbao, the 20-year-old opera star Shi Kuei-shang. As a demobilized army man wearing 3 hats, Chin felt politically secure enough to court Shi even though her father was under surveillance as a member of the Legion of Mary and her uncle the priest was in prison for life as a notorious Catholic counter-revolutionary. Not only did he do nothing to conceal this relationship, he seemed to go out of his way to flaunt it. When he went to Changchi on business he took Shi Kuei-shang along, treated her to restaurant meals, bought theater tickets for 2, and shared a room with her at the inn. When Fast Chin's cronies dropped over to his house for the evening, Shi Kuizhang came across the yard to preside, just as if the house were her own. Dressed as she would have been for a role on the stage, she fixed and served all food and drink. Rumor had it that Chin was so fond of her cooking that he would not eat a meal prepared by any other hand. When not presiding at Chin's house, she turned her own dwelling into a reception center for brigade cotters, or at least for those cotters who could count as Chin's henchmen. These included Swiftly, the police captain Wang Wentie, Splay Sen, Lin Yaolong, and Chi Yongfu, all militiamen, and last but not least, Whiskers Shen, the most notorious scoundrel in the suburban area. Shi's husband, the cement plant worker Pei Chi Fa, when not required to work the night shift, also joined in the festivities. Some years later, when the propaganda team accused Swiftly of eating and drinking in Shi Kuizhang's home, he denied that it had ever been his custom. "I drank wine there only once. But everyone says that you and Fast Chin often ate food prepared by Shi and drank wine poured by her hand." "In Chin's house, yes, many times, but in Shi's house, no. I only went there once." Shi Kuizhang very much wanted a child but never conceived one. She applied to the commune authorities for the right to adopt a daughter. In the meantime she enjoyed looking after Chin's baby son. One day she took him out to the fields, dug up some potatoes, and tried to roast them over a fire made of cornstalks. This aroused a storm of criticism, but Fast Chin would not allow people to badmouth Shi. "It's not her fault. If you have to criticize someone, criticize me." Saying that, he went out, found a few potatoes, cut them up, buried them in the potato patch and said, "There, I've returned the spuds." The advantage to Fast Chin of a liaison with Shi Kuizhang can readily be imagined. But what was there in it for her? Protection, for one thing. Because she was the niece of a counter-revolutionary and the daughter of a man under supervision, her position in society was patently insecure. Who could tell when another movement against the four bad categories might suddenly blow up and pinpoint her as one of its targets? The better her relations were with the militia captain, and through him with the brigade party secretary, the safer she would be in a storm. Even if Fast Chin had been ugly, awkward, and old, rather than handsome, dashing, and young, self-preservation would have dictated a positive response to his advances. Furthermore, Shi's husband could hardly object. In these uncertain times the couple's right to live in the community could stand or fall with the fortunes of this illicit intimacy. Team leader Pei Liangshun also had a stake in the outcome. After all, he was married to Shi's cousin, Shi Kuichen. If the case ever broke, the authorities might tar him with guilt by association. Fast Chin's affair with Shi Kuizhang was reminiscent of that earlier liaison between Party Secretary Shenfan and the rich peasant widow's spoiled daughter, Puchao, at the time of the land reform in 1948. At that time Puchao, though married to a poor peasant and classified as one, feared expropriation as a target of the final campaign for the distribution of wealth. She could not but welcome attention from the most important cotter in the brigade, a man with the power to uphold her rights as a poor peasant or to reverse all earlier decisions and call her a rich peasant. The fact that Shenfan was both handsome and charming only added spice to a liaison which self-interest propelled her to accept. Fast Chin's triumphs in affairs of the heart deeply influenced Swiftly, his constant companion at work and at play. Though Li had married for love and was already the proud father of several fine children, once he became party secretary he began to show an interest in women other than his wife. Soon the village pulsed with rumors about the extramarital affairs of its leading citizen. While the rumors shocked some, they set others to shaking their heads in disbelief. Swiftly was not, after all, very handsome or dashing. He could hardly be expected to rush village belles off their feet as Fast Chin was wont to do. With his body slightly stooped, his shoulders humped and his head thrust awkwardly forward, he had always been shy and somewhat ill at ease in the company of women. A single female word, glance, or gesture had often been enough to send a rush of blood to his face, suffusing its broad surfaces and high forehead with a bright red flush that he could not control. Nevertheless, attractive young women, many of them married, suddenly began competing with one another for his attention, and rumor had it that he carried on at one time at least 8 different liaisons. How anyone kept track of all this is difficult to say, but people assumed that where there was so much smoke there must be some fire. Since 8 girlfriends at once was quite a lot, especially for a man with so many physical and social liabilities, some people began to call him Hun Wang, a term reserved for the most corrupt of emperors, for a ruler unsatisfied in spite of 1,000 wives. The secret of Swiftly's sudden attractiveness to women was, of course, power over their daily lives. As the saying goes, if you know someone in the kitchen, you can always be sure of a bowl of soup. If you know someone in the palace, you can always be sure of a lucrative post. Once he became party secretary, everyone interested in special treatment of any kind, everyone in need of a favor, set out to flatter him, to play on his youth, his impressionable nature and his deep attraction to the pleasure-loving life pioneered by Fast Shin. But what special treatment, what favors, would young women want or need in socialist Longbao? To start with, of course, there were people like Shi Kuizhang who lived under a political cloud because their relatives had bad reputations or bad records. While Kuizhang's notorious relatives lived in Horse Square, Longbao had its own quota of family heads under supervision as class enemies. One of the most notorious of these was Wu Kuofan, an ex-bandit classed as a counter-revolutionary. His beautiful daughter Yu Chen lived at home and looked after him. Whether she set her cap for Swiftly, or he picked her out for pursuit, is not clear. What many people began to notice was that he spent an unusual amount of time at her house and in her company. If you could not find Swiftly anywhere else in the village, the chances were good, if you went to Wu's house, you would not be disappointed. Suo was the street gossip in those days. Obviously the arrangement was advantageous to old man Wu. How could he fail to be nice to the brigade party secretary? But it was not only class enemies that could benefit from a friend in the palace. If a young woman wanted to be accepted into the regional middle school, attend a training class, or win appointment as a delegate to a municipal meeting, a recommendation from the brigade party secretary was considered a necessity. Some people even depended on his word to eat. There were quite a few young women in the village whose husbands lived and worked outside, earning as little as 30 or 40 yuan a month. These women either did not work themselves or did not work as many hours as was necessary to earn their basic grain ration. They received their per capita grain from the brigade, but like the thief Chi Chung Chi always fell behind when it came to earning the work points needed to pay for it. If they had been real hardship cases, the brigade might have allocated relief funds for their survival, but since, like thief Chi, they themselves possessed labor power and since their husbands were unquestionably able-bodied, the brigade expected them, in the long run, to pay their own way. If they did not, the supply officer was supposed to cut them off. However, if the brigade party secretary said, "Give the woman her grain, let her pay for it later," the grain would continue to flow without more ado. What greater incentive could be imagined for being nice to the man in charge? All talk of illicit liaisons upset Swiftly's wife, Quan Xiuying, very much. She didn't know how much of it to believe. After all, her husband's many rivals for the leading position in the brigade, and particularly the leaders of the faction he had helped suppress, not to mention all its ordinary members, would naturally make him the target of every kind of slanderous gossip. What better way to destroy a man's prestige? Nevertheless, the rumors persisted ominously. Swiftly spent little time at home and often stayed away from one day to the next. In 1967 his excuse was that Petrol and Shanken Ridge stalwarts were looking for him. If they found him alone they would beat him up. Therefore he slept at a different home every night, just as the puppet village head Shang Shi Tou had done during the Japanese occupation, when he knew that the 8th Route Army wanted to settle accounts with him. At that time underground activists upset Shang's wife with stories of unbridled philandering. To pacify her, he had to return home. As soon as he did so, they caught and killed him. In 1968, sleeping away from home for safety's sake could hardly be justified. Yet rumors persisted about Swiftly. None of them was very substantial. One day a neighbor told Xiu Ying that she had seen her husband in a nearby house alone with a young woman. Xiu Ying approached the building quietly and locked the door from the outside, then went to the neighbors for help. Nothing came of her efforts because Swiftly claimed that he and the young woman were only talking about village sanitation. Chang Kitsai, at that time vice chairman of the brigade, once looked all over the village for Swiftly, only to find him, in the end, in the electrician's shop, lying on a kong in the dark. When Chang turned on the light swiftly and a young woman sat up, their faces flushed red. "What are you doing here?" Chang asked. "Talking about the youth league," both said at once. How could anyone prove otherwise? In time, incidents and rumors involving Swiftly eroded Xiu Ying's faith in her husband to the point of despair. She decided on a silent protest. She climbed to the loft of her house and lay there without making a sound for several days. Swiftly had no idea where to look for her. He searched every possible corner, even plumbed the village wells, fearful that her body might be floating in one of them. When this proved fruitless, he sent a messenger to check out the Quan family courtyard, thinking perhaps she had returned in anger to her mother's house, but to no avail. He also asked his mother for help. He felt certain Xiu Ying was already dead and feared he himself might be held responsible. "Next thing you know, I'll be hauled into court." Finally he sent for his wife's aunt, an old woman whom Xiu Ying dearly loved. This aunt broke down weeping in Swiftly's house. Xiu Ying, already half delirious in the loft, heard the weeping and began to weep herself. She crawled over to the opening in the ceiling and fell down the ladder to the floor. Her aunt picked her up and they wept in each other's arms for a long time. Thus began the Longbao legend about the bride who fell from heaven. According to the tale we heard in 1971, Xiu Ying had spent 8 days in the loft without food or water. What with the songbird of Horse Square pouring wine for the cotters and brides falling out of heaven, the moral atmosphere in Longbao spiraled downward. Since leading cotters failed to set strict standards for themselves, others found it easy to tread the path of least resistance, and this was particularly true of certain militiamen under Fast Jin's command, who tended to become increasingly arrogant as time passed. As members of the great united movement which had been declared correct, they saw themselves as staunch warriors upholding Mao Zedong's line, fearing neither hardship nor death as they carried the revolution through to the end. They spent long hours standing guard, searching for suspects, maintaining order at meetings, running errands for brigade leaders, and polishing their skills as riflemen and hand grenade throwers. In return for their services they saw nothing wrong with cigarettes on demand, wine with their food, free meals at brigade headquarters and free haircuts in town. Since, in their minds at least, they cut dashing figures, they also expected favors from women and boldly pursued those who caught their fancy. Chang Kunhsin set the whole village gossiping when he took up with a 20-year-old whose husband worked on the railroad and spent most of his days far from home. Since Kunhsin was 40 and had been in poor health for some years, it was hard to understand why a 20-year-old would take any interest in him. But as the weeks passed, Kunhsin's health improved remarkably. He regained weight, regained color, and apparently regained the full vigor of his youth. Sometime later it turned out that Kunhsin, who was in charge of the brigade warehouse, had appropriated to himself a large stock of dry ginseng root and had regularly brewed and consumed enormous quantities of ginseng tea. Since the restorative powers of ginseng were well known to all, the mystery of Kunhsin's success with the maiden was cleared up and everyone had a good laugh. Whether or not he ever repaid the brigade for all of the expensive herbs he consumed remained unclear. When it came to chicanery, however, Kunhsin was a rank amateur. He could not be compared to a professional rascal like Whiskers Shen. 4 years of noble rhetoric had made no impression on Shen whatsoever. Quite the contrary, the free hand fast Jing gave him to ride herd on the opposition and punish bad people had only made him bolder and more unscrupulous. The extraordinary upheavals and left-right swings of the Cultural Revolution helped him fine-tune his talent for political manipulation and developed his uncanny ability to play on the illusions and prejudices of ordinary mortals to the point where they found themselves handing out free what they would ordinarily charge a high price for, or would never part with at all. Somewhere Whiskers Shen found a resplendent army uniform. He donned it whenever he wanted to go into town. Disguised as a trim soldier on urgent military business, he would stand outside the village entrance and hail the Changchi bus. When the bus came to a screeching halt, he would climb on with such verve and self-confidence that the driver never thought to ask if this new passenger was really a soldier. He took the uniform at face value and never asked for a fare. Once he was inside the city limits, Shen's options branched in all directions, but first on the agenda was always finding something to eat. During the spring festival fair he approached a comely out-of-town lass and invited her to share a meal with him at a booth operated by a donkey meat vendor from a distant commune. As soon as both had eaten their fill, Whiskers Shen excused himself, saying he would be right back with the money. He never showed up, of course, and the young woman had to pay the bill for two. When Whiskers could not avoid work entirely, he joined the flat cart transport group that drove its donkeys wherever anyone agreed to pay for a load. Once the whole group hired out to haul cookies for the central coop in Horse Square. On his way through Longbao, Whiskers managed to drop off several boxes of cookies at his own home and substitute a few bricks for the equivalent weight. When Coop discovered the bricks, Shen pretended to be deeply shocked. He hinted that Lu Shui Chiang might be the man responsible. Shen's false charges and the subsequent investigation created hard feelings in the transport group for a long time. It was only a few days later that Whiskers Shen stole the piece of brass that caused so much trouble for the propaganda team in 1971. What he stole was a worn-out brass bearing, but in the course of the investigation one of the cotters of the propaganda team went to the coop where brass was sold and prevailed on the clerk there to sign an affidavit that Whiskers Shen had taken a brand new bearing and never paid for it. This affidavit provided ammunition for a case that could never be settled because it was based on false charges to start with. Second to Whiskers Shen as a scoundrel and ne'er-do-well was the bachelor militiaman Splayfoot Tseng. During the height of the Cultural Revolution, Splayfoot drew rations as a militia squad leader, but after the army suppressed factional fighting and imposed uneasy peace on the region, all militiamen were supposed to take up some honest work. Honest work did not exactly suit Splayfoot's temperament, however. He chose instead to try his hand at buying and selling. In 1968 the commodity that offered the best margin of profit was dried sweet potato slices. Speculating in dried sweet potatoes meant jumping on the southbound freight, almost always made up of carloads of coal bound for the industries of Hopi, and riding it down into North Honan, where dried chips could be bought for 15 phenacati. The chips were loaded on empty returning cars, and then swapped in Longbao, pound for pound, for corn that could be sold for 40 phenacati on the free market. This was approximately 4 times the official price. In Honan, dried sweet potato slices, which were a grain substitute, could be freely bought and sold without ration coupons. They came under the same category as fresh vegetables and were sold on the open market by peasants who set up stalls for the purpose in the market towns, or traveled with their stocks from one local fair to another. It was illegal for outside buyers to purchase these chips in bulk, but no one objected to any individual who bought a pound here or 2 pounds there. What Splayfoot was wont to do, when he arrived in Honan, was to wander from place to place buying chips in small quantities wherever he ran across them, until he had accumulated at least 200 caddies. Then he would pack them into 100 caddy sacks and carry them at night to the railroad yards where the northbound freight usually stopped for at least 10 minutes. By using all his strength, Splayfoot was able to toss these 100 caddy bags over the side of an empty coal car and then jump in behind them himself. Train crews rarely caught anyone doing this because there were only 4 people on each train, 2 engineers and a fireman in the locomotive, and a brakeman in the caboose. They could hardly supervise the long coal trains effectively, even if they had wanted to, which seems unlikely, and peasants with wanderlust rode around China almost at will, carrying with them whatever they pleased. People in the region as fast on their feet, agile and cunning as Splayfoot were few and far between. If anyone did surprise him, he could always abandon his sacks and make a swift getaway. When I asked him if many people rode the trains, he said, "No. Ours is a socialist society. Only a few people have any need to do anything like this, very few." I was one of the few who thought of it. There is no mass movement for riding freight trains. Since there was no mass movement to cover his tracks, whenever Splayfoot made a trip into Honan, Swiftly heard about it. He sought out the wanderer and criticized him. "Why carry on all this illegal activity?" asked Li. "Why fall headfirst into the compost pile? Wouldn't it be better to come back to the brigade and do some honest work?" Swiftly read selections from Mao Zedong aloud, reminded Splayfoot that his parents were famine victims and that he himself had been sold as a child for a peck of grain. Wasn't he taking advantage of other poor peasants? Wasn't he shamefully betraying his past and his class? Listening to the radio, Splayfoot also heard stories of past suffering. Once destitute families, the radio said, now worked hard to transform society. Swiftly, backed up by the radio, shamed and moved him. He decided that he ought to do something for the brigade, make some contribution, take up some work, and drop his speculative adventures. When his 81-year-old stepmother died, he asked the brigade for a job. "I want to work," he said. "But I don't want anyone over me. I don't want anyone telling me what to do. I want to be my own boss and I want to come and go whenever I like." This seemed like an impossible request, but Swiftly found a solution. He assigned Splayfoot to the sidelines team as a mule cart driver responsible for long-distance hauls. This work from the very first day really suited the brawling militiaman. "I took charge of a mule cart with 3 fine mules. I liked the work. It's hard. You are on the road day after day in all kinds of weather. But you can travel here and there, go everywhere, and have a look around. This suited me. I mean, I really liked it. I hauled coal, cement, and many other goods, and I earned over 400 yuan a year. In addition to the work points that were worth 1 yuan a day, I got a 60 fen subsidy for expenses on the road. That's much better than any city worker can do. It's a very good job. And besides," said Splayfoot, returning to the aspect of the work that really attracted him, "I could wander around and see everything I wanted to see." Alas, the job did not last. Splayfoot drove the mule cart for almost 3 years. When he needed money for purchasing freight or for travel, he simply went to the brigade accountant and drew out 500 or 600 yuan, whatever amount the trip required. Then when he returned he handed in receipts for all of his income and his expenses. But without supervision he became careless about his accounts. Once he hauled coal for a man who paid him but did not ask for a receipt. This enabled Splayfoot to keep the 14.30 yuan hauling fee for himself. When the brigade accountant totaled up his ledger, he exposed this take and the brigade dropped Splayfoot as a driver. For a paltry 14 yuan he lost his chosen profession. After that he started going to Honan again to look for sweet potatoes. Notorious as Splayfoot was as a grafter, speculator, and all-around rascal, there was at least one man whose reputation was far worse. This was Li Yukan, a brigade member of poor peasant origin who had always matched in daily life the old rhyme that ran: "Chih, ho, piao, tu, choeh. Shio taitn sui." He had spent 4 years in jail for killing his wife with a blow to the head. He no sooner returned home than his daughter drowned in the privy cistern in the courtyard of his house. His reputation was so bad that many people found it easy to believe that this time he had done his daughter in. Li Yukan had it in for Secretary Chang Kitsai because it was Chang who pressed the murder charges that sent him to jail in the first place. Other militiamen in Longbao with unsavory reputations included Li Yuken's son Li Xiaoping and Chn Liang Tian. The notoriety of the latter spread far and wide due, in part, to the flamboyant reputation earned by both his mother and his wife. When Chn Liang Tian's father died, his mother never remarried. Feudal custom dictated that a widow should remain single and forever chaste in order to win from her sons, once they married, a plaque over the front door celebrating her virtue. In this case the plaque never went up. Chn Liang Tian's mother entertained many men, and though she had no use for children, periodically became pregnant. Once she wrapped a stillborn baby in a section of reed mat and threw it in the privy cistern. Chn Liang Tian spied the bundle in the gloom and pulled it out, only to earn a string of terrible curses for meddling in affairs that should not concern him. People called his mother a broken-down donkey at a broken-down mill. Chn Liang Tian's wife, well known for her beauty, played a different game entirely. She pioneered a revolving door style of wedlock that was profitable indeed. She married 3 men in a row before she settled down with Chn. Each time she demanded a large cash settlement for her hand, honored her marriage contract for a month or 2, then sued for divorce and went looking for a bigger offer. When I asked why anyone would want her after such a string of tricks, I was told that if you posted a sign on each of the 4 gates of Changchi City stating what a bad apple she was, there would still be somebody that wanted her because he hadn't seen the sign. Beneath this marriage mill lay hard reality. Men still outnumbered women in Southeast Shensi, and attractive young brides could always command a premium price. Party leaders assumed that rectification campaigns, re-education movements, self- and mutual criticism and community pressure would straighten out all reprobates and rascals in time. But taking the long view hardly solved the problem of how to restrain these elements in the interim, especially since so many of the unruly men were members of Fast Jin's militia. They stood guard at night, made arrests, kept order at meetings, and enforced the will of the brigade leadership when persuasion failed. And they gathered at Shi Kuishang's house to eat, drink, sing and socialize without a bow, or even a nod, in the direction of traditional morality. How could the lawless uphold law and order? How could the self-indulgent put public first, self second, and lead the way in building socialism? These were the questions people were asking, privately at least, if not in public. And the answer was, of course, that they could not. Standing in the way of a deeper examination of this question was always factionalism. Swiftly and Fast Jin and all their supporters and retainers heard only that they had been on the right side of the battles of the Cultural Revolution, that they had upheld the revolutionary line. Why, then, should they criticize themselves? Why should they take their shortcomings seriously? Why, especially when the opposition, though defeated, had not been completely crushed, but still maintained a presence and a challenge in Longbao and the region? Give the Reds the least opening, it was said, and they would certainly make the most of it. 3. The devil take the commonweal. In the strange political atmosphere that hovered over Southeast Shensi after the fighting had been brought to a close, no true rectification was possible. No individual, no collective retained authority. Prior to 1966, the Communist Party had always set the tone. No matter what the abuses, no matter what the deviations, sooner or later the party center had generated some cleansing wind. In spite of the strange goings-on at Lushan, where Mao set out to destroy Piang Tehui, faith in the party and faith in its cause remained strong enough at the grassroots to cause some people, at least, to speak out in self-criticism and criticism of others that plumbed reality, confident that in the long run truth would be upheld and the cause of socialism would benefit. But now the entire party organization had fallen into disarray. Half of the party members were busy proving that the other half were counter-revolutionaries, and the army, the only place where the party still remained intact in any meaningful sense, the only place where the authority of the party still had clout, was busy backing one side against the other, an exercise that turned morality inside out and upside down and made rectification irrelevant. High-level hypocrisy elbowed people into cynicism. Since no center remained to which people could look for leadership, they fell back on their own resources, trying to make the best of a situation where all the rules had been bent and no one could be sure what the outcome of any action would be. A journalist, overwhelmed by the endless possibilities of power seizure and counter-seizure, wrote Mao a letter in the form of a poem, the essence of which, in rough translation, reads as follows. Round and round. Spin the wheel. The devil take. The common wheel. Rebels rise. Challenge all. Work teams come. Rebels fall. Rebels rebound. Work teams fall. Rebel power crushes all. Soldiers help. Victims rise. Victims rebels. Victimize. Rebels rise. Victims fall. Soldiers rise. Hold down all. Round and round. Spin the wheel. The devil take. The common wheel. Through the decade of political drift that began in 1966, many individuals in Longbao and the surrounding communities had little choice but to make their own way, not only in regard to personal morality but in regard to making a living. As political motivation receded, material incentive came to the fore. The trend showed up in many ways. One of them was the sharp rise in such budget items as the Brigade Entertainment Fund. People who came to perform services for the brigade never did them well if they were not entertained well, which meant, in the main, if they were not well fed and liberally plied with tobacco and wine. In 1968, Longbao Brigade had no tractors of its own. Horse Square Commune had two big, 75 horsepower tractors that could plow 10 miles an hour and turn over the land to the depth of 1 foot. This was 3 times as deep as anyone could do it with a horse plow or a hoe. The speed and depth of tractor plowing made it advantageous to the brigade even though it required a cash outlay, and so the brigade leader invited the tractors in. But the brigade soon discovered that the open charges were only part of the cost of tractor plowing. There remained the question of entertaining the crew. Fed ordinary peasant fare, the tractor drivers did sloppy, uneven plowing. Fed better food, the drivers improved their work. Fed the best food available in the brigade, the drivers took great care, plowed the fields to a maximum depth, laid the furrows over evenly, and plowed out the ends and even the difficult corners. This relationship between the level of hospitality and the quality of work became so notorious and so universal that it inspired some ironic verse. Feed him porridge, he'll plow porridge land. Feed him noodles, he'll plow noodle land. Feed him wheat cakes, he'll plow wheat cake land. Porridge land contained bumps, hummocks and hollows. Noodle land looked better, but the drivers failed to control the depth and neglected to plow out the corners. Wheat cake land satisfied all requirements. Local cooks fried wheat cakes in oil and often mixed in bits of meat and vegetables. When you fed the drivers wheat cakes, a form of large, flat pancake grilled over a very hot fire, they did their best work. Then the crops responded in kind. It was not only tractor drivers who demanded good food, a special kitchen and quality cigarettes and wine. All skilled workers had the same demands, especially electricians and truck drivers. So demanding were they that the peasants classified them, along with tractor drivers, as the 3 pests. They were pests who had to be bribed to do what they were supposed to do for ordinary wages. The airs put on by skilled workers and all their special demands underlay the coining of a new term by the peasants, worker attitude. Worker attitude meant habitual arrogance, the arrogance of conscious superiority. In the latter half of the 60s, when anyone treated a brigade member abruptly or with disdain, it was said that he pulled a worker attitude on me. Skilled workers, of course, were not the only privileged beings who required special entertainment. Brigade leaders had to welcome and feed generously all buyers and sellers. If they did not, they could not make beneficial deals on behalf of the brigade. And the same was true of city or regional cadres who put in an appearance at the village level. Since they all held power that could hurt or help the brigade had to entertain them royally. From 1967 through 1971, When Swiftly and Fast Jin ran the affairs of Longbao, the amount of money spent on entertainment soared. Entertainment expenses which had been counted in the past by the tens reached 800 yuan in 1970. Cottars spent the money on wheat flour, eggs, bean curd, pork, cigarettes and wine. People said that in order to handle outside contacts, official and commercial, it was necessary to arm oneself with a 20-shot pistol, a hand grenade and an explosive satchel. Brigade Cottars called making a deal or solving a problem yanchu, which meant literally to study things out. It also meant cigarettes and wine, since nothing could be studied out unless the main beneficiary of the deal provided cigarettes of high quality and good wine. The principals in any negotiation consumed ample quantities of both in the course of the long discussions required to resolve the fine details. Brigade Cottars, it was said, had to carry cigarettes in both pockets, ordinary brands in the left pocket to be smoked day in and day out, and in the right pocket a pack of Heavenly Gate cigarettes from Peking to offer visiting Cottars and buyers. From entertainment funds to small bribes made up of cigarettes and wine to outright embezzlement was not such a big step. During the period that the two gems led Longbao, at least 2 people misappropriated more than 1,000 yuan apiece while more than a dozen others made off with amounts that varied from 100 to more than 500 yuan. The most serious charges involved Shenfan, the accountant for the second production team who was said to have embezzled 1,641 yuan, and Lu Hohai, the accountant for the sidelines team, who was said to have embezzled 1,193 yuan. All the others accused of corruption were either accountants, buyers, or materials handlers such as warehouse keepers. They all dealt with property or cash or both. No serious irregularities ever showed up in the accounts of the brigade leaders themselves, but Fast Jin was said to have warned Shen Chunfu about the impending investigation of his accounts and came under suspicion as an accomplice. During the party rectification movement of 1971, the most serious financial irregularity attributed to Swiftly was the purchase, with brigade funds, of 1/4 caddies of eggs to be taken along on an expedition by truck to buy and haul straw for community-owned draft animals. Some witnesses said that Swiftly ate the eggs, but Lee said that the truck driver ate all of them and they should be written off as normal entertainment expense. In the absence of significant corruption charges, the propaganda team charged that Swiftly had taken over a brigade with 20,000 yuan in the kitty, and so mismanaged things in the course of 5 years that the brigade fell 17,000 yuan into debt. This also proved to be untrue. When Lee became party secretary in 1967, Longbao owed the bank 17,000. In 1971 the debt remained the same. The brigade had paid nothing off, but neither had it borrowed more. From a management point of view, things could have been worse. The most serious charge against Swiftly was that under his direction grain production fell year after year. Even if this had been true, and the figures seemed to belie it, one had to ask how much of the blame was his. Years of split, struggle, persecution, flight, return, and further persecution for some, arbitrary, righteous power for others, and a steady inexorable drift toward the cash nexus that brought bribery and corruption in its wake, seemed to provide few of the conditions necessary for maintaining the relatively meager level of production that Longbao had managed to achieve in the 60s, let alone any development of that production. But in the long run the factional struggle, severe as it was, involved only a small minority of the brigade's total membership. Furthermore, most of the confrontations occurred during the winter months, as did most of the armed fighting in the region as a whole. Throughout the growing season the vast majority of the population tilled, sowed, weeded, harvested, and dried grain much as they always had before, and, strange as it might seem, production even rose a little. In 1965, before the Cultural Revolution began, production had dropped below 20 bushels to the acre for the first time since 1960. In 1966, before the conflict at the middle school spread to the brigade, production rose above 20 bushels to the acre once more. In 1967, the year of the most intense political activity in Longbao, the year of power seizure, counter-seizure, North-South split, fist fighting in the streets and struggle meetings at night, production rose above 30 bushels for the first time in history. Though in 1968 yields fell back sharply due to bad weather, in 1969 they surged once again, this time to an all-time high of 32 bushels. None of these fluctuations meant too much. In 1963 Longbao peasants harvested just under 30 bushels to the acre. 8 years later, in 1971, they harvested almost 33. In between, the yields dropped sharply on 3 different occasions, but fluctuated around the 30 bushel mark the rest of the time. What this added up to was stability at a level 3 times that of the average production before liberation. It also added up to stagnation because, while Takei Brigade, under adverse conditions on mountain land, had already reached a production level of 100 bushels to the acre and the best brigades in Horse Square Commune had already surpassed 60 bushels, Longbao was still producing as it had in the 50s at a 30 bushel rate. The brigade responded every year to mobilization from above with endless production meetings and cascades of stirring rhetoric, but in the end, when it weighed in its crops, the results were about the same as in previous years. These disappointing production figures were used as political ammunition in the factional strife that flared with such energy in 1967 and continued to smolder through the years that followed. In 1967 the Mao Zedong thought Red Guards attacked the 4th Team for neglecting production in order to engage in counter-revolution. They presented the charge with devastating effect in the form of a syllogism: counter-revolutionaries sabotage production, hence poor production always follows counter-revolution. In this case the counter-revolutionary was Little Shen, who, once he was suspended from the sidelines team, took over the leadership of the 4th Team, replacing Wang Wentie, whose leadership the team members had rejected. When the 4th Team finally completed its harvest, however, the figures did not confirm the charges. Team members harvested 33 bushels of grain to the acre, the best record in the brigade, fulfilled their state grain quota, and distributed 370 caddies of grain to each member. Furthermore, the grain they delivered to the state was of good quality and well cleaned, so good and clean, in fact, that the state grain company asked the commune to praise the 4th Team. But the people in power had slandered the 4th Team patrols so persistently that they were unable to reverse direction. The charges of counter-revolutionary sabotage spread by swiftly and fast Qin continued to circulate throughout the commune. Li and Qin, now known to all as the Two Gems, repeated the charge that the 4th Team had abandoned its land, neglected production, and put all its energies into counter-revolution. Confronted with a full quota of grain delivered to the state by the 4th Team, the Two Gems said the grain turned in was poor in quality and dirty to boot. "Let them talk," said Little Shen. "The crucial thing is whether we produce any grain or not. Our people really worked hard. They didn't even go home to eat at noon. They took their meals with them to the fields so that we easily came through the harvest rush. Then we cleaned our grain as we threshed it. We had a good harvest, but our threshing ground lies in the shelter of the village. The breeze is not what it should be there. To overcome this we borrowed a winnowing fan from the Grain Bureau. We blew all of our millet nice and clean with electric power. When we turned it into the state we were told we had come in first in the whole of Horse Square Commune. Grain brought in by other teams had to be winnowed and recleaned, but not ours. So," said Little Shen, "in 1967 the 4th Team carried out Mao Zedong's policy and worked hard. From backward we became advanced, and this was due to the Communist Party, Mao Zedong thought, and the revolutionary masses. The people of the 4th Team were happy, they made their state deliveries and harvested enough to eat. Whether the situation in the 4th Team was truly that good is open to question. What seems certain is that slanders about the team continued to circulate in the face of much evidence to the contrary. How could anything go right in Little Taiwan?" He said this out of spite after the team rejected his leadership, but many brigade members, taking their cue from him, actually began to view it that way. After another year passed and production continued to stagnate in the entire brigade, people began to hold swiftly responsible. Then the political pressure on the 4th Team eased. Even though swiftly continued to make Little Shen the target of attack from time to time, it was harder and harder to blame him for the state of affairs in a village where he no longer held any power and to which, for long periods, he dared not even return. The two gems were clearly in charge in Longbao. If things went well, they could claim the credit. If things went poorly, who but they should take the blame. The authorities, from the level of the Central Committee on down, tried to spur production primarily by upholding the example of TK. What they stressed as most exemplary about TK was its spirit, the development of socialist consciousness, faith in the power of the collective, pride in community self-reliance and confidence in the ability of men and women to transform nature through hard labor. Once people developed the TK spirit and the TK outlook, party leaders said, great changes inevitably followed. Whenever a community succeeded in transforming itself, it was because, first of all, thinking had changed. Thus spirit, not objective reality, decided the future. A poetic comparison described this to Longbao peasants over and over again. TK. High mountains. Rock-strewn slopes. Step out the door. Start climbing up or down. Yet TK people reap 1,000 caddies per mile. Longbao. Flat land. High water table. Step out the door. Walk 5 li without interruption. Yet Longbao people harvest only 200 caddies per mile. TK people, it was said, went to work like a wall, then spread out like bees. Longbao people went to work like bees, then spread out like a wall. Going to work like a wall described how TK people reported to work together, on time and in a disciplined manner. Spreading out like bees described how they went their own way in the field so that each person could work at his or her own pace, each doing his or her best and paying no mind to the fact that others might be doing more or less. All this was possible because TK based work points on each individual's worth measured against criteria respected by all. Longbao people, on the other hand, came to work as they chose, some on time, most of them late. As they worked they formed a solid line across the field, a line that adapted to the pace of the slowest worker. Since their work points did not adequately express individual differences, no one wanted to be out front and no one wanted to fall behind. No wonder that yields suffered and work point earnings remained low. Another way of describing Longbao people at work in the field was to say that they resembled a dragon, all bunched up. Since Longbao people felt dissatisfied with their work points, they worked poorly without supervision. Leaders therefore drew back from a rational division of labor. Instead of sending people out individually or in small groups to accomplish distinct but complementary tasks, they bunched them up in gangs where they could more easily supervise them. But this could hardly be called good planning. From above came the demand that Longbao people study TK. 4. The fat of the land. Truly TK had achieved results worthy of study. In 1 month their karma and I had seen tremendous crops, corn yielding 150 bushels per acre, sorghum yielding 200 bushels, growing on terraced land created by knocking down loess ridges by hand. TK peasants used the rich loess to fill gullies with good soil, then held this soil in place with masonry walls all of which arched, horseshoe-like, toward the mountain. The arching gave the walls enough strength to withstand the washouts brought on by the torrential rains of July. The labor required to build these terraces was enormous, amounting to thousands of man-days per acre, but the results fully justified the effort, especially since during the winter months people had nothing else to do. A nitrogen fertilizer plant that fixed nitrogen from the air with coal gas helped guarantee high yields on the remade land. The county government built the fertilizer plant with money allocated by the central government after TK people had shown what they could do through self-reliance. It demonstrated the power of modern technology when linked to sound cooperative effort. As Premier Zhou Enlai told us, TK was an example, not of absolute self-reliance, but of self-reliance in the main. The brigades and communes of Siang County, after transforming large areas of land at the community level, had turned their attention to the much larger, untapped resources of the county's 5 river valleys and the wastelands on the mountain tops. We saw dikes several kilometers long that held one great river to the south side of its floodplain, while soil, carried in by hand, filled in the boulder-strewn space on the north side. The large flat fields thus created could be irrigated with river water and produced corn, millet, sorghum grain, and even rice in abundance. We saw a tunnel that pierced a perpendicular cliff and diverted a river from an entire half-mile loop. The peasants of one brigade had blasted the tunnel through several hundred meters of rock, built a dam to block the river, then carried in soil to create new fields in the riverbed all the way around the loop. With this one project they more than doubled the land available for tillage in their brigade. We saw whole forests planted on mountain tops that had previously been barren. To ensure that the trees had a chance to grow, the brigade strictly controlled the areas to be grazed and the areas to be reforested. Whitewashed boulders, clearly visible for miles, marked the borders between the two. With the exception of the terracing at Takei Brigade itself, most of this work began in 1967 after Chen Yongkai assumed power in Siang County as chairman of its Revolutionary Committee. Taking seriously Premier Zhou Enlai's advice to avoid choosing sides in the factional disputes that plagued Shanxi province, Chen concentrated on mobilizing the whole county to learn from Takei. In brigade after brigade he helped bring forward a core group of leaders who believed in putting politics in command, in putting public interest ahead of private interest, and in developing the full potential of their community through self-reliant capital construction as Takei had already begun to do. This reorganization stimulated a remarkable rise in productivity throughout the county. After the peasants turned their attention to the riverbeds and the mountain tops, the scale of the projects soon surpassed the capacity of individual brigades to carry them through. They required concentrating the labor power of several brigades, of whole communes or of several communes working together. Chen therefore advised the formation of special teams for capital construction. The productive forces and wealth created at the commune and county level by these special teams opened up the possibility of higher levels of cooperation, higher levels of accounting and sharing. Organizing whole communes as functioning producer cooperatives, rather than as service centers for production brigades, suddenly became practical. Even the question of an eventual leap to state-owned agriculture by merging all production units into one large county farm came into focus as something that this generation and not some distant descendants might have to consider. As Chen Yongkai spoke of his hopes and plans, he radiated an enthusiasm that was infectious. Seeing things momentarily through his eyes, visitors caught a glimpse of the great potential of the Chinese countryside in the hands of a creative peasantry. The excitement of his vision of new levels of human relationship liberating untapped productive forces, which in turn must generate new human relations in a constantly rising and expanding spiral, swept them along. What I have really felt during these years, said Chen, is optimism. Listening to him, we found it easy to share this optimism and to recognize it as a significant social force in the Chinese countryside. Before 1966 the production of the whole county never exceeded 70 to 80 million caddies of grain. No year's record went above this figure. Our 200,000 people farmed 400,000 mao of land that yielded 200 caddies per mao or 400 caddies per person. This had to supply seed, feed, food, sales to the state and accumulation funds. If one took out the grain needed for all other purposes, the people were left with only 200 caddies per year to eat. Since production was low, sales to the state were also low. They amounted to only 7 million caddies in 1966. We actually sold 14 million caddies that year but had to ask for 7 million back in order to get through until the next harvest. With 1967 things began to change. In 1967 we set up a new revolutionary committee, drew up a plan to change the backwardness of the whole county, and began to rearrange Siang's mountains and rivers. After 1967 production went up year after year, and it went up in a straight line. From 200 caddies per mao in 1966 to 650 caddies per mao this year for the whole county. Once you compare you can see what is involved. By 1970 the production of the whole county reached 200 million caddies, or more than 1,000 caddies per capita, all this in only 4 years' time. We were able to sell 52 million caddies to the state. Each year these sales have gone up and the amount of food for each person has also gone up. Now each person has 530 caddies for consumption. In 1966 only Takei Brigade made bean noodles for the state. Now there are over 300 bean noodle plants in the county, consuming more than 12 million caddies of grain. We sell all the bean noodles to the state to help support factories in the city. This is in addition to the grain supplied to the state under the quota. Before 1966 we always held back 5% of our quota grain to make these processed food products. But now we don't hold back anything. We make noodles with the surplus grain held in each brigade, and this amounts to much more grain than we used to sell to the state, several times more. All this goes to show that our surplus is rising. Our consumption is also rising, and all because our yields are rising. Only if this holds true can we say that we are really supporting the cities, new industries, national defense, and world revolution. This year, barring unforeseen disaster, our county should harvest 260 million caddies, or 1,300 caddies per person. We will sell about a third of this to the state as surplus. That amounts to 400 caddies per person, or 80 million caddies all told, which is equal to our total production in 1966. But even with these huge sales each person will have 900 caddies left over. Even if they eat 600 they will still have 300 to spare. Can we order every peasant to eat 600 caddies, eat it up come what may? Hardly. No one can eat 600 caddies, or even 500 for that matter. Should they sell their grain on the free market just because they have a family surplus? No. We should educate people to save grain. Since we have a lot, we should save a lot. We'll order everyone to take his or her 600 caddies home. Since they can't eat it, they must store it away, store it in their own homes. Here at Takei we can't memorize quotations from Mao Zedong so well, but real grain is on hand in the people's homes. In the course of the struggle, people have transformed their personal thinking. If you only talk about how good Mao Zedong's line is but the peasants have no grain stored away and no money to spend, you won't prove a thing. Political and economic struggle is very sharp. Line struggle is very sharp all around. All those who shout about boundless loyalty, saying whatever they like but doing no hard work every day, such people are not loyal. Contradictions are always coming up. In our county we are already aware of the contradiction between advanced and backward units. Advanced units tend to become all the more advanced while some ordinary units meet trouble and find no way out. One solution would be to merge small collectives into larger ones. But backward units that haven't done so well feel they should go the other way and try small-scale organization. They are discouraged and feel that they have fallen too far behind. They feel that the gap is too great, that things are too far out of balance. They want to go forward but they have fears. They fear that others will walk too fast and that they will lag too far behind. So we have to come up with new ideas and develop new plans. We are thinking about how to solve problems of production based on new levels of organization. And we are thinking of how to help backward units catch up with advanced units in order to get balanced progress in the whole county. We are also thinking of more collective reserves as a means of capital investment. But some say that too great a collective reserve will violate the 60 points. The 60 points is officially called Regulations on the Work of Rural People's Communes, Central Committee September, 1962, also known as the 60 Articles on Agriculture. That document lays down the rule that reserves set aside should be less than wealth distributed. What we are experimenting with are special teams on the county, commune, and brigade level. Such teams were popularized in 1968-69. Now every brigade has its special team, and this has led to charges that we are blowing up a communist wind. Rumors about this are widespread in Shenfan. But really, this cannot be called a communist wind. We have already been through all that. The communist wind involves, besides false reports, the transfer of wealth without compensation, from individuals to the collective, or from lower collective levels to higher ones, as happened in the case of the pigs. First transfer the pigs to the commune and then transfer the feed. First ask for brigade labor power to build the commune pigpen, then take over brigade land to build the pigpen on. Now that we have created special teams, people say the communist wind is blowing again, but we don't agree. Special teams pool labor power for basic construction of land, of dams, of reservoirs. When they fix up something, they obtain results right away, the very first year. They create a productive force that didn't exist before. There is no leveling and transferring in the old sense at all. These special teams are not transferring wealth, they are creating new wealth. This is not unreasonable. They are made up of people from the lowest units who are assigned to brigade, commune or even county level projects. The group now working at the county farm at the river's edge is a case in point. Quite a few people are involved. In 1967 we tried allocating 10% of the labor power of certain brigades to collective projects. We wondered what the effect of such an allocation would be on the brigade's own production. We didn't dare do this on a large scale, but only with the manpower of a few brigades. Not only were the results not bad, production inside the brigades increased. They worked better with 10% less labor to command. Why would we want to transfer workers into special teams? There are all kinds of rivers and ravines in our county. How can they be fixed up in a short period of time? If you really want to fix them up, you must find a workable method that will serve as a good example. When we transferred labor power out, we did not undermine enthusiasm in the brigades. The 90% left behind worked harder than before and did a better job. When brigades have lots of labor power, they figure that labor is no problem. There is plenty of time and there are plenty of people. But once we transfer some labor out, we alert the brigade leaders. They no longer feel so confident. Labor shortage spurs their activism. Even though 10% doesn't amount to very much, its removal sends out a signal. As soon as we cut back labor power, everyone becomes alert. All begin to ask, how can we solve this problem? How can we mobilize the rank and file? How can we develop new techniques? Cotters become active. They all use their brains. They all begin to think up good ideas. And the people come out to work more days each year. To begin with, we chose 2 spots where we could reclaim land in the riverbed, one at Fengchu, a commune project, and one at Chituho, a county project. The success of these 2 experimental projects had an immediate effect. People saw that in a short time great things could be built by concentrating labor. They recognized the advantage of special teams. The more labor power we transferred out, the better they did back home, the more their yields increased. It spurred the whole year's production. Thus these 2 projects created a model for the whole county. At Chituho we built a long dike and reclaimed 3,000 mao. At Fengchu we added land to the riverbank and created 1,000 mao. In 1 year we built dikes and dams, carried in soil, and reaped crops from the rocky riverbed. Chituho, with the help of labor allocated from all over the county, harvested more than 400,000 caddies of grain. Fengchu, with labor from the whole commune, harvested 140,000 caddies. We summed up this experience and organized visits to study these places. Then we asked the brigades to discuss the problems of labor power shortages. Thus the lessons of these 2 examples spread. All over the county people began big projects fixing up the rivers and mountains. If one counts only the dams and dikes in the riverbed, we have built 2 million meters of stonework and filled in 50,000 mao of new land. From this new land alone we should get about 30 million caddies of grain this year. I'm counting only the land already planted to crops. There is still more land under construction, land that has not yet been filled in or that has not yet been planted. But did projects like these silence the critics? No. In 1968 and 1970 some people still tried to slander us, saying we had blown up another communist wind. Visitors from many different places all said they had heard such stories. We, on our part, were determined to stand by our plan and withstand this slander. But even though we stood firm, we could not really relax. Sooner or later these stories would surely reach the Central Committee in Peking. We felt that if leading comrades from the Central Committee could come here and have a look, it would be much better. If we had done wrong, it could be corrected. If we had done right, it could be confirmed. Last year, members of the Central Committee finally came. They liked what they saw. And we discovered that what we had organized was a special team system. Central Committee members said, "You have special teams. Big construction cannot be done without them." Feeling that we had the full support of the Central Committee, we stood firm. We give no credence to that communist wind talk. If there is no clarity as to what constitutes a communist wind, what constitutes leveling and transferring, as distinct from the solid development of productive forces, one can't launch projects like this. What happened in 1958, the year of the Great Leap Forward, was that the county took wealth from the commune and the commune in turn took wealth from the brigades. They transferred wealth from the strong places to fill in the weak spots. This was taking the wealth of the prosperous to give to the poor and the backward. This in no way increased the wealth of all, but only redistributed that which already existed. If you see only this bad example and don't dare transfer any labor power from below, you cannot do any big projects. Those who accuse us of blowing up a communist wind are not realistic. If that was what we were doing, how could our production go up so fast and so far? Those who don't dare concentrate any labor power are just sitting on resources. They are afraid to liberate productive forces. TK people live very well. Why? As thinking changes, the land changes and yields change. If you want to increase production, you have to liberate your thinking, transform the land and increase yields. You can't just sit there and hold the fort. All this illustrates the superiority of the collective economy. If the collective doesn't dare carry on any projects to fix up land and reroute rivers, what can be said for the power of the collective? It is just as if large collective units had adopted go it alone, family farm thinking. We must repudiate this hold the fort, go it alone, individualistic kind of outlook. We must set up examples of the superiority of our collective economy. When all this came under attack, our first reaction was, say what you want, we'll do what we want. Later the pressure got so great that we became upset. But we still did what we wanted. The more they attacked, the more we repudiated. And whom did we repudiate? Lu Shao Chi. We called all this talk leftover Lu Shao Chi poison. That made these people very angry. So then we won a victory after all. We won on a new front and put down something wrong. Now we are planning to build 800 reservoirs. Formerly we planned on the county and the communes doing most of the work. But now the brigades will do most of it. With 400 brigades, each will build 2 reservoirs. This includes large, medium, and small reservoirs, but even the large ones will not be as big as the main reservoir on the river. As for the water storage basin on the ridge above TK, that is not a reservoir, it's just a pond, or a puddle. We call it a cistern. When we started all this reclamation work, we quarreled over where to start. Should we start by fixing up some farmland in the riverbed, or should we first build reservoirs to hold back the runoff? This was resolved in line with our old principle that practice should, first of all, suit the peasants. One must show some down-to-earth, practical achievement. This meant we had to start by fixing up some crop land. We created some new land in each of the riverbeds. Everyone watched happily as the new crops grew. All had but one worry. Will floods wash everything away? They couldn't help but worry over this. Everyone began to talk about the flood problem, talk that the county leaders fanned up. They helped spread the idea that the new land was bound, sooner or later, to be washed away by the river. As a result, the demand that reservoirs be built came from below. So today reservoirs are being built everywhere, quickly and well. As the enthusiasm of the masses rose, we helped draw up plans for the reservoirs. Originally most of them were county or commune level projects to which we asked the brigades to contribute. But soon the brigades took over and now they work on their own. If people hadn't seen the good land in the riverbed, they wouldn't have understood the importance of reservoirs. All this goes to show that you must grasp the main problem to solve the secondary one. As soon as you build some land, you start being afraid of floods. If there is no land to protect and you ask people to hold water back, they have no motive to do so and cannot be mobilized. How are the special teams paid? They are paid primarily by earning work points in their own brigades, thus the brigades finance the project. When we allocate labor power from the brigades for reclamation work, nearby brigades contribute more labor power, and brigades farther away contribute less. Brigades that are still farther away don't contribute labor but earn work points from the county. They are paid out of public tax funds. Actually, we financed the Chi-Tu-Ho project in this way. Those who left home to work on it earned work points in their own brigades the first year, but as the project began to yield income, the county paid the brigades back. Up to now, workers on the county farm still count as members of their home brigades and earn work points at home. But as the farm is consolidated, they will be transferred to it as farm workers and cut their ties to their home brigades. They will then set work points for each other based on mutual appraisal. Earnings will be paid out of the farm's income, but the amount will not be based on any proportionate share of that income as is usual in brigade distribution. They will get what amounts to a good average income in the county. If they were to be paid a proportionate share of the farm's income, their wages would be extremely large. Through commune projects, the problem of commune accumulation funds has been solved. Brigades have always been required to contribute 2 to 3% of their income to the commune accumulation fund. But nobody has ever sent the money up. Brigades never liked to turn over money to the commune. On the other hand, they have been willing to allocate some labor power. If they send up labor power, they don't owe any money. With labor power, the commune has the possibility of creating productive forces, reclaiming land, opening up livestock farms, etc., and thus the commune develops a source of income. Even though our communes were set up long ago, as long as they had no income of their own, the role they played was not outstanding. Now the commune plays an important role. It raises livestock, it raises crops, it has its own manure. It has its own income. It is in a position to help out weak brigades. This can't be called a communist wind. Poor brigades and victims of disaster share the commune's wealth. This is indeed a communist form of sharing according to need. But in this case the poor are not sharing the wealth of other hard-working brigades, but the collective wealth of the commune itself, a wealth they have helped to create. These things must be analyzed properly. All sharing cannot be lumped together as a communist wind. Whatever these poorer brigades need, they can now get. If they need money, they can get money. If they need grain, they can get grain. If they need draft animals, they can get draft animals. In a sense, the aid is very similar to state relief. But in this case there is no drain on the state. When a commune can relieve its members like this, then all members feel that the commune is good. Of course, when the commune gives aid to a poor brigade, it tries to help out with means of production, not simply relief. In this way the commune helps the brigade get production going rather than merely giving brigade members something to eat or wear. My idea at this point is to grasp the commune level. When a commune has a rich material base, it can help the backward teams narrow the gap between them and the more advanced. At a certain point all can then merge at the commune level without dragging the more prosperous teams down. By helping the poor move up, the commune prepares the road to commune ownership and commune accounting. If we all merge in this way at the commune level, the rich brigades cannot object. But if you talk about this too much, mentioning when and how, there are people who will start complaining that you are blowing up a communist wind, that you want poor brigades to share the wealth of the rich. So even if you have a good plan in mind, it is better not to talk about it. At THIRD Commune, we already have money to buy machines. We don't need money from the state or from the brigades. We have already created this kind of material base. Yet the accounting unit remains at the brigade level. Even maintaining it at the brigade level makes us subject to pressure because the whole country is learning from THIRD. When people learn that our accounting is done at the brigade level, it creates a similar demand on their part. But if a community moves to brigade level accounting without having created the proper conditions, it will end up in a mess. Some places don't even have cooperative production at the team level yet, not to mention team-wide accounting. So when we take a step forward like this, we have to do it quietly. We must also consider the fact that our mountain brigades are small. Most of them have fewer than 100 families. If these were divided into production teams, we couldn't possibly carry out the projects that we now undertake. Our brigades are really only about the size of production teams on the plains of Hopi. We are also involved in controversy over private plots and the individual reclamation of wasteland. At THIRD we have no need for private plots. Everything needed to sustain life is grown in the fields on collective land. We produce enough grain for all, so there is no question of private plots. In 1963 floods washed away the big fields of the collective, not to mention the private plots. In order to recover, we had to fix up the collective land first. It would have been quite wrong to fix up private plots first. After conquering many difficulties and restoring the collective land to production, everything began to go well. So we said, let's fix up the private plots. But then the members all said, this is wrong. We've been through such a disaster, we've overcome such hardship and famine, and it's all been by collective effort. If we had depended on individual, selfish thinking, how could we ever have stood up? The people equated private plots with selfish thinking, with individualism. Since all the crops, both high on the mountain and down below in the gullies, were growing well, since all the crops on large plots and small were growing well, we decided to do away with private plots. If you hand out private plots here now, people don't want them. They won't take them. When visitors came and saw that the crops on all our land grew equally well, they were amazed. At home, they said, the private plots look better. Some of them, when they went home, confiscated private plots, expecting thereby to put all their land in top shape. But when they did this, the crops on collective land looked worse than before. Class enemies immediately spoke out. Don't study THIRD. It's a disaster. The more you learn, the worse you get. The trouble was that these visitors looked only at the surface of our brigade and not at the essence, hence they brought disaster on themselves. We gave up private plots when the material conditions were ripe, when people no longer wanted them. But they confiscated private plots when the people still wanted them, and even wanted bigger plots. Conditions were unripe. Political consciousness was not high, therefore collective production did not go well either. Under such conditions you can't abolish private plots. People still think that their plots aren't big enough. So now we don't talk about our brigade accounting or about the fact that we have given up private plots. Talking about it doesn't do any good, it only leads to criticism. We just say that our brigade is equivalent to a team elsewhere, that we can't divide our small unit further. It just wouldn't work. Is brigade accounting universal in Siang County? Let us just say we have quite a few units doing it. The important thing here is that collective consciousness has spread. When the big river is full, the little river overflows. When the big collective prospers, brigades, teams, families and individuals all prosper. Actually, we are running into a new type of problem. Our production is rising so fast that we are running out of labor power. We have given our mountaintop land and our sheep to the commune. We couldn't manage them all ourselves. In order to solve such problems we need mechanization, and since the commune already has funds, it is better for the commune to go ahead and buy machines rather than wait for the brigades to buy them. One big tractor, one big threshing machine, can do the work for several brigades. As the water rises, the boat goes up. Since production increases every year, so does income. Now in the commune as a whole, each workday earns 1 yuan in cash. When it reaches 3 yuan, there may well be a shortage of consumer goods. People could be standing in line all the way to Taiyuan. But if we didn't distribute the income to our members, and share it out with less advanced units, wouldn't that be leveling and transferring again? Wouldn't that be the communist wind? And wouldn't we be blowing it up ourselves? In Takei Brigade, for 3 years already, our workday has been held at the 1.5 yuan level. The people haven't complained about this fixed rate because our accumulation fund has gone up sharply. They know we are collecting capital and experience for a transition to commune accounting, which can be done when all workdays are worth 1.5 yuan but not when workdays are worth 0.5 yuan, or even 1 yuan. We could probably afford to pay 3 yuan a day to Takei Brigade members, but we couldn't reach commune accounting that way because we'd be too far ahead. With help from the commune, the backward brigades now average 1 yuan. When they reach an average of 1.5 yuan, the level we are holding at, then the conditions will be ripe for commune accounting. Once we have commune accounting, we can reorganize our whole plan of production. We can plant trees where they should be planted and grow crops where crops do best. We can concentrate on the larger fields and make full use of machines. Then everything will fall into its rightful place. Now the commune has already reclaimed 300 mao along the river. The amount can be increased to 3,000 mao, all in one stretch. That one new field alone will equal 3 Takei brigades. Can the commune handle it? Maybe we Takei residents will have to leave a few people up here to plant fruit trees while the rest move down to the riverbed to plant the flat land. Our brigade alone can't take care of all the new land that can be built. Neither can the commune take proper care of it. We may have to join forces with the other brigades, make a transition to commune ownership, and take care of everything together. If anyone says this is wrong and that we should split up again, let him explain how we are to solve this problem. We are not afraid to pool prosperity. We have too much. We have to share it. It's not the same as sharing poverty. All this creates problems. Mao's slogan calls on the whole country to study Takei. What is Takei to do? We must move ahead. We must jump to a higher stage of organization. We are forced to do it by the development of production. But in relation to the situation in the country as a whole, it is premature. What, then, is the next step? County-wide ownership. The idea of making Siang County a Takei-type county contains the germ of this idea. When it materializes, I could become the head of a farm that comprises the whole county. Then the mountains will all be covered with trees while the big gullies and valleys will be covered with grain. By opening up the mountains and building all these reservoirs, we are preparing conditions for the creation of flat land. By creating flat land, we are preparing conditions for mechanization. Come back in a few years' time. We'll show you not only crops, but reservoirs. Siang County will look like South China. Not only will we make it unnecessary to send southern grain north, we'll create southern-style yields in the Northland. In the south the climate allows 2 or 3 crops a year. They add up to 800 caddies per mao. Of course there are brigades there that raise more than 1,000 caddies, but not many. There are not too many that have even reached the standard yield of 800, just as north of the Yellow River not too many have reached 400. If we fix up our land and raise fertility, we can easily get as much with 1 crop as they raise with 3. Down there they start off short of labor. Raising 3 crops a year creates a very tight situation. They have to find time to plant and hoe 3 crops. We raise only 1. We save more than half of the labor, so we have manpower for new construction. If they plant rice, we can plant rice. If they have underground water, ponds, and wells, we can build reservoirs all over the mountains. If the mountains of the south are covered with trees, we too can plant trees for timber and fruit. If we don't develop forestry, We can't catch up. Before the Cultural Revolution I always wanted to go south to see for myself. Our yields were crossing the Yangtze, but we ourselves never crossed the Yangtze to see what it was really like down there. During the Cultural Revolution I still couldn't go. Finally, this year, I made the trip. I saw the South and it gave me some ideas about what we must do. I also learned that the South has its shortcomings. I went there in winter. The days were either foggy or overcast. There was very little sunlight. In summer, they said, conditions are even worse. I thought to myself, at least we have sunlight. Once we fix up the land and raise fertility we can do more than they because we have the sun. I came back, thinking of Mao Zedong and his call, make the North independent of Southern grain. But to accomplish this you have to carry out a revolution. Without revolution none of it is possible. 5. Learning from decay. For Long Bao, bogged down in factional conflict and unable to push yields beyond the 30-bushel mark, questions concerning massive capital construction, special teams, commune accounting, or making the North look like the South could well seem premature if not wildly irrelevant. Nevertheless, decay had started out with much less in its favor than Long Bao. Most of what decay peasants had accomplished they had accomplished with their bare hands and a little dynamite. Surely there were some lessons there for Long Bao people to ponder. In any case, party leaders were urging Long Bao people to study decay, so they embarked upon that task. The best way to study decay was to go and visit the place. It was not so far away, only a day's ride by bus through some spectacular limestone mountains. A commune delegation, organized in 1969, held open 10 places for Long Bao. Since there were 11 people who wanted very much to go, swiftly, as party secretary, withdrew in favor of one of the team leaders. This was not because he didn't want to learn from decay, but because he was willing to give others the first chance. Critics later attacked him for stalling. Swiftly, they said, didn't care about decay. He refused to go there when he had the chance. Fast Chin went to decay, but later, when someone criticized Long Bao methods, Chin replied, the decay way, the Long Bao way, what difference does it make as long as we harvest the grain? People held this remark against Chin. They took it as a sign of defiance, a challenge to the commune leadership, the city, the region, the province, and the central committee. But they never made the context of these remarks clear. It seems probable that Chin's words were no more subversive than Wang Wentie's words about going to Peking to see Chairman Mao, even if you go, the grain won't grow in Long Bao unless you work hard here in the field. Going to decay and bringing back something of value were two different things, however. Visits to model communities had developed as a custom in China ever since model peasants and labor heroes received publicity during the anti-Japanese war. Over the years tens of millions of people had taken trips, long and short, to visit outstanding examples of production and creativeness. These visits often bore fruit, but apparently just as often they did not. Even if one was very impressed with what one saw, it was not always easy to apply the lessons to one's home brigade. Already someone had written a poem about that, too. Moved when you see it. Moved again when it is explained. Motionless when you get back home. In Long Bao we heard a story about a local peasant who visited the Red Flag Canal. He was so inspired by what he saw that he could hardly wait to get home. The canal we have built is puny, it's not much better than scratching a groove in the ground with your toe. Just wait till you see what we can build. But on the way home everyday problems began to crowd into his mind. When he opened his door he found his wife yelling at the children, and the children, as usual, yelling at each other. Grand plans for canal building faded before the exigencies of the moment. He never got any large project off the ground. This phenomenon, by no means unique, was summed up in another rhyme. At the meeting, wholeheartedly for it. On the road back, half-heartedly for it. At home, no heart for it. It is forgotten. and the reason for this was that the advanced brigades were often so far ahead that the laggards had no way to catch up with them. Doing so in one big leap was obviously impossible. Small steps seemed grossly inadequate and soon faltered. What people needed was a long-range plan leading step by step to a higher level of achievement, concrete measures, solid work. Creating an enthusiastic atmosphere through public meetings, stirring slogans, and individual mobilization ought to help, but very often such mobilization went forward without generating any concrete achievements. Enthusiasm then quickly dissipated and it became that much harder for the organizers to move people a second time. This was exactly what happened when Longbao people went to visit TK. They came back deeply impressed by such things as the fact that TK team leaders didn't ring any bell to wake people up in the morning, nor did they go from house to house knocking on doors. TK people showed up in the fields on their own and worked hard without supervision. They came back impressed by the fact that TK crops were a deep dark green, reflecting ample fertilization and special care, and they attributed all this high morale and good crops to the TK workpoint system, whereby all brigade members evaluated each other once a year through a system of self-report and public appraisal and then assigned each other points based on their work records, points that did not vary from day to day, and did not require any records other than attendance. But when Longbao people tried to hand out points this way, the system broke down. In Longbao, people did not trust one another enough to speak from the heart. They made self-reports in the spirit of winning friends, influencing people, and turning away wrath. Their public appraisals suffered from the same defects. The overall result was that they equalized their work points and smoothed out legitimate differences. This forced some people who always earned more than they deserved onto the defensive while it forced others, who always earned less than they deserved, onto the offensive. In the end everyone began to grumble and the crops suffered. As one peasant summed it up, we were impressed by the fact that TK's crops were green but failed to grasp that this was because the people's hearts were red. In TK they put politics in command. Here work points always take command. After a second visit to TK, Longbao peasants brought back a determination to improve housing. TK people had built solid stone caves for everyone, caves that were expected to last 2,000 years. Longbao people were not so dogmatic as to decide to build caves for themselves. They did not, after all, live in a Loess gully, but they did decide to build a lot of new houses, especially for the younger generation getting married, and these houses they built wider, longer, taller and better than the old housing had ever been. New housing improved the quality of life but generated criticism on all sides because it was not undertaken on the basis of any increase in production, any new level of prosperity. At TK the slogan had always been Xianxiupio, Ho Xiawo. But Longbao people built dozens of new houses without any improvements on the land, and without any increases in yield. The new houses, in fact, cut down the crop because they occupied land on the periphery of the village that the brigade had always tilled before. To visit TK was easy, to emulate TK was hard. People who went to see those 5 ridges and 6 gullies on the slopes of Tajriad mountain almost always learned something, but when they tried to apply it at home the results tended toward the extreme. To emulate the TK workpoint system without the high level of unity and political consciousness that TK brigade members possessed almost always resulted in ultra-left leveling, in distortion of the distribution system based on the principle to each according to his work, in the direction of extreme equalitarian that distributed goods based on need, not work. If, on the other hand, one came home impressed by good housing, and proceeded to emulate TK by investing heavily in housing, this became a rightist mistake, a premature emphasis on consumption under conditions where production could not sustain and did not warrant such consumption. Wherever grain production remained low, the resources of the community had to be concentrated on raising yields, on releasing productive forces in agriculture. Diverting funds to housing could only perpetuate stagnation. Perhaps the primary lesson TK had to teach was to concentrate first on farm production and to treat sidelines as secondary. But even this obvious lesson was not well learned by peasant visitors from Longbao. It was not that Longbao's leaders failed to give lip service to the concept. Everyone knew enough to stress agriculture as the main task and grain production as the key link in agriculture, but when it came to actual practice, the best energies of the brigade, the most initiative, and the best labor power almost always ended up in sidelines. Sidelines developed whether anyone paid attention to them or not. And that was because labor expended in sidelines yielded both a more immediate and a larger return than labor expended in the fields. Central Committee guidelines limited the labor power assigned to sidelines to 15% of the total. In Longbao there were times when 40% of the labor power went into sidelines. Longbao was no longer, in any sense, an isolated rural community. It was a suburban community situated at the heart of one of China's most rapidly developing industrial zones. The highway, the railroad shops, the cement plant, the construction workers' encampment and the new east-west railroad they were building, the land set aside for the Taihang saw blade works, and the North Station complex 1 mile up the road all bespoke urbanization, industrialization, and modernization. The industry, the transportation network and the frenzied pace of construction all created a demand for labor, both skilled and unskilled, and beyond that a demand for products, particularly building materials that nearby brigades could easily supply. Bricks, for instance, were in great demand. The soil of the Shangtang plain was well suited for brick making. Coal for firing brick kilns was cheap. Thus almost every brigade set up a brick kiln or two. These supplied bricks for home use and also on a major scale for the industrial construction proceeding on all sides. The Longbao brick kilns employed 10 or 12 people on a year-round basis. Many more went out to do transport work as members of a flat cart brigade that could muster 20 carts. They hauled freight on contract for whatever the traffic would bear, raw rock to the cement plant, cement from the cement plant, freight to and from Changchi North Station, coal, pig iron, steel rods and bars, bricks, lots of bricks, tiles and countless other products. A much smaller group equipped with large carts powered by mules, 3 to a hitch, hauled similar freight on long-distance routes. A permanent crew of a dozen or more unloaded freight at Changchi North Station at so much a ton. Other crews, on a short-term basis, performed various industrial jobs on contract. Crews went out to Changchi Steel to cut steel rod, and to the grain mill factory to cut iron bars. Piecework jobs yielded the most profit. In 1970 the militiaman Lin Yaolong led 5 people out to Changchi Steel to cut rods with acetylene torches. Lin's crew of 6 worked for 3 months and earned 7,041.75 yuan. The acetylene cost 1,311.85 yuan. They turned 3,538.90 yuan into the brigade and got 181 workday credits apiece, and then divided the balance of the money, 2,191 yuan, among themselves for a bonus of 365.17 yuan per person. During the rectification movement critics charged them, not without reason, with profiteering. All the projects described above fell into the category of brigade sidelines. The people who took part worked as a collective. They were supposed either to turn in their cash earnings for workday credits, or to turn in so many yuan per day for the right to work and keep the balance as personal earnings. When Lin Yaolong went out to Changchi Steel he combined both these methods. Other Longbao natives worked outside, not in groups but individually, as so-called temporary workers. The plants that hired them paid their wages to the brigade. The workers themselves got credit for work points in their home teams. The brigade supplied such workers on contract to nearby industrial plants. Their work was not temporary in any usual sense but, rather, long-term. The contracts ran for 2 or 3 years. These workers were called temporary to distinguish them from regular plant workers who had what might be called tenure and enjoyed all the rights, privileges, and fringe benefits of regular employees. The temporary workers had few rights and privileges and no fringe benefits because they did not belong to the factory where they worked, but to the brigade from which they came. That is to say, the city classed them as resident members of their local cooperative, not as factory staff. They had no residency permit, no ration book, no free medical care at the factory clinic, and no right to send their children to the factory school. They registered as village residents, they got their grain as a share of the local crop based on work points earned, they paid a small fee every year for cooperative medical care, and sent their children to the village school. Any problems which they had they referred to their local brigade leader, not to the factory management. The factory had no responsibility for their welfare. As workers they were second-class citizens, but from the brigade point of view they were a sure and steady source of cash income. Other peasants operated sidelines on an individual basis, as private enterprises. A few families still wove cloth at home, usually in their spare time, and sold it at retail. Qin Shenyi continued to operate a repair shop that was so prosperous that he eventually acquired his own welding equipment and began to manufacture handcarts that he sold as far away as Hinton. Old Lady Wang's son, Zhenpao, all on his own, set up a bicycle repair shed beside the highway and did a thriving business. When the brigade could no longer ignore these businesses, it incorporated them as concessions into the overall cooperative structure. Then Qin and Wang had to pay a concession fee of so many yuan a day to the brigade. Anything earned above that they kept as their own. When one added up all these various non-agricultural endeavors, they often absorbed as much as 40% of the total available labor power of the brigade. Since the 60 points issued by the Central Committee suggested 15% as a maximum, Longbao was clearly out of line, and this was counting only the legitimate sideline and industrial employment. Above, beyond, and between all these, various forms of buying, selling, speculation and commission-taking developed that were, if not overtly illegal, certainly illegitimate in a socialist society. I have already described Splaifutseng's dried sweet potato racket. There were many others. Lin Yaolong for many years bought silver coins in the Taihang Mountains and sold them as far away as Kaifeng and even Shanghai. Little Shen, as an adjunct to his legitimate efforts as sidelines manager, made private deals of all kinds that earned him commissions as a middleman. There is no figure for the amount of income that came to Longbao Brigade in this way because, since all such income was private, it went unreported. The figure for legitimate sideline income was reported as approximately 45% of the total. It played a role in the economy of the brigade out of proportion to its size because it represented a steady cash inflow that could be spent on production expenses such as seed, fertilizer, and insecticides and thus guarantee the success of the main staple crops. It also gave the brigade cash that could be distributed to members prior to such major events as the annual fall fair and the New Year holidays. Most important of all, this large inflow of cash made it possible to distribute almost 1 yuan to each member for each day worked, a level of income not far below that of the industrial workers in the region and a level that made Longbao an attractive place for immigrants to settle. If farming had provided the only income, a labor day in Longbao would have been worth only 50 to 60 fen, which was about what many peasants in isolated mountain communities earned from their crops. Most people considered such incomes disastrously low. Clearly, sidelines made Longbao prosperous in spite of a stagnant agriculture. Sidelines grew by themselves without any major campaign to foster them, while all the campaigns to develop agriculture bore little fruit. Because sidelines absorbed so much energy and talent, Longbao people had very little left over for application to their fields. It would be wrong to put too much blame on sidelines for the stagnation of agriculture in Longbao in the 60s. Sidelines diverted attention from agriculture, but there were many other problems, both technical and political, that made a breakthrough in farming difficult. Technically, the character of the soil all around the base of the Great Ridge and Little Ridge Hills presented the greatest problem. Most of the land on the Shangtang Plateau consisted of clay, laid down at the bottom of a great Shanxi lake millions of years earlier, but the clay at the base of the ridge near Longbao was particularly heavy and saline. Peasants found it harder to work, less productive and more subject to salt damage in the fall after the heavy evaporation of the summer months than any of the land nearby. Furthermore, nobody knew how to ameliorate this condition. Longbao clay presented a much more complex and stubborn challenge than that which confronted Takei. Rich loess soil, some of it 30 feet deep, covered much of Takei's Taichriad mountain. Over the years fierce torrential rains had badly eroded this loess, cut it into alternating sharp ridges and deep ravines, and washed thousands of tons of it away, but at the same time the loess that was left was marvelously fertile, not just at the surface in the layer known as the topsoil, but all the way down through to the bedrock. If one spread the loess out, all of it was fertile, or could soon be made so. Thus it was quite clear from the beginning what Takei people had to do. They had to level the loess, build terrace walls to hold it in place, and bring water to the new fields thus created. If they did these things they could easily raise production year after year, cross the Yellow River and cross the Yangtze yield-wise, and serve as an example to all of China. But what were Longbao people to do? Most of their land already lay flat. Level fields stretched out from brigade doorsteps in every direction as far as the eye could see except to the south where the fields gradually rose to merge with the slopes of Great Ridge and Little Ridge hills, flat land, high water table. Step out the door, walk 5 li. Why, then, couldn't Longbao surpass Takei in yields? The answer was obvious. Heavy soil, poorly drained, and subject to salt poisoning in the fall. Fall salt land, they called it. The advice that came from above, from the commune, from Changchi City, from the agricultural departments of the region and the province, was irrigate. Hadn't Chairman Mao called irrigation the lifeblood of agriculture? And couldn't irrigation double yields in almost every case? Higher cotters urged Longbao peasants to irrigate, and then irrigate some more. After the Great Leap in 1958, when peasant labor completed the Changchi Reservoir, irrigation suddenly became practical. Only a few li to the west lay an enormous body of water, many miles long and over a mile wide. After the region financed a pumping station on the bank of this man-made lake, all that was needed was a trunk canal to lead the water eastward onto Longbao land. Through efforts jointly undertaken with other nearby brigades, Longbao completed this trunk canal by 1965. Thousands of people dug for a few weeks one winter and cut a channel through the heavy clay all the way to the highway. What remained for local peasants to do was to create a field canal system that could lead the water into the fields of the various teams and then level up the fields one by one so that these, in turn, could be irrigated. As Longbao people began this work, the problem turned out to be a little more complex than had at first appeared. The water in the trunk canal was too low to flow onto any Longbao field. An intermediate pumping station had to be built to lift the water a second time. Since the best land lay to the east of the railroad, the brigade leaders decided to work at this first. They ordered pumps and pipes, built a pumping station, and constructed thousands of feet of secondary canal. Longbao people invested some 6,000 yuan and 20,000 labor days on an irrigation system that was supposed to bring water to some 300 acres of their eastern land. But things went wrong with the project from the very beginning. The engineers dispatched from the city made an error in the survey. The pumps, when they finally went into action, could not send enough water high enough actually to reach more than a fraction of the land. At the height of the growing season, when the crops most needed water, drought-plagued southeast Shenxi and the water in the reservoir fell below the intake gates at the primary pumping station. Just when irrigation became critical, the pumps ran dry. When the water level at the reservoir recovered, other communities depleted the flow, leaving little or nothing for Longbao in any case. Whatever reservoir water reached the fields brought results that were far from ideal. Irrigation caused the land to puddle. When the sun dried out the wet land, deep, wide cracks split it into cube-like blocks, thus exposing the roots of the small plants that were trying to establish a foothold there. As the season wore on, this irrigated land developed salinity. White crystals of salt formed across the surface, damaging or killing the few plants that survived. Then, before any of these problems could be studied or resolved, the city decided to locate the Taihang saw blade works right in the middle of the land serviced by the flawed system. The new saw blade works rendered the whole project obsolete. The pumping station and all its canals had to be abandoned. The saw blade works paid for the dismantling of the pumping station and the removal of the pumps to another site, but failed to pay anything for all the work that had gone into the rest of the canal system. Longbao people lost 20,000 man-days, several hundred mao of land, and the potential irrigation of 2,000 mao, all in the space of a few days. The dubious value of all irrigation on Longbao clay made the losses easier to bear. If the system had been designed so that it really worked, if water had in fact doubled crop yields, the construction of a saw blade plant east of the railroad would have been nothing short of a disaster for Longbao. As it was, the whole project had to be looked upon as an experiment that hadn't worked very well from the start. At least the saw blade plant would bring night soil to Longbao, and night soil could do more than water to increase yields. This night soil question was not a minor matter. Taihang saw blade was planning to employ about 5,000 workers. Together with their families, the new plant would create a community of more than 10,000, 5 times the population of Longbao village. Since most of the night soil deposited by this huge mass of people must accrue to Longbao, it opened the possibility of wonderful new crops on a reduced area of land. The fiasco of the canal and the pumping station east of the railroad made no real impression on higher leaders, whether at the commune or the city level. They continued to stress irrigation as the lifeblood of agriculture and urged Longbao Brigade to irrigate as quickly as possible. Every winter agitation for irrigation found an important place on the agenda of the village, and by spring reached a climax in the course of which the whole community mobilized to dig new wells, create new channels, and level up individual fields so that in the coming crop season the irrigated area could be doubled, tripled, or made universal. The size of the goal fluctuated with the level of the euphoria in the minds of the cotters in charge. And every year the results fell far short of the plans, for the simple reason that the peasants had no faith in irrigation as long as the problem of salinity remained unresolved. They never verbally contradicted irrigation plans, they simply voted with their feet by not working very hard at implementing them. As a result, the area of irrigated field crops grew very slowly, if at all, and Longbao village became known in the city and the region as a very backward place. This was nothing new. Longbao had always been Lao, Ta, Nan. History was merely repeating itself. If salinity presented an insoluble technical problem, land loss and the threat of land loss presented an equally insoluble political and social problem. The two problems were linked because nobody wanted to go to great lengths to transform land that might soon be transferred out in any case. With uncertain land rights, the incentives for a creative solution tended to evaporate. After 1958, Longbao lost altogether over 2,000 mao, or 2/5 of the total area available. The land went to the highway, the railroad shops, the cement mill, Third Bureau construction battalions, and finally the saw blade works. Even though city cotters kept assuring one and all that they would divert no more land to industrial use, and categorically asserted that they would never divert land west of the highway, the peasants still felt uncertain about the future, unsure as to whether there really would be enough land to go around in another year or two. Some foresaw that if industry kept developing as it had in the past, they would suffer the same fate as the peasants of the inner city who no longer raised anything but vegetables on the small acreage that remained to them inside the perimeter of the old city wall. But Longbao people had little experience as vegetable gardeners. The whole art was new to them. They did not understand it and they feared it. They were grain growers, corn, millet, and bean experts, and the threat to traditional practices posed by the diversion of acreage worried them day and night. This worry underlay almost everything that happened in the fall of 1971. On several occasions when we went out to work on fields in the east with Kuo Chenke Yuan, he stopped in the middle of the railroad yards, looked around, sighed and said with deep feeling, "All this was our land. It all used to be in grain. The best land, the very best land." Paradoxically, at the heart of the stalemate in agricultural production, an area of dynamism developed that contradicted the general trend. This was vegetable production. The rapid growth of the non-farm population in the North Station area created a huge demand for fresh vegetables. To satisfy it, the city government directed Longbao to divert land from grain to vegetable production. To ensure compliance, the city government cancelled certain quotas for grain to be sold to the state and substituted vegetables quotas in their place. Even though they knew very little about market gardening, Longbao peasants had little choice but to comply with the needs of the city. In so doing, they acted inadvertently in their own best interest. Since their land holdings were shrinking, they had to intensify production and concentrate labor on the acres that remained. Massive accumulations of night soil from the new residential quarters made intensification and concentration both practical and profitable. Since vegetable prices were not fixed but fluctuated seasonally with the supply, growers enjoyed a built-in premium for good management, an incentive to come up with pre-season or post-season supplies on which extra profits could be made. Responding to these pressures and incentives, each production team in Longbao set aside 6 acres for vegetables. Vegetable land put irrigation back on the agenda because there was no way to make garden land produce without ample supplies of water on a regular basis. This raised anew the question of the practicality of irrigation for Longbao, the question of the availability of water, and the question of the damage done by water to fall salt land. Since practice had shown that Longbao people could not rely on water from the reservoir, they had to build their gardens around wells that tapped the vast water table underneath the village. With the construction of the reservoir, this water table had risen many feet and now lay, in an ordinary season, only a few feet below the surface of the land. Peasants learned to construct wells of large diameter and no more than 20 or 30 feet deep, each of which, when equipped with a power pump, could irrigate an acre or two. Thus they solved the problem of water resources. As to the second problem, the problem of salinity. Longbao people gradually discovered that on intensively cultivated garden land the salinity decreased and in the course of several years disappeared altogether. This had something to do with the heavy applications of night soil, with the continued use of sanitary manure, the name given to the kitchen waste from people's homes that was composed mainly of coal ashes and floor sweepings, and with the constant, intensive working of the soil by hand. When the sun cracked the land, hoeing healed the cracks, and this hoeing could be done on small areas of garden whenever necessary. After a year or two the land no longer cracked in the sun. Clearly vegetable growing provided a road forward for Longbao. With an assured market, with ever-expanding supplies of natural fertilizer, with water available only a few feet below the surface, and with a soil that could be transformed in the course of a few years of hard work, the diversion of more and more land to gardening became inevitable. Labor power for such an intensification presented no problem. In addition to the new hands provided by the natural growth of the population, electric power and power equipment were liberating old hands from daily chores. With grain grinding, fodder chopping, and water pumping all done by machine, the people once required for these tasks could take to the fields. In the late 60s and early 70s the breakthrough provided by vegetable gardening did not change the overall picture of stagnation in agriculture. At a time when the brigade still possessed over 3,000 mao of cropland, vegetables grew on only 180. At a time when there were over 1,000 able-bodied laborers available, vegetables provided employment for no more than 60, and this employment was seasonal. People looked on the whole development of market gardening as a promising sideline that did not fundamentally alter the gloomy picture of poor yields on saline soil that no one had as yet found a way to alter except on a very small scale. No one had really placed on the agenda the question of how to apply the lessons of THIRD to Longbao, that is to say, how to put Longbao people to work transforming nature so that they as a collective could tap the full potential of their environment. The general program that came from above, expanded irrigation, had proved clearly inadequate, yet no one systematically studied any alternative. Questions of political power, who should hold power and to what purpose, had usurped the stage and still absorbed all the attention of the leadership, regardless of level. While political rhetoric remained militantly socialist, reality tended toward the capitalist road. that is to say, toward individualism, because no clear leadership, no real unity and no consensus gave a lift to collective effort. 666 stains the porridge. One-sided and imperfect as the peace settlement was in Southeast Shensi, once the army enforced the peace, all the normal functions of government at various levels quickly revived. Shi Chaosheng, having returned to full power as party secretary of Horse Square Commune, decided to concentrate on the most severe problems left behind by the conflicts of the Cultural Revolution. This approach focused his attention immediately on Longbao village, famous as an old, big, difficult place ever since land reform began in 1948. From a perusal of crop yields alone, Longbao was obviously in trouble, for at a time when Horse Square was reaping more than 40 bushels to the acre, surpassing the standards in the National Plan for North China, Longbao was still reaping 30 bushels or less. Shi Chaosheng concluded that Longbao Brigade needed special help. To provide it, he pulled together a work team of 4, headed by himself, and set out for the village on June 8, 1970. The party secretary of Horse Square Commune took with him Chang Changfu, vice head of the Revolutionary Committee of the Commune, Chn Xiaoquan, commander of the Commune militia, and Shenan Hui, the man in charge of Commune security. This was the same security officer Shen whom we found in Longbao in 1971. The efforts of these 4 to come to grips with Longbao failed dismally. They could not understand the problems in the village, much less solve them. Shi Chaosheng, with the whole commune to worry about, soon had to withdraw. A few days later he called back Chang Changfu. In September Chn Xiaoquan went off to lead a commune delegation to Takei, and security officer Shen, without any stomach for remaining in Longbao alone, attached himself to that delegation and headed for Takei as well. By the time Shen came back from Siang County, the Changchi City Rural Work Department had formed another Longbao-bound cadre group. Its leader asked Shen to join. After studying together for 2 weeks, this group, known as a propaganda team, descended on the village in October. The head man, with the title of political director, was Chang Kuangsheng, a leader of the Communist Party in the Luen Mining Bureau and a cadre of the 13th grade. The city committee designated security officer Shen team leader, and Li Qinfeng, the theater manager from Changchi whom we met in 1971, a vice team leader. On reaching Longbao, the new team set up a party rectification group that consisted of the team leaders and Longbao's brigade chairman Chang Kitsai, the only local man they trusted enough to include. As security officer Shen said, whenever family history counts, Chang Kitsai never loses out. He is a poor peasant and everyone related to him is a poor peasant, with the possible exception of his wife's mother. He is a Communist Party member from way back, and so is his sister who now works at the Yumen oil field. His second sister and her husband are both communists and live in Chaocheng village. Every way you look at it, this is a reliable family, a family made up of basic elements. And Kitsai is as reliable as his family. Power has never corrupted him as it has some of the others. You cannot buy him with favors. He has even made up a poem about that. For landlords and rich peasants I don't give a fart. Where there's stealing and cheating I take no part. Sugar-coated bullets can't knock me down. So how can you take over this town? When relief grain is handed out he never takes any, even when his family qualifies for a share. He really loves the brigade and always draws a clear line between public and private property. And he always defends the interests of the poor peasants. But as soon as the propaganda team showed support for Chang Kitsai, his prestige started to unravel. Wall posters went up attacking him as a tyrant, and, as might have been expected by anyone familiar with Longbao history, they accused him of having murdered Little Four Pei. Little Four was the thief who stole tools and iron from the cement plant in 1963 and later was found dead at the bottom of a well. In Longbao, it seemed, one thing could always be counted on: whoever rose to power sooner or later could expect to be blamed for the death of Little Four.
When Chang Hsinfa dominated village affairs, he was held responsible for the tragic demise of the thief. When Lu Qinyong replaced him, Lu got the blame. Now the onus was transferred to Chang Kitsai. Just at this time a youth named San Mao lost his life under the wheel of a horse cart. Only 2 days earlier he had informed the propaganda team that he would not become an activist in their campaign on pain of death. He no sooner said it than he was killed. One of the chief mourners was the militiaman Chen Liang Tien. Chen's mother, the broken-down donkey at the broken-down mill, suddenly went into a trance, emitted shrill cries, and flung her arms wildly about. San Mao's ghost possessed her body, she said, and he was talking through her to the world. His complaint was that he had been unjustly done in. He held Kitsai responsible. Once Chen Liang Tien's mother started talking about ghosts, political study in the fields came to an abrupt halt. Whenever the members of any team took a break, they began to discuss ghosts instead of Mao Zedong thought. Voices from the dead served as a way for Chen's mother to get back at Chang Kitsai for harassment that had nothing to do with poor San Mao. What she really resented was that the brigade leader had cancelled some of her son's work points. Chen Liang Tien had been a member of a sidelines group, led by Splay Futseng, which unloaded freight at Changchi North Station. The group worked so poorly and wasted so much time that the Railroad Bureau complained. At this point Chang Kitsai, backed up by the demobilized parachutist Li Kuangqing, recalled most of the men from the freight yards and sent them back to field work. Chen Liang Tien refused to leave. As punishment, the brigade refused to credit him with work points earned, even though he claimed 70. Kitsai insisted that he make a self-criticism. Once he admitted that he had been in the wrong, he would get his points. But Chen refused to admit anything, so Kitsai withheld his points. Then Chen and his mother both cursed the brigade leader. Splay Futseng, who had also lost out at the railroad yards, was currently courting Chen Liang Tien's wife. He felt doubly aggrieved and declared, "If I can't overthrow Chang Kitsai, I'll move right out of Longbao." He not only said it, he wrote it on a village wall in letters 2 feet high. 2 months later, when Kitsai, far from stepping down, stepped up to the post of party secretary of the brigade, someone wrote above Splayfoot's angry words, "Kitsai has not been overthrown. What are you going to do about it?" "Move out," said Splayfoot. The very next day he put his house up for sale. Right at this moment Secretary Chang embroiled himself in an unfortunate quarrel with Zhou Chenglo, a highly respected member of the party branch. The quarrel arose between Chang's wife and her brother Zhou Chenglo, but Chang was drawn into it through family solidarity, and it soured his relations with a whole section of the village at a most inopportune time. The quarrel concerned a quilt that belonged to Zhou V, the only one of 6 Zhou brothers who had no children of his own. He had borrowed a daughter, who became Kitsai's wife, from Zhou VI, and a son, Zhou Chengfu, from Zhou III. Zhou Chengfu, as a dutiful son, was supposed to take care of him in his old age and see him safely buried, but Zhou Chengfu was Pa Mao, which meant not all there and could hardly take care of his immediate family, not to mention an aging father. So Zhou Chenglo, who was the son of Zhou VI and a full brother to Kitsai's wife, undertook those filial duties, at a price. Zhou Chenglo's price was that he be named sole heir to Zhou V's property. On his deathbed, however, Zhou V renegotiated the deal. He made Zhou Chenglo agree to give his sister a trunk, a felt mat from the Kong, and one good quilt. After the old man's death, Zhou Chenglo broke his word. He gave his sister the trunk and the mat but not the quilt. Chang Kitsai told his wife to forget it, but she would not drop the matter. For months she talked of nothing else. She brought her brother up on charges before the brigade office, and when brigade cadres failed to solve the problem she appealed her case to the Commune Committee. After weeks of investigation, altercation, and litigation, the Commune Committee directed Zhou Chenglo to turn over the quilt. When he refused, the committee directed the brigade to withhold 70 yuan from his annual income and cancel his cloth ration by denying him coupons. Faced with such severe economic reprisal, Chen Lo finally gave in. He returned the quilt, but not before he had removed the high-quality cotton from the lining and replaced it with ragged, used cotton from a beat-up substitute quilt. When Kitsai's wife discovered the rotten mess, she worked herself into a frenzy and took the case to court in Changchi City. Kitsai tried to calm her. One quilt, however well made, was not worth the destruction of family and community relations. But his wife felt that a principle had been violated. "I can't swallow this foul air," she said, denouncing her brother to the whole community. Her charges generated so much heat and ill will that they cast a shadow over everything her husband did and made it that much easier for the opposition to heap abuse on his head. Attacks such as those aimed at Chiang Kai-tsai threatened everyone the propaganda team tried to work with. Anonymous posters denounced Li Paoan and Chao Tiongmin on the walls as middle peasants and bad elements to boot. They accused Lu Kuanghan of having married a woman whose uncle had a bad history. Wang Yulai, Wang Manshi, Lu Taichen, Shen Hsun, Shen Chi Tsai, Lu Hozhen and Sun Jingfu all confronted slanderous allegations as soon as the team showed an interest in them. If the attacks had consisted only of words, the team might have been able to cope with them, but verbal fusillades often seemed to pave the way for bizarre and nasty physical assaults that bid fair to change the whole character of the confrontation. After Lu Yusheng testified in public that Chiang Kai-tsai had nothing to do with the death of Little Four, he found raw night's oil dumped inside his courtyard gate. A few days later he reported that someone had dropped 666, a very poisonous fungicide, in his cooking pot. On that very same day he reported that a masked stranger had assaulted his daughter, Fang Ling. The girl had excused herself from a card game with friends in order to go to the toilet. While she was squatting in the darkness at the far corner of the courtyard, a man with a sack over his head suddenly appeared, grabbed her arm and tried to pull her away. Fang Ling screamed. The assailant pulled harder. She screamed more loudly. He dropped her arm and ran away. One night Little Shen's brother, Chi Tsai, met with the team cotters for several hours. When he entered his own courtyard to retire, flying pieces of broken brick struck his head and shoulders. Somebody used a big beam, like a battering ram, to pound on Li Kuangqing's compound wall. Several of his neighbors reported finding the air in their homes saturated with mosquito repellent. A few even claimed that they heard black shots in the night. Out near the threshing ground of the second production team a small temple mysteriously burned to the ground. Fungicide poisoning, battering rams, arson and gunfire all added up to a serious confrontation indeed. At the time, the propaganda team blamed all these incidents on Swiftly and Fast Chin. "We didn't think that they actually plotted such incidents," said security officer Shen, "but they complained loudly, made sarcastic remarks and thus set the tone. The members of the clique took whatever action they felt like taking. Li and Qing couldn't openly support such deeds, but they didn't suppress them either, or so we concluded. When we set up study classes, posters went up saying that we were only middle cotters. The higher cotters would never support our actions," the posters proclaimed. "When we set up a class for people with problems, graft, speculation and the like, and asked the students to go out and labor with some of the activists who supported us, they wouldn't work. They only sat around in the field and cursed. One of the people they cursed was me. After all, I had been in the same faction as Swiftly. I had supported him from the beginning, but when he and Fast Chin found that they couldn't pull me over they began to attack me. They even charged that Reds had come to Longbao to reverse the verdicts of the Cultural Revolution. In 1970 the Central Committee launched a big, nationwide campaign called Yita, Shenfan. This slogan stood for knocking down counter-revolutionaries and opposing graft, speculation and waste. But it also served as an umbrella for opposing private plots, free markets and individual enterprises conducted for profit, all of which the Central Committee denounced as speculative, capitalist road tendencies. Both the commune team that came in July and the city team that came in October paid special attention to the sidelines conducted by individuals. They suppressed them for the second time in a decade by confiscating the tools necessary to various trades, such as the pliers and small screwdrivers used by the watch repairmen Qin and Wu, and the wrenches and welding torch used by Qin Shenyi. Peasants vigorously opposed the suppression of private trades and crafts. At the very first meeting called by the new team in October, several people accused Security Officer Shen and Commune Secretary Chao of messing up the economy by shutting down sidelines. Without sideline earnings, how could farming prosper? They asked. The brigade leaders confronted the new team with a similar question and made an irrelevant demand. Since individuals are not allowed to carry on sidelines, how are they going to survive? Our sewing group has no accountant. Find one for us. We were amazed, said Shen. We said, we didn't come here to solve small problems of daily life. Your own revolutionary committee can put people to work and find an accountant. We came here to solve big problems like the rectification of the party. But nobody was happy with an answer like that. Wang Wentie, one of the two Gem's staunchest supporters, began to spread all sorts of rumors. According to him, the propaganda team couldn't solve one simple problem. If you don't have any money, sell some eggs, said Wang. If you don't have any coal, pick some up at the railroad shops. His meaning was clear: since the team has nothing to offer, we peasants have to make the best of it. We have to look out for our own interests. In Longbao, opposition to rectification seemed to be coming from all sides. The propaganda team members, pressed for time, failed to investigate all the incidents in depth. They took the peasants at their word and easily convinced themselves that class struggle was increasing daily in intensity. Wasn't that what Chairman Mao had suggested after all? Since the most vocal opposition to their work stemmed clearly from their primary target, the party committee in power in the brigade, they continued to blame everything on Swiftly and Fast Chin, and girded themselves for serious combat. In the meantime, the three leading members of the team fell out among themselves. The grade 13 cadre, Chang Kuangsheng from the Mining Bureau, theater manager Li from Changchi, and security officer Shen from Horse Square, found it hard to agree on the simplest question of analysis or procedure. Over and over again they had to take their quarrels to higher levels for arbitration. In the end, toward the middle of March, the city committee transferred their entire team out. After 4 days of intense political study, the prestigious 13th grade cadre Chang Kuangsheng and 3 others were reassigned. Security officer Shen and theater manager Li were then sent back to Longbao along with Lu Tiangtung, the head of security at the Xiechi coal mine, and 12 new appointees, among them Donkey Meat Wang and white-haired Chao Fukai, both of whom we came to know so well later in the year. We never met the man from the mine. He fell sick soon after he arrived, could not continue, and yielded in May to Judge Cao. By the time Judge Cao showed up, relations between the propaganda team and the two gems had reached an impasse. The team, having found much to criticize in Longbao, blamed all troubles on the leading body, while the two gems, finding much to criticize about the work of the team, blamed most of their trouble on outside intervention. What particularly galled them was that the team was made up primarily of Reds, most of whom eagerly sought to find fault with United stalwarts and apparently planned to stop at nothing to do them in. If, in the region as a whole, United had thoroughly suppressed Red, here in Longbao it looked as if Red had turned the tables and was in a position to take revenge. It was not an attractive prospect for anyone committed to the other side. Actually, the factional background of the team members was not entirely one-sided. While Judge Cao, veteran Wang, Qi the Muslim and white-haired Chao Fukai were all Red, Donkey Meat Wang was United, and security officer Shen was mixed, that is, he was a Red rebel who had gone over to United when it became clear that United would dominate the suburban area. Clearly, factional links had nothing to do with political stance. The most radical was security officer Shen, a United latecomer, while the most conservative was Chow Fu-Ki, a longtime Red. A sprinkling of United members and turncoats, however, did not suffice to give the team balance. Red clearly predominated and controlled the key positions. It might be supposed that the new Revolutionary Committee of Changchi City had loaded the team with Red partisans as a means of combating factionalism, as a gesture of reconciliation that could lay the foundations for unity in the future, but I found no evidence that this was the case. The move was made out of pure expediency. There simply were not enough old cotters in the ranks of United to staff all city departments and simultaneously man all the political action teams required by a massive party rectification movement. For lack of anyone else to send, the city committee had sent Reds. Having taken over all key positions of power in the city and the region, United leaders felt secure in the saddle and quite able to use defeated Reds as team members in the field. Many of the Red cotters had long since been sent down to cotter schools for re-education through labor. As cotter school inmates they could be loaned out to propaganda teams to bring them up to strength. While undergoing what amounted to punishment for their crimes by serving long stints in the countryside as manual laborers, defeated Reds, it appeared, could also do some necessary organizational work. The anomaly of placing Reds in charge of a brigade dominated by United, and the effect this almost certainly would have both on the outlook and the morale of the citizens of Longbao after the long and complex struggle they had gone through, did not seem to bother the city authorities. The question of who held local power, which the residents of Longbao tended to regard as a life and death matter and one worth fighting bitterly over for years, was considered minor, even inconsequential, by the city cotters in charge. What mattered to them was holding office in the city and region. As long as United dominated the center, Reds would have no choice but to carry out United directives. Thus United could surely control all outlying districts. Sending Reds to rectify Longbao also illustrated what, for want of a better word, can be called class solidarity. In a society as hierarchical as China's, state cotters, regardless of origin, constitute a privileged group, caste, or class that puts a high value on defending the common interests of its members. State cotters, whatever their factional loyalties, never want to be confused with ordinary workers or peasants. When there is an administrative job to be done, when state business is on the agenda, the people ordained to do the job are the ranking cotters and nobody else. They will tolerate a sprinkling of workers and peasant party members as assistants, but only if they clearly recognize who is in charge. The state cotters may fight bitterly among themselves over who should direct their efforts, over who, what faction, will give the orders, but they will defend to the death the right of their kind, people of their rank, training, and expertise, to monopolize the business of governing. In a less hierarchical society, the victors might have been tempted to recruit new forces from the ranks of those who supported them down below, but Chinese tradition being what it is, the normal thing for victorious United leaders to do was to put defeated Reds to work as underlings. Bonds of common party membership reinforced the solidarity felt for those of equal rank. To be a state cotter, one almost had to be a party member. The two forms of status were but complementary sides to the same coin. It should be made clear, however, that the opposite did not hold true. To be a party member, one did not have to be a state cotter, and state cotters never allowed millions of party members at village and shop level to forget it. If it was natural for the city leaders to send Reds to lead Longbao, it was not at all natural for the leaders of Longbao, who had gone out on a limb as United activists, to accept them. They viewed the makeup of the propaganda team as a disaster. Swiftly and fast Jin felt cornered, even betrayed. They had no confidence that any objective standard would be used to judge them, or that any explanation of theirs would be listened to. At the start, at least, these expectations were not disappointed. Security Officer Shen, who had twice left Longbao in frustration, was particularly anxious to achieve something on his third time around. Even though he claimed allegiance to United, he had no choice but to set about investigating the two gems with a vengeance. To start with, Shen arranged a mass meeting at which he hauled swiftly, Fast Chin, and 18 other members of their group before the people for struggle. One of the slogans was, "Down with swiftly." Li, standing on the stage, raised his arm and joined in the shouting, but each time said instead, "Swiftly will never be downed." Li had a bad stomachache that day, so when Dr. Chi came near he asked for some medicine. When Dr. Chi came back with the medicine, he walked down behind the row of struggle objects and put some herbs in Li's hand. When the meeting was over, Shen announced adjournment, but swiftly rushed to the speaker's stand and said, "You may be finished, but I haven't had my say." He poured out a glass of water, put the herbs in his mouth, then washed them down with one gulp. It was a gesture of defiance that needed no explanation. Since the members of the Two Gems group united so strongly behind their defiant leaders, Shen's first task was somehow to split it up. Without a few cracks and splits he saw no way to take the lid off the class struggle. The obvious ploy was to concentrate on the weakest characters in the ranks, such rascals as Whiskers Shen and Lin Yaolong. He hoped, by putting heavy pressure on them, to get them to talk and reveal the seamy side of the last 4 years, graft, corruption, rascal affairs, anything that would put the two leaders in an unfavorable light. Putting on pressure meant non-stop interrogation, bringing people in at 6 in the evening and questioning them until dawn the next day. It also meant threats of dire consequences to be visited on the individual under scrutiny and on all his or her close relatives and descendants. Since all sides automatically assumed guilt by association, entire families took it for granted that they would suffer if any member provoked official ire. In the final analysis, putting on pressure meant physical abuse, and before the first month had passed the propaganda team stood accused of severely beating several supporters of the Two Gems. Those who were willing to talk about it said that neither Shen nor any other member of the team struck blows themselves, but team members were present as interrogators when repairmen whom they supervised laid into several victims. No one ever revealed the identity of the repairmen except to hint that they belonged to Little Shen's clique. The mine guard, Shen Changtiang, was an obvious choice, for he was a hit, smash, and rob specialist by his own admission. Just because he fought for United at the mine, there was no reason to suppose that he would refuse to take revenge on a dominant United in Longbao that oppressed his own relatives. Repairmen beat Lin Yaolong most severely and hurt him so badly that he missed 9 meals and had to be fed intravenously. One stalwart in heavy leather boots kicked Whiskers Shen in the ankle so hard that he couldn't walk for a week. Some said the kick broke his ankle, others that it only dislocated it. When Chi Chinyi, vice head of the militia under Fast Chin, approached the team living quarters one night, several men grabbed him on the ground that he was trying to eavesdrop. They called the team members out and, in this case, according to all reports, both peasants and cotters beat Chinyi. The Two Gems and their supporters looked on confrontations with the work team as a continuation of the factional struggle they had been carrying on for years, only this time, due to a bizarre twist of fate, they were operating from a defensive rather than an offensive position. Under pressure, far from cracking and telling the propaganda team what it wanted to hear, the gang members drew more closely together and reaffirmed their loyalty to the Two Gems and to each other, a manifestation of a trend that veteran Wang, for one, paid serious attention to. The more the team criticized the Two Gems, the more support the two won in the community. One reason Swiftly gained support was that he stood up for his friends. When the propaganda team started beating people, Li lost patience. He decided to lead a protest delegation to the city party committee. Contrary to what the propaganda team members told us at the city meeting, Swiftly, Fast Chin, Splay Futseng, and Wang Wente slipped into the city after midnight one day in May, not because they couldn't answer the charges against them, but because they indignantly rejected the protracted and increasingly violent interrogations they and their friends were being subjected to. Swiftly talked about it later. We felt great pressure from the outside. Pressure from the propaganda team and from the community drove us together. We couldn't help but form a little knot. The people in my group all had the same traits. First of all, we were stubborn. We were the sort who, on entering the south gate, have to walk all the way to the north wall just to bump our heads on it. That time 4 of us took off for Changchi, We prepared 60 or 70 WOTOU, tied our quilts to our backs, and set off down the railroad track. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. Splayfoot told an old neighbor that he was going to sell his house and everything else he owned. He was going to Changchi, to Taiyuan, and if necessary, to Peking to seek justice. Wang Wentie joined us because he couldn't stand working in the fourth team anymore. He said it was an enemy-occupied area, a little Taiwan. He vowed that if he wasn't allowed to transfer out, he would never return. Halfway between Longbao and Changchi we found the truck repair shop where Wentie's sister works. We took a break there, rested a while, then finally got into the city at 7 a.m. But it was Sunday. We had forgotten about that. Not a single office was open. We had to split up and make plans to meet the next day. Splayfoot and I went to the dynamite factory at the East Gate, where I had some relatives. Fastchin and Wentie walked all the way back to the truck repair shop. We spent the day trying to put some of our grievances on paper. In the meantime all the members of the Longbao propaganda team and several commune cadres took to the road looking for us. Monday morning, at 8 a.m., just as all the offices opened, we showed up at the gate of City Hall. Smartfan was standing there waiting for us. The propaganda team cadres figured that we might go there to appeal our case, so they had alerted him. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "We came to tell you what's going on in Longbao," we said. "We don't mind if the team looks into problems, but why do they have to beat people, and question them day and night? We don't deserve that." Smartfan questioned us briefly, then said, "You had better go back to Longbao. If you don't, you'll harm the spring work." But we all said, "No. We'll go to jail first." I said, "If you won't send me to jail, just give me a ration book and let me go to work in Changchi. When I go to a meeting in Longbao they won't even let me sit down." But Smartfan said, "You had better go right back. If you don't, we can't discuss your case at all." Confronted with such an ultimatum, we walked out, found a tree, sat down under it, and refused to leave. As we sat we conferred, and as we conferred we quarreled. A messenger came out to say that Vice Chairman THUI of the party committee would see us. Splayfoot didn't believe it. Neither did Wentie. Fastchin and I wouldn't go without the other two, so the stalemate continued. After a while we got tired of sitting there, so we got up and set off on a walk around the city. When we came back in the afternoon, all worn out, we decided to go up and see THUI after all. He was sympathetic. He praised me as an activist in the For Clean movement and said we had all done well in the Cultural Revolution, but he criticized us for the way we led production, stressing sidelines instead of grain, not paying attention to decay, spending too much on entertainment, and making trouble for the rectification movement. After a long talk we decided to go back. When we got home we all went back to work. 2 days later the propaganda team called a mass meeting in Wang Yumei's courtyard. Judge Cao announced that Fastchin and I had been removed from office and suspended from the party branch. After the propaganda team removed swiftly from office, the ex-cadre resumed an old trade that he had learned as a child from his real father and his father's brothers, carpentry. He knew both how to build houses and how to fashion tables, chairs, cabinets, and chests of the highest quality. Swiftly never had to worry about unemployment, his skills were in too great demand. People sought him out when they wanted a house built not only because he knew how to lay out a structure and put it up so that it would endure, but also because he finished off each building with little flourishes of woodwork and tile that set it apart from other buildings. He stamped each structure with his personal trademark, so to speak, and people proudly showed off what Swiftly had created for them. But even though he worked hard and earned enough cash to support his family, he could not get enough grain to feed them. The brigade's wheat crop, harvested in July, fell far short of expectations, and the per capita shares distributed to many families were not enough to carry them through until fall. One way out was to take the train to Honan and buy dried sweet potatoes on the free market. So many family heads left home for this purpose that field teams fell short of labor power at the height of the hoeing season, and weeds bid fair to smother the fall crops. In an effort to control the traffic, brigade committee leaders stopped issuing the official letters of introduction that Honan authorities required of all out-of-province buyers. They made exceptions only for proven hardship cases. When the committee violated its own standards by issuing letters to Chnwan Tien and Chi Lungfei, swiftly applied. The committee turned him down even though he had more mouths to feed than either Chn or Chi. He got mad, went to Changyi Commune, his wife's old home, and persuaded the leading cotters there to write a letter for him. Then he and 3 companions set out for Honan, taking along some homegrown hemp for bargaining purposes. The hemp proved unnecessary. Money talked in Linxin, Honan. But Swiftly and his companions no sooner arrived than they were relieved of their money. They were sitting in the dining room at the railroad station having a bowl of noodles when a representative of the market management office came up to their table and asked what they were doing there. "We came to buy chips," said Swiftly. "Do you have a letter of introduction?" "Sure. Here it is. But this letter is from Changyi Commune, and you are from Longbao Brigade, Horse Square." "This won't do at all," said the official. He herded them to the market management office, took away their money, and told them to go home. They sought out an old classmate of Swiftly's, who had married in Linxin, left the hemp with her, and went home empty-handed. The market management office mailed their money back to Longbao, so they recovered every fen, but they still didn't have enough food for their families to eat. The same official intercepted Chnwan Fian and Chi Lungfei. He told them to go home, too, saying Honan chips could not be exported, but since they had a proper letter, stamped with Longbao's official seal, he did not take their money. They disregarded his orders, went from house to house, buying a few chips here and a few chips there, and came home well pleased. The episode illustrated, if further illustration were needed, the tight control which the authorities exercised over the market in all its phases and over the entire peasant population. Opportunities for harassing anyone out of favor were legion. Swiftly, accustomed to wielding the powers of a brigade leader, found the restraint particularly galling. When on top of that team cotters accused him of traveling to Honan illegally and profiteering with hemp, he was beside himself. But he had no recourse other than sullen silence. In the end, because the grain situation was so tight for so many families, old Chang Kitsai got in touch with a Honan official who had been a district leader in Lukeng County at the time of the land reform. Through this old friend he arranged for a whole carload of dried sweet potato slices to be shipped north by rail. The carload arrived in time, before the last of the wheat had been eaten, and Longbao peasants were able to get through the summer without serious hardship. The decision to remove the 2 gems from office in Longbao, counterstroke though it was, might have occurred in the normal course of the development of factional struggle in Changchi City and the southeast region, but it seems clear in retrospect that the event that tipped the scales toward removal was my sudden reappearance in China after an absence of 17 years. I arrived in Peking with my family just in time for the celebrations marking the International Day of Labor, May 1st. On May 24 Premier Zhou Enlai invited us to the Great Hall of the People for a banquet and a long talk, in the course of which he said, "I know you want to visit Longbao village, but I don't know if it can be arranged. You see, we don't know which class is in power down there." Not long after this, Premier Zhou sent word that we could go to Longbao after all. What happened in the meantime was that the propaganda team, under pressure to stabilize the situation and uncertain as to the nature of the contradiction between the 2 gems and the people of the brigade, decided to remove them from office and raise up in their place some individuals in whom it had more confidence, some individuals it felt sure represented the poor and lower middle peasants. This drastic step, the second overthrow of Swiftly in 5 years and the 12th reorganization of the village government since 1948, was undertaken after intense consultation between the leaders of the propaganda team and those at commune and city levels. All of these people already knew that I had arrived from America and that Premier Joe wanted me to revisit the community about which the book Fanchon had been written. On June 8 the Longbao Party branch met in plenary session and elected a new secretary and 4 new vice secretaries, a group of 5 that automatically took over not only the party branch but the Brigade Revolutionary Committee as well. The entire reorganization was carried out inside the party branch on the initiative of the propaganda team. The brigade rank and file took no part in the deliberations or the elections even though the newly established Revolutionary Committee was supposed to represent them. Had general elections been held, Swiftly would probably have been confirmed in his post. As it was, the party members chose Chang Kitsai, who had served as brigade chairman under Swiftly, as their new party secretary. They chose to serve as vice secretaries Li Kuangqing, the demobilized paratrooper who had been political officer of his Air Force unit, and Shen Tsai, who moved up from the post of brigade accountant. Lu Hojian replaced Fast Jin as captain of the militia, and Shen Hsun replaced Shen Tsai as chief accountant. Thus the community set the stage for my return. Clearly that principle of particle physics that makes it impossible to measure subatomic events without changing them had here found a parallel in the social sphere. A village under scrutiny by a foreigner could not be left to its natural fate. 4,000 years of centralist tradition made intervention inevitable. 7. An egg can turn into a chicken. Veteran Wang usually arrived at meetings early, even the meetings devoted to morning study. While waiting for the rest of the team to show up, he told stories. The point that he usually wanted to make was that there are many different ways to solve problems. One day in late September he started to tell about some brash young men in Sung family settlement who always made trouble. If their community brought in a film to show or scheduled a dramatic performance, they always rushed in and tried to grab the best seats. They pushed, shoved, fought, and shouted, creating scene after scene. One day the brigade leader called them in. He asked them what they thought should be done about disorderly conduct in public places. When the young men looked around, they realized that only brawlers had been invited. They winked at each other, smiled and stood silent. They said they had no opinions on the matter at all. So the brigade leader decided on a new tactic. The next time a drama group came to town, he made sure that no one sat in the front row. These fine seats are reserved for young Wang, Li Xichun, he announced in a loud voice, then proceeded to read off the names of all the troublemakers. Embarrassed, the young men shrank back. Don't read our names, they pleaded. Let us sit in the back. But the brigade leader insisted that they all move to the very front and take their seats from the middle of the row outward. As they sat down, he introduced them, one person at a time. Later, when he called the brawlers into his office for the second time, they all apologized and promised to reform. From that day forward, the seating always went smoothly at public performances in Sung family settlement. When veteran Wang finished his story, little Li, the Russian teacher, read through once again the editorial from the Peking Daily of August 27. This time she concentrated on paragraph 3, dealing with the importance of asking every communist to do manual labor on a regular basis. The editorial called on all cadres to do some manual labor every day and thus maintain close ties to ordinary people. In Longbao, the team members said, ordinary peasants began to change very quickly as soon as they rose to positions of power. Take the new accountant, Shen Hsun. Since taking over the job only 2 months earlier, he had spent his whole time in the office poring over the books and had not appeared in the fields even once. He was a party member. He ought to know better. He ought to take the initiative and report to work on a regular basis. At the same time the brigade should set up some standards about manual work for cadres and enforce them. In the busy season everyone, including the brigade doctor, nurse, pharmacist, and accountant, ought to work full-time on the land. Abstention could easily corrupt anyone who didn't. How can the accountant busy himself in the office and never pick up a hoe? Asked Donkey Meat Wang. An accountant's job is really not a full-time job. Whatever has to be done can easily be done in the evening. Students from the highest grade in school and cotters from the top jobs in the city all come out for manual work. Why should the accountant be an exception? Some people always accept themselves, said Shen. And it's not just cotters. Why, over near Changchi Steel there's a crop production brigade that asks steel workers and management cotters to help out during the rush season. But while the outsiders are sweating in the field, many able-bodied men of the brigade stay right on the highway hauling steel for big money. These young accountants in Longbao are a law unto themselves, said Judge Cao shaking his head. One day they arrived home with 4,000 yuan in cash just as the film show began on the street. They plunked the money down on the table in the brigade office and rushed out to see the film. I came by later, saw the money lying there, and had to comb the crowd to find the financial wizards. I criticized them for carelessness, but it remains to be seen if it did any good. As Little Lee started in on the fourth paragraph, Secretary Chang appeared in the doorway, cursing. What's the matter? That third bureau bastard? His mother's. What happened? He pulled a worker attitude on me, that turtle's egg. I was there across the tracks looking at the land they want to take over. There was this cotter pulling up the sticky millet. What in the devil's name are you doing? I asked. Just checking out the soil, he said. We want to make bricks here. But you can't make bricks here. This is our millet, I told him. Horse Square Commune said we could have it, he replied, looking right through me like I wasn't there. Well, you haven't got it yet, I said. You'd better leave our crops alone. Your mother's. Who are you to tell me off? You'd best send the brigade chairman out. I'm the brigade party secretary, I said. That stumped him for a bit. He stopped looking through me and began to look at the ground. Then he said, in that case, you'd better go find your superior. You'd better get someone from the commune. I don't have time for that, I said. By the time I run to Horse Square and back you'll have this millet uprooted. Well, the man didn't pull up any more. He swore at me and turned away. I ran all the way here. You had better do something quick. The propaganda team members were shocked that anyone would pull up millet only a week or two before harvest time. What possessed him to do that? The land wasn't even his yet. By law, if the Third Bureau wanted land, the transaction had to be cleared with the brigade, then the commune, then the city and finally the region. Only the regional government could approve the diversion of farmland to non-farm use. If the region approved, then the Bureau had to give the brigade a sum equal to the value of 3 years' crops at average prices for each mao. Even then, once the land was paid for, if the Third Bureau didn't use it right away, the brigade still had the right to plant crops and harvest them. Once the crops were planted, no one was allowed to destroy them at all. If it was necessary to destroy them, application had to be made through brigade, commune, city, and region, as before, and the entire value of the crop, seed, fertilizer, and labor input, had to be paid for. But in this case the land hadn't even been transferred. How could anybody start pulling up millet? We're not even sure they need the land, said Kitsai. Some factories always take more land than they need, said Judge Cao, frowning. They certainly do, said Kitsai. When the Third Bureau came here they took 2,000 mao, and paid for every one of them. But at first they only used 200. One day they came and wanted their money back. I told them they would have to go through channels. If they take land and don't use it they have to give it back, but there is no regulation that says the brigade has to give them back their money. They thought differently, so I said, okay. Level it up. Put it back the way it was when we had it and I'll give the money back. That stopped them. After they looked at all the pits and hollows, the places where they had removed fill for the embankment and the places where they had dug soil for bricks, they didn't say another word about money. They just stalked off. At the city court one Third Bureau man complained that you almost beat him up out here when he went to claim some land, said Judge Cao. The city party secretary told him it served him right. You can't just go around condemning people's land. You're lucky they didn't tan your hide with a carrying pole. No matter what happens, we seem to get the worst of the deal, said Kitsai. When the saw blade factory representatives came to negotiate, we decided we had to turn over some land to support industry. But what did they do? First they put up a brick wall so we couldn't get in. Then they planted crops on the land. How do you like that? Your mothers. They can build houses and they can build shops, but if there is any grain to plant, we are supposed to plant it. Our slogan is, every day you don't use it, we use it. So, you had better send someone with me to the Third Bureau. If we don't get there soon, they'll start tearing up the sticky millet again. Judge Cao asked pipefitter Huang to go along with Kitsai. Then the team members began once more to discuss the main problem facing them, the case of the two gems. Just as veteran Wang had predicted, the meeting that repudiated the two cotters along with the thief had failed to solve any problem. It had only pushed all its targets more tightly against the wall, cutting off all avenues of escape. Unable to accept the labels placed upon them and seeing no way out, they had drawn together in defiance, less willing to accept criticism, less likely to criticize themselves, than at any previous time. I had requested a chance to talk to Swiftly. Smart Fan and Lin Tiong had agreed. But when they went to ask Li, he flatly refused. Why should I talk to him? What good would it do? You have already decided that I have oppressed the people, wrecked production, and taken the capitalist road. What is there left to say? When they pressed him, he weakened a little. If I talk to him, can I say what I really think? Or do I have to say what you tell me to say? If I have to say what you want, then I won't talk. Why should I agree to talk under those conditions? No. Absolutely not. You are entitled to your opinions. I'm entitled to mine. Well, if we agree that you can say what's on your mind. I'll think about it, said Swiftly. Veteran Wang, who was responsible for all special case investigations, had been looking into the charges of violent retaliation against the city propaganda teams, all three of them, and against those who had collaborated with them. An important part of the case against the two gems had been that they mobilized people to harass anyone who approached the team in a friendly spirit. But Wang's investigations led to some surprising results. Analysis has to be all-sided, said veteran Wang. We listen to all the evidence, hear all sides, and then analyze what is right and what is wrong. Take the case of Lu Yusheng. Rumor had it that some saboteur had put 666 into the family cooking pot. That seemed like a clear example of wrecking, but when we looked into it from all sides, we began to see the incident in a different light. What happened was that Lu Yusheng's daughter, Fang Ling, was molested in the privy after dark one night by a man with a sack on his head. When she screamed, he ran away. She immediately came to find some propaganda team member, saying that a masked man had attacked her. When we started asking questions, some family members said, and there was 666 in our cooking pot, too. We assumed that the two things were linked, that the masked man was responsible. But the next day, when Fang Ling's mother came back from Kuyi, where she had been visiting relatives, all the answers suddenly shifted focus. Instead of blaming the night prowler for the 666 in the pot, they said they themselves kept the 666 on the lintel over the door. It could have fallen into the pot by mistake. Close neighbors said the Lu family never kept any 666 in the house at all. No one seemed very anxious to go into detail. So, how did you know there was 666 in the pot? I asked. The porridge had a queer, fungicide smell. Was the 666 in the pot, or was it in the grain to begin with? No answer to that one. Do you still have some of the grain? Yes. But they never produced 1 ounce of tainted grain. When I tried to question Fang Ling, I got nowhere. Each time I asked her a question, her mother said,
You mustn't ask. She blacks out whenever she thinks about it. Fang Ling herself covered her face and refused to answer. I could see right away there was something fishy going on. One possible version came immediately to mind. The masked man might have been Lu Hohai. He'd courted Fang Ling's mother in the past. This time, when he found that his paramour was not at home, he made a pass at her daughter. Why would he go after the daughter? Well, people like that have no morals at all. As for the 666 in the pot, the most likely explanation is that the family stole some seed grain. It had already been treated with 666 to ensure germination. When they started to cook it, the smell warned them. So the two incidents are not linked and the family has no interest in discussing either one. Fang Ling, when attacked, ran for help, but her mother, when she came home, tried to calm everything down. As far as she is concerned, the propaganda team should never have entered the case. And so, said veteran Wang, there are several sides to the case of Lu Yusheng. There is this side, that side, and his side. This side is the one that involves Li Xiaoping, who is one of Fast Chin's militiamen. It was Li Xiaoping who testified against Kitsai and blamed him for the death of the thief Little Four. It was Lu Yusheng who testified for Kitsai, refuted Li's case, and thus made Li look foolish. So there is reason to assume some hostility, some motive for revenge. Did he put 666 in the pot? That side is the side of Lu Hohai, who has long courted Yusheng's wife. He might well have tried to grab the daughter, Fang Ling, but why would he want to put 666 in the pot? His side is Yusheng's own side. Maybe he's responsible for the 666. Maybe he got hold of some seed wheat somewhere, and doesn't want to own up to it. At first we saw only this side. We suspected Li Xiaoping, who was hand in glove with Fast Chin, and this turned the case into a political vendetta, the old leading group against the new leading group, the black gang against the red gang, the bourgeoisie against the proletariat. But when we saw how reluctant the whole family was to press charges, even to discuss the case, we had to reconsider the evidence. Summing it all up, we had to put his side first, that side second and this side last. So there you have the all-sided outlook. But, said Shen, still bent on indicting the two gems, you yourself said you had to have solid evidence in order to suspect someone. All you have here are a lot of conjectures. If I had solid evidence I could settle the case, said Wang. My suspicions run in many directions, but so far clear proof doesn't exist. The outstanding fact is that Lu's family is trying to avoid discussing the matter. In the beginning they wanted to expose the attack on their daughter, so they threw the book at us, Night Attack, Hooded Man, 666 in the grain. They made a big hullabaloo, but we no sooner began to look into it than they began to make light of the whole thing. So I sum it up as his side in the first place. Lu Yusheng, it seemed, had learned something from Whiskers Shen. When in trouble, blame class struggle. It was a surefire way to divert attention from the true facts of life. And he might have gotten away with it had it not been for veteran Wang's unflappable pursuit of all sides. That fire in the temple appears to have nothing to do with politics either, said Wang. I've talked to dozens of second-team people and the root of the matter seems to be that Shi Huifang's pig died. Now, most Shanxi people won't eat dead pig, but Huifang is from Shantung. He has a passion for pork. The premature death of his prized shoat didn't deter him at all. He decided to dress it, cook it, and eat it in some out-of-the-way place where no one would be the wiser. Of course, since the pig was big, he invited some friends to share it without telling them about its sad, unnatural, early death. He chose the old temple north of the second-team threshing floor as the most secure site for his feast, but he paid too little attention to the dry reeds stored there. Sparks from his fire set them ablaze and most of the temple burned to the ground before anyone could come to the rescue. The fire, of course, had to be explained. What could be more credible than a tale of arson perpetrated by class enemies? As he deflated the most serious charges against the two gems, one after the other, veteran Wang became more convinced than ever that he was dealing with a pair of disgruntled cotters, a contradiction among the people that had nothing to do with class enemies or class struggle. But as he deflated the old charges, swiftly and fast Qin, especially Qin, kept creating new incidents that added fuel to the flames. Remarks such as those made by Swiftly, "I don't have enough piglets for my black gang, why should I share them with the likes of you," and those made by Fast Qin, "We black gangers can't get any relief grain, but you red gangers shouldn't have any trouble, and if you open your hand, you can sow 60 caddies," provided Security Officer Shen, Pipefitter Huang, Lin Tiong from Central and Smart Fan with signs that a conspiracy was on foot to seize power in the brigade. When Splayfu Tsen walked home half-drunk after midnight, singing curse in the hall at the top of his voice, his act confirmed their suspicions and seemed to supply the proof that they had all been looking for. Wasn't Curse in the Hall a song of protest against the emperor in power, an accusation of usurpation, a claim by disinherited heirs who considered themselves legitimate? What further proof of an impending power seizure did anyone need? If nothing had so far happened, wasn't it simply because the propaganda team was present? What would happen when the team withdrew? Who could vouch for the future of Longbao then? After looking into the history of the two gems, Lin Tiong had decided that they themselves were probably not class enemies, but she still held firmly to the notion that they might have been used by class enemies, by insidious Catholic plotters such as Songbird Shi's uncle or by Wu Yuchen's father, the historic counter-revolutionary. The two gems mixed closely with the women, Lin Tiong always argued. How could one avoid the suspicion that class enemies might have used these femmes fatales to pull two unsuspecting cotters down into the black swamp water? How could one fail to ask if there was not some hidden counter-revolutionary clique manipulating them behind the scenes? And even if no such manipulation was actually going on, the deeds done by the two gems, the political lines they carried out, served the interests of landlords, rich peasants, counter-revolutionaries, and bad elements, so they were doing what class enemies could not do, they were playing a role that class enemies could not play. How could one explain that, even after losing office, after subjection to the masses for investigation, after months of patient help and criticism, they not only still refused to admit any mistakes, still showed no sign of repentance, but continued to spread complaints far and wide and repeat the insidious rhyme. Chao Ke Yuanyin conquered the realm, but Chao Ke Yuanyi has occupied the throne. Look closely, Lin Tiong was wont to say, see how they go on plotting with their clique. They say they want to pull down the new leading body. Day by day they provoke disunity within it, trying to make it collapse, trying to create an opportunity for their own re-entry onto the stage, such is their dream. Lin Tiong, with Smart Fan's help, even developed a general theory about the form of class struggle in the Chinese countryside 15 years after the successful establishment of cooperatives. It was a theory to explain how and why two young men of undoubted poor peasant origin and great ability, after holding power for only a few years, branched out on the capitalist road and jeopardized the revolution. According to Lin Tiong, the socialist revolution had developed such strength and such depth that class enemies could no longer come out in the open and do their dirty work with impunity. Instead, they had created the pull-out-and-use method, whereby they influenced cotters inside the Communist Party itself. They used women, money, and special privilege to corrupt and pull down honest young people who were weak of will and whose experience in class struggle was minimal. In the villages and basic units in the 70s, she averred, this was likely to be the chief form of class struggle. Her suggested cure was for those in power constantly to transform their world outlook, to pay attention to Mao Zedong's line, and to mobilize the rank-and-file brigade members to supervise and criticize the actions of the leaders. Education and struggle had to be carried out yearly, monthly, daily, and hourly. Never forget class struggle. While Lin Tiong was absent that day with a turned ankle, Security Officer Shen acted as chief spokesman for her views. As far as he was concerned,
the case of the two gems now rested squarely in their own hands. They could change their attitude, decide to listen to the opinions of others, begin to criticize themselves and transform their world outlook, or they could go on resisting the city leaders, the propaganda team, the brigade committee and the revolutionary masses and end up as counter-revolutionaries. Veteran Wang, who had heard this view expressed countless times, questioned it this morning on the ground that it minimized the influence of external factors, such as the work of the team. Wang was not at all sure that everything rested with the two gems themselves. He was not at all sure that the team had done its work well. He felt that the process of change in a person was a prolonged one, that it could not occur overnight and that a lot of outside help was needed. You can't say that today I am one thing and tomorrow I turn into something else, said Wang. It's true that the internal is the basis of change and the external is the condition of change. It's true that the external only works through the internal but the external can only help, said Shen, interrupting. They have to change themselves. What I was going to say, Wang went on, was that you can't leave the external out. It's part of the process. An egg can turn into a chicken, but it's only under certain circumstances. The temperature, the moisture, all have to be right. If you give the egg proper conditions, it will turn into a chicken and not into a rock. A rock can also change, under certain conditions. With the right conditions a rock can change into cement. But an egg will not change into a rock, said Shen, still stressing the internal. Right. An egg and a rock have nothing in common, said Wang, still trying to concentrate on his own diagnosis. What I think is that Swiftly can change in two ways. He can remain in low spirits, stop working for the revolution, and concentrate on his axe and his trowel. That way he can earn good money and to hell with everyone else. Or he can change for the good and join everyone else in carrying on the revolution. It's possible. The conditions exist for it. There's a struggle going on in his mind. Has he really decided not to make revolution anymore? I doubt it. There are these two choices going round and round in his head, there's some unity and there's some contradiction. Well, what is this axe and trowel thought, anyway? Asked Donkey Meat Wang. It's the idea that I'll put technique in command and take the road of the white expert. No more revolution, to hell with politics. I'll pick up my woodworking axe and my mortar smoothing trowel and I'll earn good money building houses. In my free time I'll laze around. What it amounts to is loss of revolutionary will. Not bad, said Donkey Meat Wang, who had a few butchering skills himself. I take my axe and my trowel and I go from house to house and I make good money and good connections all around. Not bad. So how do you know Swiftly has this axe and trowel thinking? How can you say what's at the bottom of his mind? Asked Shen. Well, at least you can say it's one strand in his thinking, replied Veteran Wang. I think it's an important strand. He tends to think of skilled work outside the village as an acceptable way of life. And he's not the only one. There are lots of people who have the same idea, especially old cotters who have made mistakes. They often see it as a way out. Chairman Mao says there are always two tendencies, one is to advance, the other is to slip back. Of course, if you slip too far back you can end up as a counter-revolutionary. But that's not where we're at today. On the one hand, Swiftly has a tendency not to make revolution, on the other hand, he has a tendency toward the opposite. So what is needed is some outside influence. And that's our work. If we do it well, if the masses undertake a correct policy to help him, he can still come around. Why not? Wang painted quite a different picture from the one painted by Lin Tiong, but it was a picture I could understand. I figured that if Swiftly went off to build houses it would be a cold day in hell before he overthrew the Revolutionary Committee of Longbao, and a much colder one indeed before he turned into a counter-revolutionary. The real choice before the community, it seemed, was on the one hand to make life so difficult for the ex-party secretary that he went off to do carpentry, or, on the other hand, to deflate the rhetoric, treat mistakes as mistakes and not as political catastrophes, show some appreciation for the man's strong points, and offer him a way out. Either way, class struggle hardly figured in the equation. The real problem was factionalism. If swiftly recognized that, he could take the initiative himself. 8. Smart Fan changes course. After the loudspeaker broke the pre-dawn silence with "The East is Red" and the last strains of that majestic hymn had faded away, we almost never listened to the mouthquotes that followed. For weeks they had been the same, starting with, "In agriculture learn from Takei, in industry learn from Taching, people of the whole country learn from the People's Liberation Army," and ending with, "The force at the core, leading our cause forward, is the Chinese Communist Party. The theoretical basis, guiding our thinking, is Marxism-Leninism." But on September 24, without explanation, the first quotation suddenly expanded. It began with the usual three phrases: "In agriculture learn from Takei, in industry learn from Taching, people of the whole country learn from the People's Liberation Army," but to the astonishment of everyone listening it didn't stop there. It continued with a new and long-neglected phrase: "Men of the People's Liberation Army learn from the people." The revised slogan alerted Karma immediately. "Something big has happened," she said as soon as we met, rubbing our eyes and preparing to wash our faces at the lone spigot in the middle of the courtyard. "What do you mean?" I asked. "Didn't you hear the slogan? They added a phrase." "I heard it," I said. The extra phrase jarred me, but I hardly heard the words and didn't pay much attention. It said "Men of the People's Liberation Army learn from the people." "What does it mean?" I asked. "Not what do the words mean, but what does the change mean? Why now? What has happened?" "I don't know," Karma said, "but I know it's important. Any way you look at it, it's a criticism of the army. For years we have been learning from the army. Now suddenly the army is being told to learn from us." Karma could not add more that morning. The news report contained nothing special: some examples of self-reliance in agriculture, a breakthrough or two in industry, the results of some national sports event, a long editorial on party rectification. Throw out the stale, take in the fresh, not throw out the stale, take in the favorites, nephews, nieces, uncles, and aunts. After the national news report, Vice Brigade Leader Shen Tsai's voice broke in to announce another village-wide meeting to sum up the party rectification. He set the meeting for 8 p.m. in the brigade hall, but everyone knew that it was not likely to take place before 9 because, after returning from the fields at sundown, the people still had to cook supper and eat their fill. Short of another performance by Longbow's drama group, only a popular new film or regional opera could hurry them through that process, and in 1971 there was not much chance of either. Chang Xiaoqing's 8 model works dominated stage and screen, and everyone had seen and heard them so often that no one was likely to miss a bite or skip a rest for another immersion in her brand of revolutionary romanticism. In any case, Tsai didn't offer entertainment that night, only more speeches. If people came, they would come out of habit, out of a sense of duty, out of loyalty to the brigade and to its future, even when that future could not be seen very clearly. Like everyone else, Karma and I went to the meeting out of habit. All we expected to hear was more of the class struggle rhetoric that had dominated the previous meeting, leaving the audience both apathetic and confused. My own mood had sunk far below mere apathy. What I felt was deep despair. In summing up the Cultural Revolution, Mao Zedong had said, "The problem is that contradictions between ourselves and the enemy and contradictions among the people are all mixed up together, and it is difficult to sort them out." Difficult it certainly was. The more deeply one penetrated into the affairs of the community, the more complicated its contradictions and conflicts seemed to become. But instead of trying to sort them out, those in charge, as soon as they faced opposition, raised each contradiction to an antagonistic level and denounced the targets of their criticism as class enemies. It was as if the whole community and its outside mentors had been swept onto a giant Ferris wheel that lifted some up as it dropped others down, then flung those above into the abyss as it raised those below to the heavens. First up, then down, then up again. Round and round turned the huge wheel. Up and down churned the antagonists. Hotter and hotter flared the tempers. Nobody, it seemed, could stop the wheel. And nobody could get off. Where was it all headed? How could it possibly end in anything but disaster? The meeting hall seemed particularly shabby that night. A group of carpenters had been using the space to fashion some trusses for a new house, and someone had swept the shavings they left behind into random piles in front of the stage. Several peasants found the sweeping soft to relax on, but as they sat talking, turning, and twisting, they dispersed shavings in every direction. Other people had brought the usual planks, bricks and small collapsible stools as seats. They formed little knots for socializing all around the hall. Carpenters' tools, benches, and a table or two cluttered the back of the stage, even blocking from view part of the great plaster-stiff portrait of Mao Zedong that dominated the center of the back wall. On each side of the portrait hung a plywood board, painted bright red, as a backdrop for slogans in white: "Never forget class struggle" on the right, and "The force at the core, leading our cause forward, is the Communist Party" on the left. By 9 o'clock the hall seemed quite full, but Judge Cao, after counting heads quickly, told us that several production teams had showed up in token numbers only. He could see only 35 members from the 6th team, and only 50 from the 5th. Since the 5th team had more than 70 families, not even one member per family had deigned to appear. Security Officer Shen, the opening speaker, launched into the kind of long, dull report that people had learned to expect from him. Before he had finished his first point, quite a few people quietly got up and slipped out. Others slid their seats into more congenial conversational positions and began to talk in low tones. Many of the remaining heads in the crowd began to nod, and some of the nodders soon fell asleep. By the time Shen had warmed up to his third point, people were sleeping all over the hall. One or two inadvertently slipped off their perches onto the floor, where they began to snore. Shen Chi Tsai followed Security Officer Shen. He was famous for the most deadly oratorical formalism, strings of slogans strung together in erratic order. Well aware that nobody cared to hear him, he spoke very briefly, a strategy that brought him some applause. Smart Fan followed Shen Chi Tsai. His appearance on the stage caused a stir across the floor. Some people stopped talking momentarily. Others woke up. The prominent city cadre had a reputation as a provocative speaker, and the peasants were willing to give him a chance. But with his opening paragraph, Smart Fan all but dissipated his welcome. He launched into a routine review of the rectification movement, praising the masses for the opinions offered at the production team meetings and promising that Longbao's leading cadres would take those criticisms seriously. They would try to overcome their off-again on-again working style, their tendency to push hard at one time only to relax at another, whether it be in production, in the repudiation of bad people and bad things, or in political education. Smart Fan then proceeded to give the new leading body some qualified praise. Their line is correct. They are less selfish than the previous body. They work hard. Thus, in the main, they must be seen as good. People respond to this kind of leadership. The city committee and the commune committee trust these cadres and rely on them. But that doesn't mean they have no shortcomings. They must always review their work, develop their strong points, and overcome their weak points. So far, so good, safe, routine, and boring. Smart Fan went on to ask the question that was on everybody's mind: what should be done to get Longbao moving? The question brought a few wandering minds to attention, but the answer turned them loose again. First, brigade members must put Mao Zedong thought uppermost in all work. Second, they must never forget class struggle. Karma and I exchanged despairing glances. We knew what Smart Fan's position was, but we hadn't expected it to be stated so flatly, so badly. Was he going to deliver another long harangue on the class enemies in our midst and drive what remained of the audience from the hall? For a moment it seemed so, for as the young city cotter talked quietly on, the conversations on the floor grew in intensity and volume, almost drowning him out. Soon someone would either have to call the meeting to order or adjourn the whole affair. Suddenly Smartfan stepped to the very front of the stage and raised his voice. "What is the situation in the class struggle in Longbao now?" he asked. Hearing this, the majority on the floor cocked an ear. There are class enemies trying to stir up trouble behind the scenes. There are also some individuals who are objectively wrecking things by stealing and breaking into houses, and there are some ex-scotters who have been removed from their posts and resent it. They are trying to pull together some backward people, even some bad people, to oppose the new leading body and challenge its power in the brigade. Suddenly listeners outnumbered talkers. Conversations on the floor died away. Sleepers awoke. With one sentence Smartfan had challenged the premise that had dominated the rectification proceedings from the beginning. There were class enemies, there were also people who were stealing things, there were class enemies, there were also resentful cotters. What immediately struck those who heard him was that Smartfan had drawn a distinction between class enemies, thieves, and disgruntled cotters. He had not lumped the thieves with class enemies and he had not lumped the two gems with the other two categories. Here was something new and startling. People began to drift in instead of out the door. Smartfan launched immediately into a review of the activities of Swiftly and Fast Chin and some of their closest collaborators. He charged that they had tried to discredit Chiang Kitsai by dragging up the Little Four case, they had cursed the new administration by reviving classical opera and ridiculed the administration with extreme politeness, even greeting leaders on the street with "Official, how are you? Official, where might you be going?" They had undermined the prestige of the propaganda team by spreading rumors that 2 seats on the Brigade Revolutionary Committee were being held open for Swiftly and Fast Chin. They had started quarrels over emergency grain loans and the purchase of pigs by pitting Black Gang against Red Gang. "In spite of all this they haven't harmed our new leading body," said Smartfan. "When 95% of the people support you, what does it matter if 5% of them curse you? But the question remains, why are they so full of resentment? Why are they so full of hatred? Is it because they have been removed from power and can no longer work their will on the people? If we relax our vigilance and allow them to return to power, will we ever be able to learn from decay? Will we ever have enough to eat? Will we ever be able to make a proper sale of grain to the state? Mind you, I'm not saying that these two people can't change. What I am saying is that up to now they have not recognized their mistakes, let alone corrected them. They are still brimming with resentment and antagonism toward the help which the people are trying to give them." This was close to veteran Wang's theory of the 2 gems. Suspended cotters harboring resentment were a far cry from counter-revolutionaries trying to wreck the state. Karma could not repress a smile. As for me, I could hardly wait to hear what Smartfan would say next. Smartfan began to analyze some of the arguments that the 2 gems had been using in support of their defiance. One was that they were not isolated, that they still had wide support in the village and, what was more important, still had support from higher cotters in the commune and the city. In saying this, Jin and Li are only trying to comfort themselves. They are putting up a bold front. We cotters support actions in accord with Mao Zedong thought. When the two act correctly, of course they find support from above, but when they make serious mistakes and refuse to recognize these mistakes, how can they claim support anymore? Another excuse put forth by the 2 gems was that the harsh measures which they had taken against so many people in the brigade, and especially against Little Shen and his comrades in Petrol and Shankan Ridge, were factional excesses, repressions carried out in the heat of the struggle for power and, as such, excusable. Such excesses, they argued, were common at the height of the Cultural Revolution. But can we excuse beatings on the ground of factionalism, asked Smartfan. Hardly. What happens when mass organizations rise up and fight one another is one thing. That can be called factionalism. But you two gems were in power. You held power in the brigade. As commanders of the brigade militia you seized people and had them beaten. What's more, most of the people you seized and beat were poor peasants or lower middle peasants. Can anyone call this simple factionalism? By no means. This is a form of bourgeois dictatorship over the masses. This is carrying out a bourgeois reactionary line. Once you hold power, the whole situation is qualitatively transformed. You are responsible for carrying out the policies of the Communist Party and Chairman Mao Zedong. If you don't take the socialist road, unite all who can be united, grasp revolution and promote production, and carry the socialist revolution through to the end, you take the capitalist road, promote privilege for a few, divide the people and oppress them. This, it seemed to me, was a most important point, a point which sorely needed making after all the confusion and chaos of the Cultural Revolution. But it was a point which Smartfan would surely find difficult to square with his own record, with the record of united in the city and the region. As Smartfan explained his position, the hall fell quiet, so quiet that one could hear people breathing, even the rustle of clothing as limbs shifted position. Looking around, I saw that, in contrast to the situation when he started to speak, the hall was now full, absolutely full, and there were people unable to crowd inside the door who were leaning in at the windows, straining to catch every word that was spoken, just as if a play had started on the stage. Smartfan, on his part, had abandoned all effort at oratory, at dramatic gestures, at climactic crescendos. He was speaking in a quiet, matter-of-fact manner, no fierce looks, no hes, no shouts, no threats. He depended, instead, on rational analysis, on convincing argument to carry the day. He was trying, in Mao's words, to touch the people to their very souls. Having exposed the activities of the two gems and their clique, having refuted the main arguments that they still used in their defense, he went on to make clear the attitude of the propaganda team and the city party committee toward them. Our attitude is to save them for the revolution, to cure the disease and save the patient. But up to now they don't see it that way. They are still antagonistic and treat us as a hostile force. What can we do about that? Well, said Smartfan, speaking directly to Li and Xin, who sat in front of him in the audience, if you people refuse to see things as we do, we have no alternative but to struggle with you. We will carry on the struggle as long as it is necessary, and we shall see who will be able to make out in Longbao in the long run. We have a policy of lenient treatment for those who speak frankly and harsh treatment for those who resist. What counts the most is not how big or small your crime or mistake is, but what your attitude toward it is. In Changchi, a woman cotter grafted 300 yuan. Not only would she not admit it, she stole more money in order to cover up her crime. Since she behaved so badly, we fired her. In another case, a man confessed to the misappropriation of 2,000 yuan. But since his attitude was good, we did not punish him at all. What road will the two gems take? They can choose themselves. This led Smartfan back to the question of basic communist policy, the correct handling of contradictions, and the necessity to distinguish contradictions among the people from contradictions between the people and their enemies, and, having made such distinctions, the necessity of handling each case according to concrete circumstance. All those who make mistakes are not necessarily class enemies, said Smartfan. We must try to educate them to save them. Never push away people who can be pulled together, never make more enemies than is absolutely necessary. Now these words were not mind-boggling in themselves. They expressed well-known principles that Mao Zedong had explained and advocated over and over again. They had lain at the root of the land reform, the cooperative movement, and every successful rectification movement carried out since the revolution began. What was significant was that Smartfan was suddenly applying them to Longbao village and suggesting a sharp change in the direction of the rectification campaign of 1971. What had been building up for months as a tidal wave to swamp the errant cotters, he meant to transform overnight into a gentle current designed to float them back into the mainstream. To return to the original metaphor, Smartfan was applying brakes to the Ferris wheel, hoping to slow it down enough so that a few, at least, could dismount. Having launched an attack on extremism, he decided to follow through. He spoke about several severe distortions of common sense principles of unity that had plagued Longbao ever since the land reform of 1945. Our class line in the countryside is, rely on the poor peasants, unite with the middle peasants and isolate the landlords and the rich peasants. But to this day we still do not really apply this line in Longbao. We still have ultra-left tendencies, said Fan Wen. When we speak of various middle peasants, some of whom are even party members, we say that their class origin is hard and we hesitate to use them as codders simply because of their class origin. Now what kind of sectarianism is that? In dealing with people whom we illegally attacked and expropriated at the time of land reform, to this day we still do not call them simply poor peasants or middle peasants, or even wrongly struggled poor peasants or middle peasants, but we call them struggle objects and consider their class origin to be hard also. What kind of sectarianism is that? And then there are the sons and daughters of landlords and rich peasants. The policy of our party is to treat them according to their political essence, that is, according to the way they actually think, feel, and act. If they are sympathetic to socialism, we should work with them and educate them and unite with them. But instead, here in Longbao we set them aside and deny them a future. In addition, there are some people whose background is questionable, like one young man whose father was suppressed and killed as a counter-revolutionary, but whose mother later married a poor peasant. This person is willing to be the son of the poor peasant, in whose house he has lived since the age of 1. But some people refuse to accept this and do not allow him to be a poor peasant's son, but only a counter-revolutionary's son. If this continues, if we cannot find a way to unite with such a person, how can we ever unite with 95% of the people to build socialism? The effect of Smartfan's words was tremendous. From the moment when he placed the two gems in a category distinct from that of class enemies, I felt a great burden slipping from my back. As he went on to repudiate one ultra-left tendency after another, the sense of liberation intensified. It was as if I had been transported back to that day in 1948 when, in Lukang County's Great Temple, Party Secretary CHN exposed and denounced the ultra-left, poor and hired peasants line that had so distorted land reform policy for everyone. As CHN spoke that day, light had seemed to flood the dark tunnel where we had been confined, bent over, all but blind, groping for an ever-receding exit. All at once we had found ourselves walking upright onto a wide-open plain, able to move freely toward a rational and unifying goal. The liberation that I again felt so strongly apparently moved the whole audience in the hall, for the peasants sat in rapt attention, some of them smiling quietly, some of them nodding. Not a single child whimpered, not a single baby cried. Finally Smartfan took up the case of Little Shen, the man whom the two gems had treated as a class enemy, the man whom the Commune Party Committee had expelled from the Longbao Party branch for leading a gang of landlords, rich peasants, and counter-revolutionaries to seize power. From the investigations we have made in the last few months we understand that most of the charges against Little Shen are false, said Smartfan. We are asking the Commune Party Committee to reopen this case. We would like to see a thorough discussion of it at both the party committee level and among the masses. Once again Smartfan had broken through the endless talk about general principles and attacked a concrete case. He had made a bold political judgment that was bound to shake up the status quo not only in Longbao village but in Horse Square Commune as well. For if the Commune Party Committee were to reverse its decision on Little Shen, people still in power would have to admit a serious mistake and take responsibility for a serious miscarriage of justice. People in power would have to admit participation in a frame-up that had held together for more than 4 years. The implications of such an admission were extraordinary. This was no isolated case. The frame-up of Little Shen was almost certainly linked to a whole series of frame-ups, a whole series of atrocious political settlements, all of which would be called into question by the reversal of this case. Right here in this meeting Smartfan, by publicly questioning the expulsion of Little Shen, had lit a fuse that could set off a series of explosions all up and down the highway from Yellow Mill at the northern end of the Changchi City administration right back to the city party offices themselves, and almost certainly on up to the regional offices as well. This was an extraordinary announcement to make, and the people treated it as such. Late as the hour already was, not a single person left the hall. All concentrated single-mindedly on Smartfan's next words. The young city cadre with the prominent forehead, tobacco-stained fingers, and quiet platform manner wound up his speech with an appeal for learning from TK. This is a question of whether you want socialism or not. The city committee has decided to build a TK-type city in 3 years. But Longbao, with a little success in the planting of wheat, has already started to grow complacent. We have done well planting wheat and we have earned the praise we received from the commune leaders, but it should never cause us to be self-satisfied and relax. The way things are here, we can't just walk slowly forward, we have to run and catch up. With conditions as they exist today, we have neither the soil nor the manure to cross the Yellow River, to say nothing of the Yangtze. Only if we prepare all the conditions for crossing the Yangtze can we guarantee crossing the Yellow River. So the task ahead is heavy. Longbao is now famous all over the world. But does the fact that old Han has returned after 23 years to find us all so backward cause you to feel glory on your face? I should think not. When Smartfan finished, his listeners applauded. They clapped for a long time, and I clapped, too. I felt like doing more than clapping. I felt like rushing to the stage and hugging the man, for in one evening he had cleared away weeks of obscurantism and miasma. More than that, he had opened the door to clearing up injustices that had hung over the community for years. It was an extraordinary performance, and I wondered what had brought it about. Could it be the arguments that had taken place on the propaganda team? Could it be the objections that Karma and I had so stubbornly pushed on Smartfan and Lin Tiong over the last few days? Or had something happened at the city level to cause this basic reappraisal? While we remained in Longbao, I never did come close to an answer to these questions. But when we returned to Peking in October, we learned through the small broadcast that an extraordinary event had occurred, not at the city level, not at the regional or even at the provincial level, but at the highest pinnacle of national power. Between the time that the propaganda team in Longbao began its offensive against the two gems as class enemies, in early September, and September 24, when Smartfan reversed that thrust, Lin Piao had fled the country in a Trident jet and crashed somewhere on the steppes of Outer Mongolia. The defection and exposure of Lin Piao as an anti-Mao conspirator bent on seizing supreme power had been thoroughly suppressed as news, but had been passed through internal channels as privileged information right down to the children in primary schools. It shook the Communist Party, the government bureaucracy and the people of China from top to bottom. On the surface it might seem that even this cataclysmic development could hardly have affected grassroots policy in Longbao within so short a time. Nevertheless, it had long been common knowledge that extremism, sectarianism, and ultra-left dogmatism typified the Lin Piao line. Could it be sheer coincidence that left dogmatism met its first head-on challenge in Longbao less than 2 weeks after Lin Piao fell? Could it be sheer coincidence that the day Smartfan finally questioned the main decisions of the local cultural revolution was the same day that the Peking news broadcast suddenly added the phrase "and the People's Liberation Army learned from the people"? Coincidence here seemed unlikely. What seemed likely was that Lin Piao's flight and death had unleashed a nationwide tide of moderation and common sense powerful enough to challenge the class struggle straitjacket that had universally been imposed in his name, and that this tide was already rising irrepressibly on the Shangtang. Cadres like Smartfan, extremely sensitive to the slightest shift in political currents, were already trimming their sails and adjusting to a shift in the climate. 9. Deep digging, soft corn, high drama and a righted wrong. We were out on the great flat to the west of the village, 74 strong, each armed with a TK shovel, a long flat blade of steel on a stout wooden handle. TK people designed their shovel for deep digging. By applying 1 foot to the projection of the blade, a digger could force the steel 9 or 10 inches into the earth. With a sharp backward motion of the arms against the upright handle he could then break loose a complete block or divot of topsoil. Lifting this out intact, he could set it to the left, in the trench left open by a previous pass down the field. Then by taking a short step backward and repeating the sequence, thrust, break and lift, he could remove the next 6-inch slice. The long trench created by manhandling the soil to the left set the stage for the second half of the process. The digger turned completely around, stood at the bottom of the trench and again, with the aid of one foot, thrust the steel blade as deep into the hard subsoil as it would go, usually about 2/3 of the depth possible in the mellow soil of the surface layer. With the same backward motion of the handle he broke a divot loose, deftly turned it over and returned it, loose and crumbling, to the hole from which it came. By moving backward up the trench, step by step, he could turn over in place all the subsoil underfoot, thus completing a strip of deep digging in the field to the width of one TK shovel, about 8 inches. Once the digger reached the upper end at last, he turned around once more, stepped up onto the undisturbed soil to his right and proceeded to move it, slice by slice, onto the overturned subsoil beside it. The whole process did to the surface of the soil what a good plow would do, throw a layer of topsoil upside down into the adjacent furrow, and did to the subsoil what a good agricultural chisel would do, stir and loosen a buried layer that no plow could ever reach. With a good TK shovel and lots of energy one person could deep dig the land to a depth of 14 or even 16 inches. By working a long 10-hour day each digger could process 1/40th of an acre. In the course of 40 days, 400 hours of digging, one person could turn over an acre. The goal set for the 72-member deep digging shock brigade in Longbow in October 1971 was just under 2 acres a day. By maintaining this pace for 70 days, the brigade could prepare 800 mao for a bumper crop in 1972. Behind the deep digging effort lay the assumption that stirring the soil increased yields, and that the deeper one stirred it, the higher the yields would be. Stirring the soil was supposed to incorporate air, increase water percolation, and hasten mineral decomposition to the great advantage of the crop to be planted the following spring. So far as I could determine, no scientific, controlled experiments had ever been done to test out this theory one way or another. It was accepted by one and all on faith, a deep faith in tillage as the heart and soul of agriculture. Shenkung, Shitso was the slogan raised by the peasants of TK to explain their success with crops, and from TK the slogan spread to every corner of the land. Actually, the deep digging craze began long before TK became famous. It started in Honan at the time of the Great Leap, and millions of peasants carried it to extremes as the leaders of county after county, region after region, tried to outdo one another in their demands for superior land preparation. At the height of the euphoria, ambitious tillers dug some fields to depths of 3 and even 4 feet. Indifferent results led to the conclusion that irrational deep digging was wasteful, probably even harmful, but this did not shake the universal faith in rational deep digging which party committees suddenly placed on the agenda again in Shensi in 1971. Longbow leaders met to discuss the matter after Horse Square Brigade went all out for deep digging, and Commune Secretary Ho recommended the method to everyone. They decided to make a special effort and suggested a shock brigade of the strongest and healthiest young militiamen and women under the age of 25. Militia members of each field team selected the 12 best from among their ranks and sent them to a mobilization meeting on October 11, where they laid their battle plans. Shock team members decided to try for 1/40th of an acre per person per day, for 22 acres per platoon per season, for dawn to dusk digging, with both breakfast and lunch sent to the field, for team rather than individual preparation of meals, and for a socialist emulation contest between the various platoons to see which could dig the most and dig it best, day after day. The meeting was lively, the liveliest we had attended since our arrival in August. The young people appreciated the challenge and the chance to work together as a special unit on a great task, especially the girls. They looked to be about 12 or 13 but were really 16 to 18 years old. In bright, multicolored jackets of machine-made cotton cloth, they huddled together in tight little groups. Holding hands, leaning on one another, hugging one another, laughing and giggling, they challenged the boys to come over and start the discussion. How much could they do per shift? What platoon should they challenge? What food should they prepare? Who had shovels? By contrast, the boys seemed callow, diffident, half awake. Nevertheless, by the end of the meeting they, too, were laughing, bright-eyed and eager, evidently turned on by the girls. Judge Cao, in his introductory speech, had headed off any discussion of the value of deep digging by making support for it a political issue. When we try to dig deep, class enemies come out and say the land here is not good, that it can't be improved by tillage. The more you dig it, the worse it gets, they say. Others say only that the work is too hard, that deep digging is not worth the trouble. This is lazy, cowardly, bourgeois thinking. Toward those who would try to wreck our three-fall work we have to carry on a campaign of repudiation. We dig deep for the revolution. Deep digging is a revolution. This is class struggle in reality. After that introduction no one dared raise a question about whether to do the job. The only question to ask was how. Everybody wanted high yields. The commune said deep digging would prepare the way, so let's get on with it. Besides, who wanted to be called a class enemy? The next day in the field everything went well. Militia Captain Liu Hojian saw to it that each platoon brought a large red flag. He divided the land up in such a way that 72 people could all fall to at once without getting in each other's way and without creating backfurrows, unfilled trenches, all over the place. Karma and I borrowed shovels from old Kuo Chengke Yuan and joined the battle. Under a gray, cloud-filled sky a strong west wind bore down on us, whipping the silk banners into frenzied motion, making them snap and slap like a muleteer's whip. Whenever the wind died down we could see our breath on the air, but nobody felt cold. How could they, digging at that pace? Thrust, break and lift, shove, heave and throw, minute after minute, hour after hour. If we took the time to look we could see the tilled land growing and the stubble land shrinking, first in checkerboard pattern as small squares expanded, then by leaps as the squares linked up. We vowed to stay with it, at least for the day, but no one ever said that we did our 1/40th of an acre share, even after we returned for 2 more afternoons. I joined because I wanted to be part of the effort, not because I had faith in deep digging, and the longer I dug the less happy I felt about the whole project. The commune tractors could easily plow 9 inches deep. With a chisel they could rip another 5 or 6-inch layer and accomplish in minutes what this crew could not do in days. What a waste! What a waste! But nobody had a tractor-drawn chisel, nobody had ever heard of one, and nobody, as far as I could see, showed any interest in one. So it was thrust, break and lift, shove, heave and throw, from dawn until just before dark, when the loudspeaker on the brigade meeting hall, for the second time that day, blasted "The East is Red" to the sky. This time it announced the end of the working shift. The way the wind was blowing past us toward the speaker, even the thunderous rendition of "The East is Red" sounded faint and far away. That night, after we had eaten our supper, we went to the 5th team threshing floor to see the start of the fall grain distribution. Powerful electric bulbs mounted high on poles lit up the area, which was bounded on the north and west by bundles of millet straw stacked shoulder high to break the wind. 2 piles of well-cleaned millet dominated the center. The larger pile, pale lemon in color, was regular millet, the smaller pile, bright golden, was high-quality yellow millet. Just for fun we took turns estimating the total weight of the big pile. The estimates varied from 8,000 caddies to 28,000 caddies. Then the warehouseman, who had already weighed it, gave us the figure, 15,586. It was easy to see how estimates exaggerated yields during the Great Leap. Commune cotters looked at a pile, made a shrewd guess, and reported that. Pretty soon the government came looking for grain that wasn't there. The peasants, on their part, almost always underestimated. The more grain they reported, the larger the tax bite and the more they had to sell to the state as its legitimate share. Veteran Wang said 1 year Kuyi Brigade failed to report 50,000 caddies of wheat, but the commune secretary found out about it because several members talked out of turn. One Kuyi woman who had married outside, but refused to move away, received her regular per capita share but no part of the surplus, the hidden wheat. She went to the commune office to complain. "I didn't get my share of the extra grain." "What extra grain?" "The grain they didn't keep any record of," she said, as if the whole scam was common knowledge. The commune party secretary then invited the brigade chairman to a meal. He made sure to pass out plenty of sorghum liquor. In an unguarded moment the brigade chairman boasted of the excellent crop. "My share of the surplus alone was 500 caddies," he said. The next day the commune party secretary dropped in for a chat. "How about those 50,000 caddies?" he asked. "Who said anything about 50,000 caddies?" "You did, when you were drinking last night." "Well, I don't remember what I said last night, but I can assure you there is no hidden wheat here," said the brigade chairman, indignant. Later, Horse Square Commune called a meeting for brigade cadres. "We have reason to believe that some brigades are hiding grain," said the party secretary. "Whoever is guilty should report it now, make a clean breast of it, and we will not make an issue of it. But if it is not reported now, we can't guarantee the future." Nobody spoke up, but when the meeting adjourned Kuyi leaders milled around, reluctant to leave the room. Finally Kuyi's chairman said, "Add 50,000 to our production figure." Thus the matter was cleared up. On the 5th team threshing floor that night equal distribution ruled. Every person, man, woman, and child, got 80 caddies of regular millet and 20 caddies of yellow millet. These were the amounts that had been distributed the year before. They represented not the individual's final share, but a preliminary distribution, pending the completion of the harvest, which included huge amounts of corn that still had to be dried and weighed. Final shares would not be equal, but would reflect workdays earned in the course of the year. In the meantime team leaders handed out millet to keep everyone going. Checkers weighed the millet on a platform scale by pouring it into wooden boxes shaped much like the boxes Western masons use to mix mortar. Boards nailed to opposite sides of the boxes protruded at each end and served as handles so that once the proper weight had been recorded 2 people could lift the box, carry it to one side, and dump the grain in a pile that represented a given family's share. Family members then bagged it. Sometimes the family members were ready with a bag when the millet poured out. They tried to hold it so the grain went directly into their floppy container, but since the boxes were square and clumsy a lot of grain hit the ground anyway and had to be swept up. To ensure fair weights, those who manned the scales came from another team. 5th team checkers weighed the grain for the 2nd team. The theory was that outsiders, who had no stake in the amount distributed because it would not affect their own shares, would be unlikely to play favorites or to cheat. Team chairman Kuo Chenkayuan was pleased with the way things were going. Millet yields had been comparatively high, about 70 caddies per mao above the previous year, so the shares looked ample. Chenkayuan liked the collective harvest and the collective distribution. It was so much simpler than any procedure followed in the old days, when each family had to thresh and clean its own grain and keep the different varieties separate. Then, there were little piles crowding the threshing floor and it was hard to keep them straight. He wanted to make sure we understood the difference. We wandered around to see how everything was done and talked to different family members as they filled their bags. Their morale was high because the millet was plentiful and would fill to the brim all the jars reserved for it in each home. But when we brought up the question of the corn crop, people shook their heads. The corn crop, just then being harvested, did not look good at all. In August everyone assumed that the corn would yield more than 300 caddies per mao, thus breaking all longbao records and filling every jar in the village. But during the heavy rains, leaf blight struck and stopped plant growth in its tracks. It was just as if a hard frost had hit the fields. Many ears failed to mature. Many soft kernels shriveled as they dried, falling far short of normal weight. The worst hit variety was the much-touted single-cross Nantan #15. It was a new hybrid that experts had brought into the Shangtang at considerable expense. Secretary Chang, trying to break the conservatism of the past, had pushed it as a scientific breakthrough that revolutionaries should welcome and put to work. His own team, the second, had planted a large acreage of it and now was suffering from the collapse of the variety due to leaf blight brought on by wet weather. Another single cross, Wenke No. 1, stood up better, but the most resistant varieties of all were the old open-pollinated Qing Huangho and Pai Ma Ya, imported many years before from Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. In fact, if it hadn't been for these old standbys, the 1971 corn crop would have been close to a disaster and the brigade would have had to appeal to the state for help to get through the winter, as it had already done to get through the summer after a disastrous wheat crop. What made the new hybrids susceptible to leaf blight was the incorporation into their breeding of the Texas male sterile gene, a technique that made it possible for big American seed companies to create hybrid corn without manual data selling. They didn't have to hire people to go through the fields cutting the male tassels off the rows that would be used as female ear producers because Texas male sterile tassels produced no pollen. What they failed to realize was that the same gene that carried this sterility also carried low blight resistance. Their mistake threatened the entire American corn crop in 1970 and, in 1971, much of the corn crop in China, where Texas male sterile showed up a year later. The collapse of Nantan No. 15 was a disaster not only for advanced hybrid corn but for the prestige of science. Many peasants had never wanted to plant the single crosses anyway, they didn't trust them. They were persuaded to do so because it was scientific. When the single crosses failed, science failed, and it would take several good years and several good new varieties to overcome the bad reputation science gained for itself that season. The propaganda team, oblivious to the importance of what had happened, failed to take the collapse of Nantan No. 15 seriously. Judge Cao refused to blame the seed corn for the near disaster on second-team land and blamed instead sloppy work, loose organization, and conservative thinking. He argued that since every team had received the same amount of improved corn, every team had planted the same amount. If differences showed up at harvest time, they had to be due to poor management. The second team had only itself to blame. He initiated an investigation into the allocation of seed corn to find out if the new varieties had indeed been distributed equally. But this investigation proved nothing because, although every team got the same amount of each variety, most of them didn't plant all the seed they received, certainly not all the single cross seed. Skeptical, as they had a right to be, about depending too heavily on untried varieties, they had fallen back on open-pollinated Golden Queen and White Horsetooth. All they needed to do for the seed was shell kernels off their own stored ear corn. But they didn't tell the higher cotters what they were doing because they didn't want to be accused of conservatism. In the atmosphere of the times such a charge could easily be blown into counter-revolution. As luck would have it, there was enough conservatism around in 1971 to ensure large areas of good crops. The teams that listened to the commune leadership, the brigade leadership and the party leadership, and went in heavily for new varieties, headed for crop failure. The teams that kept their own counsel, planted only token amounts of the new varieties, and put their faith in old standbys had good to excellent crops. This should have been clear to anyone with any farming experience, but unfortunately it wasn't clear to the cotters of the propaganda team. They saw only the surface of the phenomenon and not its essence. They were so anxious for modern science, modern corn breeding and new technology to break through and win out over blind conservatism that they refused to grant the obvious, that in this case science had failed. It was all due to vagaries of the weather. If the weather had been normal that year, the crop picture would have been quite different. In a dry season the new hybrid varieties might well have out-yielded the old standbys. Science would have recorded a straightforward triumph. But it would have been a questionable triumph, nevertheless, because the terrible weakness of the new strains in the face of leaf blight would have remained hidden, lying in wait for a wet year to come. By that time the peasants would have planted all or most of the land to blight-prone corn. Then the crop failure could easily reach catastrophic proportions. What struck me was the independence of the peasants. Over and over again they made up their own minds and went ahead and did what they thought best, regardless of shrill instructions from on high. When things didn't work, or looked dubious, they simply held back, voted with their feet, did things their own way, and the less said about it the better. What the cotters didn't know wouldn't hurt them. Sometimes the gap between leaders and led widened to a veritable chasm. Too often, when the cotters insisted on having their way, disaster struck. Down below Li Village Gulch on the road to Changchi City, agricultural department officials insisted on planting apple trees. They called the project the State Apple Farm. Many peasants said the soil was too wet, that the site was unsuitable for apples, but the city cotters, combating conservatism, went ahead anyway. No apples ever set on the trees, and after quite a few years had passed, cotters changed the name of the farm to New Happiness Village. What there was to be happy about they never made clear. Happiness, at least, could not be weighed on a scale like apples, and so who could say there was no happiness there? In Huaquan, to the north, peasants had long planted beans in the corn after the last hoeing, and reaped a good crop. Commune cotters ordered them to plant millet instead. The peasants said, "It won't work." But the cotters said, "It works in Changchi." So in 1971 they all planted millet and harvested exactly nothing. They didn't have the irrigation water, the night soil and the chemical fertilizer available to the market gardeners inside the city limits. Veteran Wang chuckled over peasant intractability. "Sometimes the most backward showed the best sense," he said. As soon as a team or a brigade became advanced, members felt they had a reputation to maintain. Then if they went out to hoe, they made sure they hoed the crops near the road, where everyone could see the quality of their weed control. Anyone who was so unwise as to strike out into the middle of the field might find weeds in profusion. Backward teams, without any reputation to maintain, did some hard hoeing in the middle of the field, where it counted most, where it had the greatest influence on yields. If the fields looked a little ragged around the edges, who cared? Call them backward, they agreed. "Okay, we're backward," they would say with annoying cheerfulness. The anxious piling of half-shriveled corn ears for air drying, the division of threshed millet to tide people over until corn could be ground, and deep digging aimed at bumper crops in the year to come all followed in the wake of a great fall harvest push that began the day after Smart Fan reversed his position in public and suddenly stopped calling the two gems class enemies. That crucial mass meeting had served as the last big event of the party rectification, at least until the harvest could be completed, and mobilization for the new campaign in the fields had begun the first thing the next morning, even though some teams were still planting the last of their wheat. The brigade leaders assigned about 15% of the labor power to finish up the wheatland and 85% to harvesting millet, sorghum, beans, and corn. They urged everyone to turn out. The sideline workers at the brick kiln promised to take to the fields after their daytime shifts were done. The grain grinding crew at the milling station sent 2 people out all day while one stayed home alone to grind far into the night. The accountants, all 6 of them, volunteered for full days in the field and promised to balance their accounts after hours. Even the doctor in the clinic and the druggist in the dispensary volunteered for field work, taking their first aid kits with them in case of need. The school staff temporarily suspended classes so that all school children could either join the harvest or glean what was left behind by the harvest crews. A directive came down from the Rural Work Department of Changchi City stopping all construction, no house building, no warehouse construction, all hands must report for the harvest. Another directive ordered all tractors off the roads, no more hauling until fall plowing on the land freed by the fall harvest had been completed. Any tractor found on the highway would be seized and impounded until further notice. A third directive ordered all city cotters and all city students into suburban fields to help. That some people at least responded was brought home to us when Commander Tzui of the People's Liberation Army and Vice Chairman of the Changchi City Committee stopped in Longbao to have a chat. Tzui's windburned face and sweat-stained uniform testified to a day spent in the army rice fields on the open land to the east. Their officers and soldiers had completed the harvest ahead of schedule. Longbao's vice chairman, Shenchi Tsai, announced over the loudspeaker that every team and every working group should take note of outstanding achievements and report them to the brigade office, then people could be praised by loudspeaker and encouraged to continue the good work. This would stimulate others to catch up. Every day thereafter during the noon broadcast he cited dozens of names. It was after the bulk of the harvest had been gathered in that mobilization for deep digging had begun. While 72 young militiamen and women concentrated their spades 2 days at a time on the land of each team in rotation, the rest of the manpower went on with what remained of the harvest. In the midst of all this activity I felt once again the tremendous social and productive power of this cooperative community. Whenever there was a big job to do, whenever the direction was clear, Longbao had the capacity to mobilize brains, muscles, and enthusiasm on an unprecedented scale. Confronted by a challenge, Longbao saw feuds, grievances, and resentments fade away, factionalism lose its sting, and everyone turn out in high good humor to lend a hand. It was exciting to observe and exciting to take part in. Of course, not even the harvest rush could proceed without a hitch, as 6th team leader Liu Yusheng found out. He set a group of school children to work in a bean field. He gave each boy 3 rows to cut. When he came back, there was no one in the field. Xin Yanxi's son had cut his finger, and since he himself could no longer work he persuaded all the boys to put down their sickles and join him in a ball game. When Liu Yusheng found them, he criticized the ringleader. "It's okay for you to quit since you cut your finger, but why drag everyone else out of the field?" Yanxi's son got angry. "You not only butt into our everyday work, you hold our family's life in your hands," he said and stalked off. That same afternoon the boy disappeared. Yanxi's wife came to the team headquarters cursing. She accused Liu Yusheng of driving her boy out. "He even claims to hold our lives in his hands," these were her boy's words, not Yusheng's, but by using them she made a damaging case against the team leader. He felt so vulnerable that he borrowed 80 yuan from the brigade office and went out looking for the boy. The next day Yanxi's son returned, on his own. His disappearance, it turned out, had been an accident. After he left the field he went to the railroad yard to play. He climbed onto a freight car that was sitting on a siding. Suddenly the car began to move. It moved so fast that the boy didn't dare get off. The car carried him all the way north to Xinjiang before the train that had coupled onto it stopped. He arrived there without food or money and it took him a whole day to get home. His mother lost a lot of face. She had sworn at the team leader and blamed him for driving her son away, but her son was at fault, not the team leader. She had to apologize to Liu Yusheng when he finally came home, distraught because he had not found any trace of the boy. As the day approached for our scheduled departure, work in the fields eased somewhat and the drama group decided to put on one last evening of plays for our benefit. Anticipating an audience far larger than that which had jammed the brigade meeting hall for the party rectification meeting, the group decided to use the outdoor stage that still occupied the southern edge of the old North Temple site. This stage, all that remained at the site of the temple complex, resembled a small temple in its own right, a solid structure of upright beams, brick platforms, brick walls, and a tiled roof with upturned corners. It faced a large rubble-strewn yard about the size of 2 basketball courts. The layout was ideal for local performances at any time when the weather was fair, and the evening of October 20th brought fair weather indeed. There was just enough bite in the air to keep people alert. An enormous crowd gathered long before the performance began, jamming the open space from that time until the last performer retired from the scene. Not only did almost the entire population of Longbao turn out, including all the workers and their families from the rented rooms, but also all the soldiers from the Liberation Army tank unit, housed at the southern end of the village, and most of the staff and the students from the medical school housed in the old Catholic orphanage compound. In addition, many people came across the tracks from the railroad 3rd Bureau Construction Corps. According to custom, the brigade reserved the best section of the empty yard for the Liberation Army tankmen. They occupied a solid block directly in front of the stage, and only the seats provided for Karma, myself, Lin Tiong from Central and the regional cotters in our entourage, broke this block. As honored guests, we enjoyed not only reserved seating space, but benches to sit on as well. With such a huge audience before them, the Longbao entertainers went all out with bright costumes, makeup, and 2 long plays that they had not performed before. From my point of view, the makeup was not necessarily an improvement. I thought the local girls quite beautiful enough in their natural state, each one unique, each distinct in character and features. Powdered and rouged, with their eyebrows and eyelashes blackened, they tended to look almost exactly alike, a row of painted mannequins with only one expression, a fixed and meaningless smile. But what is drama without makeup? What is theater without pretense? And so, with the aid of a dramatic advisor from the Changchi Municipal Theater, the Longbao troopers plastered themselves with cosmetics, draped themselves with bright cloth, and prepared to recapture, if not overwhelm, the long tradition of rural opera that they loved so much. The makeup, distasteful as it was to me, certainly did no harm to their dancing or acting. Stimulated by the outsize audience, skills honed by intense practice since the days of the fair, they put on a brilliant performance that held the entire audience spellbound. The young women did their Ho dance to perfection. The young men put their hearts into the Takei skit with its delightful, heavy-footed chorus, but the real star of the evening was Wang Yumei, the pharmacist in charge of the dispensary, and the oppressed daughter-in-law of the Liu family in whose house the propaganda team met every day for morning study. Yumei starred in 2 beautifully staged productions, one, a new version of Brother and Sister Reclaim Wasteland, an operetta from the early days of the revolution in Yan'an, and the other, Taking Gifts to the People's Liberation Army, a play which the group presented as if the leading characters were Longbao peasants. The play, already a little out of date considering the new slogan, Men of the Liberation Army Learn from the People, was about a young girl, Little Red, and her grandfather, who set out to devise a stratagem for persuading the local army unit to accept a gift on August 1, the birthday of the Revolutionary Armed Forces. Knowing full well that because the 3 disciplines and 8 points for attention forbade soldiers to take even a needle or a piece of thread from the people, no soldier or commander in the unit will knowingly accept any gift from the people, the 2 practice various ruses, hoping to accomplish by indirection what they cannot accomplish by any frontal approach. They take turns playing the part of the alert army man and the dedicated gift giver. The granddaughter is unsuccessful in pressing soap, made by the students of the local 10-year school, into her grandfather's hands. He repeatedly reminds her that army men take nothing from the people. But when the grandfather plays the part of the gift giver, he launches into such a lively monologue about the merits of the army and the people's gratitude that his granddaughter is quite carried away and inadvertently holds onto the soap which he places in her hands. "Look, there you are," says the grandfather triumphantly. "You've taken it?" "Yes," says Little Red, crestfallen, knowing full well that no army man would ever let his guard down to that extent. "But after all, it's only I who have taken it, and not any soldier." "That's right," says her grandfather. "There's no easy way to get around them." In the end, Little Red decides to sneak into the barracks, make off with the army men's soiled clothing, and, together with a group of friends, wash all the clothes in the village pond. In that way the army men will have to accept the locally made soap without taking any material object into their hands. Elated by this idea, Little Red and her grandfather happily part company. Wang Yumei threw herself into the part with enthusiasm. Her expression of disappointment and dismay when she found she had been tricked into holding onto the soap was poignant, and her joy when she thought a solution to the problem had been found was contagious. Yumei, like the teenager whose song had so moved us during the previous performance, possessed facial features that were plain, yet added up to provocative beauty. Bulging eyeballs puffed her eyelids slightly outward, while protruding teeth held her lips forward. These features, combined with a receding chin, gave her a fish-like profile, but her animated face, from any other angle, framed her full, slightly puckered lips with flashing eyes and dimpled cheeks that complemented each other and blended to express unusual fire and energy. A heavy, jet-black braid of hair, hanging down her back all the way to her hips, alternately caressed and danced away from her slight body and by its motion projected her mood more convincingly than any play of her features or gesture of her hands. Yume's physical attributes, pleasing as they were not the secret of her success on the stage. That was the way she identified with the part she was playing and made every word and gesture contribute to an illusion of reality so apt that it was almost painful to experience. Since she was, after all, playing the part of a young woman very much like herself, it might be argued that this did not take much acting skill. Nevertheless, others with equal physical endowment who played themselves never approached her ability to create on the stage a believable liberated country girl. I, for one, was easily captivated. The man who played the grandfather in this skit also played his part well. There is a tendency in China, at least among workers and students, to overplay the part of any peasant and particularly of any older peasant, turning the role into a caricature, rather than a character study of a real rural grandfather. But this young actor, far from overplaying the part, treated it with respect, thus providing a perfect foil against which Yume could pit her talent. I later learned that the actor was still under a cloud in the village as a grafter sentenced to supervision by the masses. That this supervision in no way interfered with his career as a member of the dramatic troupe was of more than passing interest. It turned out that he not only played various roles on the stage in Longbao but also went on the road whenever the group traveled, and even performed in the Great Theatre in Changchi when the Regional Drama Corps put on a major opera and needed a small play or two to round out its program. The cast had introduced the play taking gifts to the People's Liberation Army with a strident declaration that our Longbao Brigade has undergone an earth-shaking, sky-collapsing transformation. When Wang Yume came off the stage, Smart Fan called her aside to make a suggestion. As he talked, she stood in the shadow cast by the old tiled roof, leaned back against the masonry, and with one hand readjusted her hair. Flushed with the excitement of her part and the prolonged applause, she looked particularly attractive, feminine, even coquettish, and this made it hard for Smart Fan to maintain his dignity. Why did the play start with such an unqualified declaration of earth-shaking, sky-collapsing transformation, he asked. Wasn't that an exaggeration? Well, yes, Yume admitted. That's not exactly what one would say about Longbao. But for that matter we don't produce any soap, either, in our 10-year school. Then why do you pretend that this is our brigade? Why not just say it's a play about some other brigade? Well, said Yume, hesitating, her eyes looking at the ground, we like to pretend that it is happening right here. It makes everything so vivid that way. And besides, we do make iron in our 10-year school. We could easily make soap. Well, said Smart Fan gently, who but her mother-in-law could be anything but gentle with this shy young woman. If you have to pretend that it's really Longbao, at least change that earth-shaking statement to something like great change. Wang Yume agreed. Then, apparently quite impressed with Smart Fan, she turned to Security Officer Shen, who was standing nearby, and asked if the city cotter was older than he. I'm the little finger, he's the thumb, said Shen. He led the rebels of the whole city. On this question, exaggerating the impact of the Cultural Revolution, Smart Fan was trying to follow through on the speech he had made at the mass meeting to sum up the party rectification campaign. Once he became critical of things ultra-left, he found no end of targets to attack, and not the least of these was exaggerated rhetoric. Hyperbole had replaced common sense on almost every front for years. Never mind the actual situation, since Chairman Mao has called the situation excellent, we will call it excellent, too. Since the Cultural Revolution is supposed to transform us, we will celebrate transformation.
What, after all, is the ultimate criterion of truth? Is it not to mark which way the wind is blowing and fashion a rhetoric to match? I found Smart Fan's sudden penchant for understatement, or more accurately, for mild rather than outrageous overstatement, fascinating. It was one more straw in the wind to add to the sudden change in the slogans that had come over the radio from Peking. I wasn't granted much time to think about it. Our enjoyment of the play carried with it a price, so it seemed, and that price was heavy. Karma and I had to appear upon the stage and put on some sort of performance. I had made the mistake, during certain relaxed moments, of singing some American songs and doing a few clog steps for friends, particularly children. Now the whole community believed that I could both sing and dance, and the audience refused to take no for an answer. Someone thrust an accordion into Karma's hands and insisted that she play so her father could get on with his act. In the end we had no way out. We had to accept the challenge or spend the rest of the evening refusing, for the audience, instigated by security officer Shen, showed no signs of giving up, no sign at all. When Karma finally agreed to play, I sang an old song about immigrant Irish railroad workers breaking up a ledge of rock somewhere in the Alleghenies. The boss came around and he said, "Keep still. And come down heavy on the cast iron drill. Drill, ye tamers, drill, drill, ye terriers, drill. And work all day for sugar in your tea. Down behind the railway, and drill, ye terriers, drill. And blast. And fire." The new boss's name was Jim McCann. By God, he was a damn mean man. Past week a premature blast went off. And a mile in the air went Big Gene Goff. And drill, ye terriers, drill. Next week when payday came around, Gene Goff $1 short was found. When he asked what for, came this reply: "You're docked for the time you was up in the sky. And drill, ye terriers, drill. And blast. And fire." The audience loved it, particularly after Karma translated the lyrics. The peasants knew all about such meanness. There had been a landlord in Longbao who would not hire anyone who lived nearby. A laborer with a house of his own always preferred to relieve himself in his own toilet cistern, thus depriving the landlord of night's oil. An out-of-town hired man usually lived on the landlord's premises and contributed his bit to the landlord's own cistern, thus increasing both yields and profits. I followed Big Gene Goff's rip-off by capitalists with a rendition of an old Vermont clog, a heavy-footed jig that inspired several minutes of the wildest kind of applause. It was certainly no great dance. I performed it clumsily, but it was new, it was different, it was therefore marvelous. On the following evening, our last in Longbao, I invited all of the brigade's leading citizens to a banquet. It was a cheap gesture on my part since I paid for the affair with central funds dispersed by Lin Tiong, but it satisfied protocol and delighted everyone in the village who took part. Assembling the guest list proved to be a very delicate matter, for we could not possibly seat or feed everyone whom I knew well, enjoyed conversing with, owed hospitality to, or simply wanted to include for old time's sake. The only principle I could think of was the tried and true, time-tested formula taken for granted in China: start at the top and work downward according to rank until the guest list is filled. It was an unfortunate formula for my purposes because many of the people I valued most in Longbao had no rank at all, but if I departed from it there was no way to ensure leaving town with good feelings intact. Those left out could only accept being slighted if a clear-cut, traditional etiquette, an etiquette which they could easily understand if not admire, disciplined our decisions. But when Lin Tiong came up with the list, she herself departed from this principle. She invited Yang Linying, vice chairwoman of the Women's Association, whom she liked, and left out Lu Shuyun, chairwoman of the Women's Association, whom she did not like. Although I shared her preference for Linying, I questioned her choice, and suggested that she invite both or neither. For some reason my disapproval enraged Lin Tiong. She cursed me, called me the most difficult foreign visitor she had ever had to deal with,
said I was a troublemaker and a pain in the neck to boot. In one great flood, all the frustrations that she had felt over the last 6 months while traveling with me and my family came pouring out in the form of bitter recriminations. It was an extraordinary surprise attack born of anguish at having been held so long in this rural backwater, at the postponement of important personal and state plans because I had been playing things by ear and following not some preconceived rational program but whatever path opened before me and showed the greatest potential for breaking through to reality. Why, asked Lin Tiong, couldn't I write a book according to plan like any other sensible person? In a socialist society everything had to be planned, tours, factory construction, the planting of crops, education, childbearing. Why should I make an exception of my writing? And now, with the guest list all drawn up, I had to come up with my own absurd set of standards and create trouble when no trouble was called for. I felt like saying that books could not be assembled like bridges, that it was hard to plan the study of a cultural revolution that nobody really understood, but I sensed that in matters such as these, as in matters pertaining to the objectivity of the real word, our basic assumptions would be so far apart that a month of talk would never bring us together, so I simply restated my proposal for the invitations. A straightforward hierarchical guest list would solve all problems. Nothing else was likely to do so. Cursing and protesting, Lin Tiong left the room. That night when the guests appeared, both the chairwoman and the vice-chairwoman of the Women's Association were there. In addition, all the leading male officials of the brigade appeared, team leaders, youth league leaders, party leaders, and peasants' association leaders, the head of the school, the village doctor, the chief accountant. It was a lively occasion, with lots of toasts and lots of fat pork washed down with sorghum liquor. Karma and I were not too keen on fat pork, but for Longbao peasants that was the main attraction of any banquet. Living from day to day, month to month, and year to year on grain, cabbage, and potatoes, they lacked fat in their diet. A good 3-inch slab of pork belly looked to them far better than sea slugs or shark's fins. After 4 or 5 bottoms up I lost my ability to tell fat pork from lean in any case. After the banquet, Secretary Chang convened a mass meeting in the brigade hall so that everyone would have a chance to say goodbye. The highlight of this meeting was an announcement by Smart Fan that on that very day word had come that the Commune Party Committee had cleared Little Shen of crime, had reinstated him with full rights in the Communist Party and in the brigade as a cadre. It was welcome news, extremely welcome news. When Smart Fan made the announcement, everyone in the hall began to talk at once. Little Shen's father, old Shen Qiming, whom I had known for more than 20 years, came up to us afterward, bowed deeply from the waist 3 times, and thanked us for saving his son's life and his family's good name. He seemed to think that without our presence no one would have bothered to clear up the case and no one would have reversed the decision to expel this son, certainly not in 1971, and he may have been right. Because we were present, Shenxi officials at every level had focused their attention on Longbao, and because we intended to write about its history, historic justice had to be done. We tried to tell old Qiming that the reversal was not our doing but the work of responsible party committees, but he would have none of it. He grasped my hand, thanked me profusely, and bowed low again and again. For me it was embarrassing and for him unwise, for the accepted mode of behavior would have been to thank Chairman Mao. Under Chairman Mao's wise leadership his son had been cleared. But Shen did not seem to care. Tears came to his eyes as he thanked us again and again. Little Shen, towering over his father, kept nudging him and saying, "Thanks to Chairman Mao, I have been cleared. You'd better remember Chairman Mao." But old Qiming ignored him, grasped my hand, and would not let it go. 10. Once again, Longbao, Zaijian. Zaijian is the Chinese equivalent of au revoir. We left Longbao village on October 20th. After a 2-day stopover in Changchi that made it possible to interview Commander Li Yingkuei for more clarity on the Cultural Revolution, we set out by jeep for Hinton, a major station on the Peking-Hankow Railroad. Our route lay eastward through the mountains, down the very same road that I had traveled upward by truck on my first visit to the Shangtang in 1947, the same road, for the most part, that Chiyun, Si Hung and I had traversed by foot and mule cart when we left Longbao in 1948 to rejoin the staff members of Northern University at their new home in Chengting, Hopei. Road crews had improved the highway greatly in the intervening years. A heavily graveled surface, strong bridges, culverts, well-tended drainage ditches made of it an all-weather thoroughfare along which buses ran every hour on the hour in both directions between Changchi and Hantan. To the south at almost any point on our route we could see the heavy construction underway on the new east-west railroad, bridges and trestles of cut stone already in place, sections of roadbed nearing completion, piles of ballast, piles of ties, earth-moving equipment in all shapes and sizes. After Zhejian we tried to pick out the line of the narrow-gauge track that had run down the valley in 1948, the first operating railroad in the liberated areas of North China, but the widened highway and new railroad construction had completely obliterated it. In spite of improvements to the road, the countryside looked much as it had 23 years earlier, a fantastic region of high rock mountains, loess-covered hills, and endless gullies and ravines. A few of the villages, mixed constructions of stone and adobe, crowned the heights like medieval fortresses. Others hid in the bottoms of immense ravines or climbed the terraced slopes of canyon head walls. These villages, some of them thousands of years old, did not disrupt or violate nature. On the contrary, they seemed to blend into their background, as indigenous an outgrowth of local terrain and climate as the eroded loess bluffs and the willows by the lowland streams. Almost all of them were surrounded by fruit trees that had blossomed with incredible beauty in the spring and now, in the fall, bore heavy fruit. Most prominent as we rushed along, leaving in our wake a great cloud of dust, were the persimmon trees, spare branching giants as large as or larger than the oldest American apple trees and now laden with fruit like the fruit of the orange tree in color, but in shape more like tomatoes. Seeing this abundant harvest we understood why the Chinese word for tomato is Western red persimmon. Next to the persimmon orchards stood the walnut groves. If there was any single product that typified the Taihang Mountains, it was walnuts. They were on sale from small stands in most of the settlements we roared through, unshelled, shelled, dyed red, candied and cracked. The charm of these mountain villages has always been difficult to convey. Their color is that of the rock and the soil from which they are made, the alignment of their buildings as complex, multilayered, and many-faceted as the highlands that determine their layout. Each dwelling with its yard, its pigpen, its scavenging chickens, its mangy dog and its glorious mountain view constitutes an independent kingdom and at the same time one unit of a complex and interdependent social community that is clearly more than the sum of its parts. I can't think of any place in the world to which I would rather retire. Anna Louise Strong was evidently of the same mind. She wept and could not be consoled when, because Hu Tsung-Nan's legions drove in from the south, she had to leave Yan'an. She knew in her heart that she would never return. Between the Loess Hills of Yan'an and the Loess Hills of Lichen, there is not much to choose. The presence in Yan'an of Chairman Mao and the Central Committee, of course, had something to do with Miss Strong's tears. Under the whiplash of the slogan "Politics in Command," the Communist Party campaigned vigorously in the late 60s and early 70s for the new village, the destruction of all old, haphazard housing and its replacement with barrack-like, identical units in blocks and rows, every wall, every roof, every courtyard the same, every front door facing due south and every back wall facing due north. Takei peasants built stone caves in a line because their lowest caves collapsed and there was only one direction for expansion in their gully. The rest of the country, in emulation of Takei, imposed straight lines on the most diverse contours. At Wukiaping peasant builders even wasted good cropland by condemning small clusters of traditional dwellings among their ravines and knolls and building new, dormitory-like blocks on the flats beside the river. I found it hard to fathom where this all-pervasive impulse for uniformity had come from. Was it a gut reaction of the new leading cotters to the problem of controlling the peasant population? Was it a reaction based on an illusion that through standardization and mechanization the people could be mobilized for great works of communism? Did it express the equalitarian thrust of the peasant radicals themselves, still intent on creating for every family exactly the same material conditions so that justice could prevail? Or did it reflect some inherited commitment to the square, straight line, north-south beauty of the pre-Confucian well-field system? Whatever its source, the impulse posed a serious threat to the beauty of the Chinese countryside and the quality of rural life. One could only hope that it would soon spend itself. As we hurtled down the mighty staircase of the Taihang Range, from Lukang, to Likan, to Zhejiang, Wuhan and Hantan, each county town occupying a plain significantly closer to sea level than the plain preceding it, I tried to make some sense of all we had seen and heard, but no matter how hard I tried nothing would fall into place. The Cultural Revolution that had seemed, from a distance, to be a watershed in history, a breakthrough that would enable people to shake up the superstructure of old China, all the inherited institutions and culture of an entrenched feudalism, and remold it into harmony with the new communal relations of production, a harmony that could propel production forward, now seemed to have degenerated into a most bizarre and Byzantine free-for-all, a no-holds-barred factional contest for power from top to bottom, where nothing mattered but getting the best of the opposition, and all means to that end seemed justified. If capitalism was an economic jungle, socialism, if that was what existed in China, looked like a political jungle, where because the only power that mattered was state power, getting it and holding onto it became not only more important than everything else, but the only activity of any importance at all. In the bourgeois West, those who controlled the most capital, the largest chunks of industrial plant, machine tools, and resources, wielded real power. They dominated the state, moved in and out of state positions, or shuffled state positions around, supporting in office whoever best served their interests. Because they inherited their wealth, their power loomed as relatively stable. Presidents came and went, but Rockefellers and Fords, DuPonts and Mellons went on for generations. By contrast, in proletarian China, power automatically concentrated in the hands of those who climbed into leading positions. There was no other locus for it, no independent material base, and consequently no objective standard for judging who could or should wield it. For 5 years the organizers of the Cultural Revolution had insisted that the deserving could be judged by the policies they followed, whether they took the socialist or the capitalist road, but in regard to these two roads no objective standard could be found. Was a private plot capitalist? Was brigade accounting socialist? Had Li Yingkui advanced the revolution by calling Chen a renegade? Had Chen served the people by calling Li Yingkui a reactionary military man? Had swiftly taken the capitalist road when he fostered sideline earnings? Had Little Shen betrayed socialism when he recruited Qin Kenso, the son of a rich peasant? What worried me most at the time was the analysis put forward by Commander Li Yingkui. After spending a month at the February 7 locomotive works outside Peking and 3 weeks at Tsinghua University, I had learned enough to realize that factionalism in China was unprincipled. Both Premier Zhou Enlai and Chairman Mao Zedong regarded it as unconscionable. Where two huge factions composed of workers, peasants, students, and cadres confronted each other, the only proper course was to insist on peace talks, to insist that each cease to magnify the mote in the eye of the opposition and look for the beam in its own eye, that each put grievances and enmities aside and reach out a hand in friendship and cooperation. But in Southeast Shanxi, even though a peace talk format had been followed, only armed confrontation and a surrender ultimatum had actually brought hostilities to a close. The People's Liberation Army, the only remaining arbiter of fate, had then declared one faction revolutionary and the other counter-revolutionary, had rewarded one faction with power and the other with supervision in cadre schools and squat spots in the countryside. Army officers had tracked the leader of the condemned faction to a commune outside of Hantan, arrested him there, and brought him back to Changchi to be held for trial as a Kuomintang agent. As they held him they beat him to extract a confession, and when they beat him they broke his arm. They had shot at least half a dozen of his lieutenants, tortured and imprisoned many more. And still Li Yingkui insisted that he was following Mao Zedong's instructions, firmly defending the socialist road, and uniting all who could be united for the transformation of China. I had gone back to question Li in depth 3 different times, and each time had received the same answer in ever more detailed and elaborate form. Because I didn't believe what I heard and insisted on questioning him again, I was attacked as a rightist. Lin Tiong, from Central, told me she saw no difference between my approach and that of any reactionary bourgeois journalist who questioned what he heard in China. Haven't you placed all the blame on the faction in this struggle? I asked Commander Li, the 3rd time we met. Factional struggle, feudal clan struggle, class struggle, and line struggle are all mixed up in the Cultural Revolution, said Li Yingkui. Here in Southeast Shensi our struggle has been line struggle. It revolves around one man, Chen support for him and opposition to him, and he is a class enemy who held great power. Before he organized his Red Faction in the summer of 1967, factionalism didn't exist in Southeast Shensi. Power had been seized by a united group of mass organizations, and all of them had later more or less dissolved. Then Chen raised the banner of seizing power from the Revolutionary Committee and pulling a handful out of the army. This stirred up a storm. Those who did not agree had no choice but to organize in self-defense, and they built a group opposed to Chen, in support of the Revolutionary Committee, and in support of the army. This line was correct. So here we had line struggle, not factional struggle. To hinge the whole evaluation of a mass movement on the character of one leading man and on the single charge that he is an enemy agent seems inadequate to me, I said, still puzzled. In battle one must look for the weak point in the enemy line and make a breakthrough. We understand that this is line struggle, but other people don't. In this period of the revolution all kinds of people are raising the red flag to combat the red flag. So, to test whether one's line is correct or not, the first question to ask is whether one supports good people or bad people. That is the criterion for judging any line. The wrong line is to support capitalist roaders and capitalist restoration, to support bad elements. In the village it's the same. The poor peasants take the collective, the socialist road of frugality, hard work, and the transformation of nature, while the landlords, the rich peasants and the bad elements try to take the capitalist road of profiteering. In order to judge whether a Communist Party secretary is correct or not, look at whom he supports. If he supports bad elements, he has taken the wrong line. If he supports honest poor peasants, he is on the correct line. So we start out by proving that Chen himself is a Kuomintang agent and that the people under him are also bad, former convicts, etc., a whole clique of people whose goal is to oppose the PLA, the Revolutionary Committee and the popular masses. Our enemies are Kuomintang agents, renegades, and counter-revolutionaries. Just as Chairman Mao says, the people led by the Communist Party are carrying on the struggle between the Communist Party and the Kuomintang. So the breakthrough point lies right here, with this issue. Afterward, of course, there is a big long article to write, but we concentrate on this target and we have strength. This is the tactics of the struggle. Commander Li concluded his presentation with a restatement of his basic position. Chen the agent is the crucial factor, the main stumbling block to progress in the whole region. Remove this stumbling block and we can get at all the other problems. In any struggle you have to take hold of the principal contradiction, the main point, and battle it out. Basing ourselves on such a main point we become invincible. We can maintain our footing in front of the Central Committee and never be defeated. Here bankruptcy of political principle found expression in its crudest form. The road to power lay through the denunciation of the opposition, the political assassination of its leading personalities, defining them at one extreme as class and national enemies, at the other, as common criminals. The tradition, it seemed, was as old as Chinese civilization, recorded and handed down from one generation to the other in story, song and, above all, opera. Were not all the exiled heroes on Liang Mountain, the rebel stronghold of the water margin epic, driven there by frame UPS of one kind or another? When Lu Tajian, the emperor's representative, undertook to investigate Shantung, was he not thrown into jail on false charges? And was he not amazed to discover that most of his jailmates had met a similar fate? In China, the first step in engineering any political succession was to blacken the reputation of all who stood in the way, setting them up, if necessary, for the most serious charges. Wasn't Lin Chiung, another water margin hero, set up by being enticed into a prime minister's chambers, sword in hand, so that he could be accused of plotting the minister's assassination? The appalling thing was the universality of the technique. What Li Yingkui had done at the regional level, Smart Fan had done at the city level, Shi Chaosheng had tried at the commune level, and the two gems had imitated at the brigade level. They all used Marxist rhetoric, principal contradiction, class struggle, line struggle, revolution, counter-revolution, but the action in each case was in the classical tradition of bureaucrats unable to coexist with any kind of pluralism, any grassroots initiative, any lower-level dissent. Power that fell short of the absolute turned out to be power that was insecure. And the same held as true at all levels above the region as at various levels below. Evergreen Lu and Secretary Chang framed Wei Wang in Taiyuan, then moved heaven and earth to undermine each other. For inspiration and instruction they had only to look to Peking, where, on a national scale, most of the leading figures kept busy waylaying their rivals. What was not so clear at the time was that Mao Zedong, at the very center, had himself shown the way with his case against Piang Taihui and his case against Liu Xiao-Chi. Since Mao presided over the center, he tended to define his own moves, however expedient, as legitimate, but whenever he acted in defense of power for power's sake, his actions, regardless of subjective intent, had factional consequences. In 1971 I felt that Mao truly deplored factionalism and saw it as a disaster. Time and time again he had taken measures to suppress it. What has become clear in the interim is that he didn't deplore it enough to refrain from actions that provoked it and increased it. Factionalism, the unprincipled struggle for power between individuals, cliques, bands, and mass organizations, once launched at the center, soon burgeoned beyond control, expanded exponentially according to laws of its own, swept everything before it and swamped the country. I had no theory to explain it, no grasp of its magnitude, no true perception of the disaster it threatened. What I did see wherever I looked was irrational confrontation and, in society as a whole, frustration and the widespread stagnation of production. Stagnation and stalemate, those two words summed up the situation in Longbao. It was a community turned back upon itself, grinding through the same redundant cycle of the seasons without any apparent upward or forward thrust. Yet over and over again I had sensed the potential power of the village collective. I could not see anything fundamentally wrong, anything lethal, in the way it had been organized. The difference between the Longbao of 1971 and the Longbao of 1948 was extraordinary and almost entirely positive. Pick any measure of progress at random, apply it to Longbao, and improvement was obvious. Take education. What was wrong with 480 children in school, over 20 full-time teachers, an entire generation of literates? The old society never educated more than 8 or 10 Longbao children a year. Independent peasants after land reform could hardly finance universal schooling. The community, organized as a cooperative, set it up as a matter of course, set it up with one finger, so to speak, while the other 9 fingers busied themselves with other important tasks. Or take medical care. What was wrong with a well-staffed clinic, 2 doctors and a full-time pharmacist, with a cooperative plan that ensured medical care to all for 1 yuan per head, per year? Could independent producers have mobilized in one morning to wipe out every mosquito in the area? Physically it was possible, organizationally certainly not. Or take tree planting. What was wrong with a forestry group for the community as a whole, with a central tree nursery,
with the planting every year of tens of thousands of saplings. Without a cooperative, could this have been organized in any form? Or take vegetable production. What was wrong with 6 gardens, each one several acres in size, each one pumping water from several wells and tended by a team of specialists? What was wrong with centralized seed buying, with fertilizers and insecticides ordered in bulk, with a cooperative produce market? Without a cooperative community, such gardens could hardly exist. In pre-liberation Longbao only the priest grew vegetables. The rest of the population hunted herbs in the hills. Or take housing. Even though house building and house ownership were still private in Longbao, the brigade set housing standards, allocated land for new housing from community-held acres on the periphery of the settlement, and so in essence planned expansion on the basis of what was thought best for the entire community. Such planning would have been impossible given the fragmented holdings of a pre-cooperative village. But the greatest strength of the cooperative community still showed up in the sphere of production. Longbao had the capacity to mobilize enormous labor power to accomplish whatever seemed necessary for the improvement of yields on the land or for new sideline enterprises. When higher cotters suggested deep digging, 72 young people went at it full-time and proceeded in the course of a protracted campaign to turn over 133 acres to a depth of 14 inches. Whether or not deep digging did any good, the drive proved the efficiency of the cooperative form. When a project required the concentration of labor, that could be done with a minimum of effort. When a project required the dispersal of labor, as for hunting herbs in the hills, or retrieving manure on the roads, that, too, could be accomplished. The only real problem arose out of the tendency of higher cotters at commune or city level to issue blind directives, to order unreasonable projects, and recommend impractical schemes. The very efficiency with which the cooperative responded to all mobilization made possible mobilization for foolish purposes, but this was not the fault of the cooperative form as such, it was the result of too much centralized power at the commune level and too little autonomy at the brigade level. It was also the result of political winds that castigated local initiative and local innovation as breaches of discipline and made them politically suspect. When city leaders presented irrigation as a panacea for high-yield grain production, Longbao peasants went out as teams to create a trunk canal, a pumping station and a secondary canal system. But when irrigation proved that it created as many, if not more, problems than it solved, major efforts in water conservancy collapsed and Longbao's fall salt land continued to encroach on the crops. If and when some method could be found to modify the fall salt land, Longbao had the human resources to apply it on a massive scale. The potential for a breakthrough had always existed. In the meantime, given a little leadership, the brigade could make progress in manufacturing. It could expand brick-making and build a cement mill, and there was always the possibility that it could contract out important work from one of the new neighboring industrial plants. In each case the strength of the community, organized as a cooperative, made a successful response possible. It seemed to me that Longbao had everything necessary for rapid development and a prosperous future, an excellent location, flat, potentially fertile land, a committed, hard-working older generation, a vigorous, literate, younger generation, many talented craftsmen, many seasoned leaders. What the community lacked was unity and political vision. Longbao peasants needed to choose a unified leading group, decide on some common goals, and then set to work. What were the chances? Given the state of political life in the province and the region, the chances didn't look good. How could individuals in Longbao unite and work together when all up and down the line hostile factions were in the process of consolidating a flagrantly partisan settlement that castigated hundreds of thousands as counter-revolutionaries, or the dupes of counter-revolutionaries, and upheld other hundreds of thousands as heroic defenders of Mao Zedong thought? The disgrace of the Red faction was so complete that even people who had been militant Red activists did not dare admit it publicly. The cotters of the propaganda team, many of whom had been Reds, never dared talk about it. While doing their best to ease the pressure on rank-and-file Reds at the grassroots,
they went along with the public denunciation of Red as revisionist and reactionary, and thus helped perpetuate the myth of a clash in Southeast Shensi between the forces of good and evil, heaven and earth, God and the devil. In Longbao, claims made by both sides that they had all along adhered to united complicated the situation, but no matter how many times Little Shen and his colleagues in Petrel and Shankan Ridge made that claim, the majority, who claimed membership in the Defend Mao Zedong thought platoon, denounced them as Reds and treated them as such. Under the circumstances, the last-minute reversal of the verdict on Little Shen, his reinstatement in the party and his reappointment as a cadre, constituted an important victory that cleared the way for breaking down factionalism. But at the same time, the stubborn refusal of the two gems and the members of their black gang to admit any mistakes, or hold out a hand in cooperation, threatened that victory and raised doubts about whether the road, once cleared, would ever be traveled. A few days before we left Longbao, Swiftly finally agreed to talk to me. He agreed because he was assured that he could say what was on his mind and not what the propaganda team wanted him to say. I tried to find out what he considered Longbao's main problem to be. It quickly became clear from his answers to questions that Longbao's main problem was rival leader Little Shen himself, and particularly the alleged effort made by that cadre to blame Wang Wentie for the death of middle peasant Wang Xiaonan. To Swiftly, this was a serious attack on the land reform and on the entire democratic revolution. It was a counter-revolutionary reversal of verdict. He criticized the propaganda team sharply for not taking it seriously. You can talk any way you want if you don't go by the facts. But from Mao Zedong we learn never forget class struggle. This reversal of verdict is a big question. If you say it is not a big question, you deny class struggle. Just because we didn't do well in leading production work later doesn't mean we were wrong in attacking this reversal of verdict. By stressing the importance of this case, he implied that Little Shen was a class enemy. Not long after I talked to Swiftly, I talked once more to Little Shen. I tried to find out what he thought the main problem in Longbao might be. He agreed with Swiftly, the problem was class struggle, but he reversed the role of the antagonists. He saw it as a confrontation between the two gems and their lieutenants, all of whom had betrayed their poor peasant background, on the one hand, and Little Shen and his colleagues, all of whom had consistently defended poor peasant interests, on the other. Mao Zedong teaches that no matter what position we hold, we are servants of the people, said Little Shen. But the two gems, as brigade cadres, acted like the people's master. Everyone feared them. How could they go deep among the people and solve problems? Those who made trouble and messed everything up with beatings and false charges numbered no more than 20, the main body of the poor peasants never did things like that. They did not violate the 16 points. If there is a mass movement and people rise up, beat me or beat each other, that's not such a problem. But the two gems, young as they are cadres. They ought to carry out party policy. When they don't, I have to conclude that the main problem here is not factionalism but class struggle. How could these positions be reconciled? How could the young men on both sides, all of poor peasant background, all communists, all capable and hard-working, find common ground in service to the community? How could they be brought together? In October 1971, the answer was not at all clear. With the whole region bogged down in factionalism, with the political tone set by an army general who was himself a leading factionalist, the prospect for unity among peasants at the grassroots seemed remote indeed. Factionalism alone appeared to have shattered the great proletarian cultural revolution, and in the political shambles thus created, people found themselves unable even seriously to consider, let alone find answers to, the major questions raised by Mao when he organized the campaign with such hope and enthusiasm 6 years before. We left the region confused and disappointed, full of anxiety for the future of Longbao and the whole Shensi countryside, and without any satisfactory analysis of what had happened. In the decade that followed, I tried to fashion a coherent explanation for the course of events during those extraordinary years. As millions of Chinese made their own independent analyses, the Communist Party offered a series of pronouncements that gradually shifted from the cautiously positive to the overwhelmingly negative. While Mao lived, commentators began to admit serious mistakes but still called the Cultural Revolution an absolutely necessary movement to defend and consolidate socialism. After Mao's death and the fall of the Gang of Four, new voices began to criticize certain excesses as ultra-left and blamed them on Mao's wife and her Shanghai clique. General Ye Qianying, speaking for the Central Committee in October 1979, finally denounced the whole Cultural Revolution as an unmitigated disaster. 10 lost years, the commentators said, and this formulation, which matched the personal experience of millions of people, swept the field. General Ye's pronouncement opened the way for a series of articles and speeches that laid the blame for the false revolution squarely on Mao's shoulders and classified the politics of his declining years as ultra-left. As they developed this theme, Mao's critics began to delve into pre-cultural revolution history. They then extended Mao's ultra-left period backward in time to include, first, the socialist education movement, then the Great Leap Forward and the formation of communes, and finally the wholesale creation of higher stage cooperatives in the countryside, as well as the headlong merging of handcrafts and service establishments in the cities during the middle 50s. This revision of history finally settled on a post-liberation turning point for the revolution, a watershed between progress and decline, between correct and left politics, somewhere in 1956. By denouncing all Mao's subsequent initiatives, his critics avoided grappling in any concrete way with the questions Mao raised so insistently after that date, questions concerning the development and consolidation of China's new socialist relations of production. Since they rejected the relations themselves, since they regarded communes, coups, even production teams as premature, they found it easy to reject a cultural revolution designed to solidify these innovations. 10 lost years needed no further analysis. The term relations of production refers to the necessary, usually involuntary, relations with each other that men enter into in the course of making their livelihood, in the course of producing material goods or providing services. These relations are also called economic or property relations because their character depends on who owns the means of production, the land, the raw materials, the machinery, the manufacturing plant. In 1956, what was socialist in China consisted primarily of a radical new system of cooperative and public ownership without an adequate supporting complex of new ideology, culture, or institutions to bind it together. In the long run, Mao held, only by carrying the revolution into the superstructure, only by transforming old ideas, customs, culture, and habits, only by remolding education, literature, art, social institutions and, above all, forms of government could a new social fabric in harmony with and supportive of the socialist economic base be brought into being. Without such a new social fabric, without what amounted to a coherent, evolving socialist civilization, the new economic base could neither develop nor long endure. The subsequent experience of nation builders in China and other parts of the world lends credence to Mao's thesis. Many post-revolutionary regimes have brought large segments of industry and agriculture under public or collective control, yet have clearly failed to establish anything remotely resembling socialism in any other respect. Racked with contradictions, stifled by bureaucracy, they remain inherently unstable and crisis-prone. Mao's opponents, nevertheless, resisted all serious challenge to the status quo of the 50s. In their view, the allocation of land to the peasants and the takeover of industry by the state completed the revolution internally. Only one great problem remained, and that was technical, the contradiction between China's backward productive forces and her advanced social system. What the country urgently needed, they said, was certainly not more rebellion, more political and social transformation, but technical modernization, education for professional competence, fine-tuned industrial management and vast injections of capital, science, and technology from abroad, from overseas Chinese communities in Asia, from Japan, and from the West. In the 50s and 60s Mao denounced these propositions as revisionist and vigorously pushed his own theory of continuing revolution. For a while his views prevailed. He made a shrewd estimate of the creative power of the Chinese people, particularly the peasants, and counted on unleashing that power to transform the countryside, transform the nation, and in the process transform the people themselves. Appealing to the people over the heads of the majority of party leaders and government functionaries, he time and again set hundreds of millions in motion. They challenged authority, defied tradition, and broke down barriers, one after another. In the course of each movement, activists succeeded in creating new social, economic and governmental institutions. Land pooling coups, themselves the product of a great mass movement, brought in their wake democratically elected community congresses. The Great Leap fanned communes to life, district-sized collective units that brought civil administration, military affairs, education, healthcare, social services, and all production under unified, semi-autonomous leadership for the first time in history. During the Cultural Revolution, rebellious organizations overthrew all established office holders and replaced them with revolutionary committees originally composed of delegates from mass organizations, military units, and the ranks of the deposed cadres, a vast transfusion of new blood. The mass movements inspired by Mao nevertheless fell far short of achieving their ultimate goals. Cadres high and low transformed reasonable directives into irrational dogma. Solid accomplishments paved the way for extreme measures that undermined all accomplishment. Young office holders abused power as badly as the elders they replaced. Unbridled regionalism threatened the integrity of the nation. Production suffered, enthusiasm collapsed, and the movements, one after another, ground to a halt. The new institutions at the base managed to live on as set forms but failed to retain much of their innovative, democratic content. Pressure from above for a unified, centrally controlled, hierarchical chain of command always returned real power to the hands of appointed party secretaries who, more often than not, set up one-man speaking halls. They soon re-established something very close to traditional rule, albeit far more heavily staffed, efficient and all-pervasive than anything known to the ancients. When Mao's supreme effort, the Cultural Revolution, bogged down in unprincipled factional fighting, when Mao had to call in the army to forestall anarchy and chaos, it was clear that the revolution could not continue in any meaningful sense. The pain and folly of the Gang of Four challenge and the uncertain bravura of the Huakuofeng interregnum unfolded as forlorn epilogues to a drama that had long since played itself out. It was only a matter of time before an opposition coalition of victims, targets, bystanders and reluctant collaborators in Mao's great strategic plan assumed power, more or less by default, and proceeded to dismantle not only the ideological, cultural, and institutional superstructure built under Mao's leadership, but also the basic economic relationships that had brought peasants, handicraftsmen and rural workers together for collective production, and peddlers and small tradesmen together for cooperative trade. By reviving all the pragmatic, profit-oriented policies that Mao had so vigorously condemned, China's new leaders opened the way to individual enrichment for those with the labor power and resources to take advantage of the new freedom. Clearly, the battles fought by Mao, warped as they were by clashes over naked power, were not battles to settle questions of power alone. They were battles to determine the direction of China's development, and no one could easily reconcile either the conflicting policies of the antagonists or the contrasting worldviews from which they sprang. Did the defeat of Mao's initiatives prove his critics right? Was his program sheer voluntarism, impractical, utopian and ultra-left? The most persuasive evidence to the contrary lies in the success of Takei Brigade over 3 decades and the impact of the Takei model on Chen Yongkei's home county, Siang, and on the countryside as a whole. By putting public first, self second, by nurturing strong collective units and stressing self-reliance, peasants in various parts of China mobilized the full power of their respective communities to conquer nature, remold the land and forge a prosperous life. Far from stressing grain at the expense of everything else, as critics now charge, they carried out Mao's full program, took grain as the key link, fostered livestock raising, forestry, fisheries and a variety of small industries, developed their resources in an all-around way, and astonished the world by their creativity, their productivity, and the high standards of living they achieved. Even if we accept the charge that Ziyang County officials inflated yield figures from 1973 to 1977, the corrected figures are still remarkable. If China as a whole could reach anything close to the production achieved throughout Ziyang in the last decade, the grain problem would be considered solved. In the 70s, Longbao Brigade followed suit, solving, fairly quickly, problems of outlook, leadership, and production. That old, big, difficult unit of Horse Square Commune forged ahead on the Takei Road and took the lead in sideline production, soil transformation, and the mechanization of crop production, a lead that posed a challenge to the peasants of the entire nation. Li Chun, the concluding volume of this history, tells how Longbao peasants created their own appropriate technology and broke out of the stagnation that plagued them throughout the 60s and early 70s. It is the story of a rapid and profound community transformation. While Longbao peasants remolded their economy, followers of Takei on the national scene did not confine their mobilization efforts to the village level. They went on to organize the population of entire communes and counties for capital construction on a broad scale. Massive collective actions, big joint battles, drained waterlogged lowlands, brought water to parched highlands, reclaimed rock-strewn riverbeds, and covered sterile gullies and ridges with rich garden soil. In the mid-70s, as many as 30 million people took part in rural capital construction every winter and laid the foundations for a prosperous agriculture in the decades to come. Stories in the daily press, now full of praise for the progress made by families who are going it alone, almost never mention the debt these individual producers owe to the collective labor that prepared the ground. Nor do they explain how, now that capital construction has all but ceased, the expanded resource base required by future generations will be created. One cannot, of course, ignore all the scattered ultra-left follies, the leveling extremes, the blind directives that led to the uprooting of fruit trees to plant grain, the suppression of handcrafts to enhance field work, the banning of rural markets to forestall speculation, all in the name of studying Takei. Nor can one ignore the all too numerous cooperative communities that failed to find a way forward on the Takei Road, sank into apathy owing to mediocre leadership, or fell under the sway of local party despots, only to degenerate into neo-feudal backwaters. One can, however, question whether the breakup of cooperative production, the fragmentation of the fields and the individual contracting of all the scattered fragments, abandoning in the process all economies of scale, is a viable solution to the problems these failures posed. While the rank and file of many backward brigades tend to look on the chance to contract land individually as a liberation, a method for getting out from under oppressive rule, the contract system, by putting each peasant in a one-to-one relationship with the state, threatens to destroy the autonomy achieved by the members of successful coups by virtue of having banded together. Unfortunately, this very autonomy, the self-reliant staying power demonstrated by well-run democratic collectives, their ability to resist intervention and find an independent course forward, poses a disturbing threat to the power of all officials who stand above them, and makes them feel insecure. And this is certainly one reason why many officials today are so energetically pushing every brigade to cease collective production and contract its resources out for individual exploitation. It seems clear, however, that any individual who liberates himself from the petty tyranny of a badly run coup will soon find that he has put himself at the mercy of several more universal tyrannies, those of nature, of the market, and of the arbitrary power of higher levels of government. Once the peasantry as a whole returns to its previous, unorganized state as a mass of loose sand, individual peasants will rediscover just how powerless they are to influence their fate in any significant way. The new slogan is, "Some must get rich first." As tens of millions begin to implement it, polarization sets neighbors on divergent tracks, long dormant class tensions revive and, along with them, the fetishism and fatalism that has always served to obscure and excuse such tensions. All the rejected and long suppressed ideas, culture, customs, and habits of the past burst forth with the vigor of common weeds and threaten to choke out whatever collective sprouts still survive the debacle. Already some peasants on the rise are hiring labor and lending out money at usurious interest rates. As harvest time approaches, they are also finding it necessary to erect in the fields huts made of stalks to provide shelter for family members who must guard the crops night and day against less fortunate tillers. Here and there, graves appear in the very middle of fertile plots that liberated peasants had cleared of all impediments less than a generation ago. How long will it take for the dead to reoccupy the land so recently bequeathed to the living? Trees, telephone poles, power poles, even the doors, door frames, and window frames of schools and other community buildings, disappear in broad daylight, fair loot for whoever gets at the precious wood first. And the same holds true for collectively owned machinery that can be dismantled for parts or for scrap. Soaring bride prices, lavish weddings, even more lavish funerals, now reviving as face-saving displays of filial piety, go hand in hand with a great boom in rural house construction. These expenditures may reflect a rise in income, they most certainly reflect a shift in priorities from accumulation and investment to consumption. As the market for consumer goods expands, the flow of wealth into the cities quickens, stimulated by a price scissors that heavily favors manufactured goods. Certain cities, peaking in the lead, explode with consumer-oriented high-rise apartment and hotel construction. Such frenzied building can only widen the gap between city and countryside. Similarly, a revived examination system that floats the sons and daughters of the new urban elite into the universities cannot help but widen the gap between mental and manual labor, between professionals and working people, while both these categories distance themselves further from peasants still irrevocably tied to the land. What tensions, what confrontations will these trends produce in 5 years? In 10? The basic question remains, if Mao Zedong had a program for China that could forestall polarization and still ensure development, why did it fail? The answer has to be many-sided and, as of now, far from complete. A few points seem relatively clear. Some of them pertain to subjective failings on the part of Mao and his supporters, others to the objective stability of the civilization that they tried to transform. One important factor contributing to defeat for Mao's program was his reluctance or inability to launch any mass movements against distortions of line and policy. Each time Mao mobilized people for action, large numbers of cadres and activists invariably pushed onto egalitarian extremes reminiscent of the Poran-hired peasant line of the land reform period. In later years, instead of responding with nationwide educational campaigns that could help millions understand the reactionary, destructive nature of these extremes, and thus inspire them to resistance, Mao handled the problem administratively, primarily by shuffling people from post to post at the top of the hierarchy. This reinforced the popular notion that left was better than right, that left was, in any case, revolutionary, while right was counter-revolutionary. All this stood in marked contrast to the many mass campaigns launched against rightist tendencies, in the course of which Mao tried to mobilize the greatest possible number of people for action and educate them politically. This discrepancy in tactics contributed to that strange impasse in 1973 when Mao lumped the notorious leftist Lin Piao, by then already dead, with Confucius, as a rightist. It also contributed to the political paralysis that long prevented any coherent response, inside or outside the party, to the obvious excesses and atrocities perpetrated by the Gang of Four. Overall, Mao's failure to deal effectively with left excesses gave opposition forces extraordinary leeway to use left politics against the revolution and lay the blame where it would do the most damage. Probably the most damaging excesses had their roots in Mao's constant reiteration of such slogans as "never forget class struggle" and "grasp class struggle, and all problems can be solved." While these calls laid bare the essence of the overall situation and defined the principal contradiction besetting society at each stage of development, they did little to illuminate most of the problems that came up from day to day. Cadres who treated all contradictions as class conflicts raised them artificially to absurd levels of antagonism, created class enemies where none existed, and ended up fighting battles that they never should have fought. While Mao balanced his militant remarks with repeated advice about uniting with all those who can be united, uniting more than 95% of the masses and more than 95% of the cadres, and the more of the masses we unite with the better. People down below found class struggle slogans far more useful for advancing their careers and therefore seized on them at every opportunity. In the tense atmosphere thus created, anyone who slighted class struggle not only forfeited the right to speak but also risked becoming a target for all those who professed greater militancy. In the long run, these tactics succeeded in distorting and obscuring what Mao cared most about: precision in sifting friends from enemies, a deep grasp of fundamental class issues. Mao himself further obscured the class question by focusing primary attention on the bourgeoisie as the enemy. While it is hard to object to Mao's characterization of Liu Shaoxi's policy for the countryside as capitalist road, it does not follow that those who advocated and implemented it from above were capitalists. Regardless of origin, once they achieved high government position, most of them behaved more like traditional, scholar gentry bureaucrats than they did like modern businessmen. To call them bourgeoisie was to underestimate their finely honed capacity for political manipulation and intrigue and to overestimate their entrepreneurial expertise and commitment. They placed far more emphasis on maintaining territorial imperatives and hierarchical distinctions than they ever did on getting things done. They rarely made economic decisions based on objective factors relating to production and marketing. They made such decisions, instead, in the light of the influence each would have on their own careers, on their own prestige and clout on the national scene. Shanghai leaders prevailed on the State Council to sign a contract with Japan to build a steel mill in their city, which, as it turned out, could not burn Chinese coke or smelt Chinese ore and was, furthermore, much too heavy to float on the mud flats of the Yangtze Delta. They went ahead with it anyway, regardless of cost, because it enhanced their preeminence on the industrial front. It is unlikely that any bourgeoisie, under constraint to produce profits, would make such a decision. Some deeper analysis of the class situation in China seems necessary in order properly to place such people. While concentrating his fire on the bourgeoisie in the party, Mao himself sank progressively into the swamp of an imperial tradition that I have chosen to call, throughout this book, feudal. His very choice of Peking, a consumer city with an enduring bureaucratic infrastructure, as the revolutionary capital, his decision to reside at Chungnanhai, right under the wall of the old imperial palace, his tolerance of luxury in living quarters, personal service and travel arrangements, his fostering of a Mao cult that surpassed the emperor worship of old, his nepotistical reliance on wife, nephew, niece, his penchant for frame-up and other Byzantine forms of infighting when power was at stake, all these certainly led to isolation, misinformation, and warped judgment. They could not but undermine the struggle for enlightenment, democracy, and socialism in China. Hemmed in by institutional feudalism at the top of the hierarchy, Mao failed to give effective support to the popular institutions of self-government sprouting at the base, the place where democracy, however limited, had the most chance of success. Whereas, in theory, the members of peasant collectives had the right to elect their own leaders and run their own affairs, in reality, as this book shows, the party organization could always intervene, throw out the individuals holding elective posts, and replace them with new candidates from below or even from outside the community altogether. Thus, higher bodies routinely usurped the sovereign power that should have resided in elected village congresses or revolutionary committees. Subject to all-pervasive tutelage, most congresses and committees never exercised the autonomy that they had a right to claim by virtue of their economic success, the very real measure of prosperity and self-reliance that they had achieved. Nobody, not even Mao, apparently, was willing to trust villagers with substantive local power, and this made it all but impossible, short of major, centrally led mass movements of the sort initiated from the party center, for people on the land to challenge bureaucracy at all. Once the movements ebbed, traditional rule always reasserted itself. The list of subjective faults and or omissions could be longer. Toward the end of Mao's life, creeping senility exacerbated all his failings. But it would be wrong to put too much emphasis on their importance. Objective factors,
particularly the stubborn ability of China's traditional civilization to survive, revive, regroup, and reassert itself, probably played the decisive role. As long as 80% of the Chinese people remain peasants, as long as they are tied to the land and farm it with hoes, an extraordinarily appropriate foundation on which to re-erect an authoritarian, elite-dominated superstructure continues to flourish. In the past I took it for granted that the old Chinese state grew up to serve and protect the interests of the landlord class. It now seems clear that this traditional state apparatus developed in time into an autonomous entity with a raison d'etre and a destiny distinct from that of the class that had given it birth. The Chinese Revolution of the 20th century thoroughly uprooted and expropriated the landlords, destroying them as a class. It nevertheless recreated a bureaucratic infrastructure uncannily reminiscent of those built by past dynasties whose roots lay in landlordism. Communist functionaries had little trouble grafting the democratic centralism of the European workers' movement onto the bureaucratic centralist rule they had inherited from the ancients. Needless to say, not much of the democratic component of the former survived. Perfecting their role as modern mandarins, these functionaries now exhibit a solidarity, a tenacity, a flexibility, a competence, and a guile that is formidable, especially when mobilized in defense of their career interests. Taken as a whole, the state apparatus resembles a self-renewing, myriad-celled coral massif, solidly attached to bedrock below and protected above by resilient, many-layered defensive screens. It can give ground before any alien force that makes so bold as to attack it, then surround and immobilize the attacker. Thus the embattled bureaucrats of the 60s succeeded, not without a certain amount of style and finesse, in stalling, breaking up and finally absorbing all the campaigns, massive as they were, that Mao launched against them. In part, at least, because people at the community level had no guaranteed rights and no institutionalized power, Mao could not make much headway mobilizing young workers, peasants, and students alone. He had to use state cadres against the state, lower cadres against higher cadres, young cadres against old cadres, outside cadres against inside cadres, but rare indeed was the cadre who, having won a position of prestige and influence, failed to buttress it in every way known to tradition, and thereby in effect reinforced the very system that he or she had originally set out to transform. Most state cadres, even if they gave lip service to the goals of the Cultural Revolution, saw Mao's freewheeling challenge to established institutions, culture, and politics as a lethal threat to the orderly conduct of government and, worse still, to their careers. Alerted and alarmed, they dragged their feet to prevent any popular movement from getting off the ground. When that failed, they jumped in to organize rebel forces of their own, thus guaranteeing some leverage when the time for a settlement arrived. Enthusiastic followers dragged some of them into extreme action. Others pushed extremes as a diversion and a disruption. They understood that chaos, judiciously promoted, could ensure the revival of the status quo ante and preserve their own ability to maintain a foothold within it. When the revolution played itself out, when the inevitable debacle matured, they joined hands to orchestrate a return to normalcy. A social complex armed with such formidable defenses cannot easily be led, cajoled, or driven into change. Only a well-organized and aroused people with some economic independence can put change on the agenda at all. To sum up, post-liberation China developed by means of a series of wave-like advances and retreats. Mao time and again unleashed enthusiastic mass movements of the people. As they rushed forward, threatening everything in their path, they jeopardized the prerogatives and careers of innumerable officials who, drawing on tradition and counting on the solidarity of their peers, parried, misdirected, blocked or co-opted every popular thrust. While Mao still lived, each confrontation ended in stalemate. After he died, le deluge in reverse. The successive stalemates of the Maoist era resemble, in retrospect, the one described by Heine in his poem about God and the Devil. "You can't create," says God to the devil, scornfully. "No," replies the devil, "but I can spoil whatever you create." Almost, but not quite. Even though Mao-inspired mass movements fell far short of their goals,
even though they failed to create institutional alternatives that could nourish the new socialist relations of production, the socialist culture and the continuing socialist development that Mao deemed essential, they nevertheless propelled hundreds of millions into unprecedented political action, set them to examining every facet of Chinese civilization, and drastically altered the set of their minds. Now when pronouncements come down from on high, ordinary people, especially the young, no longer accept them at face value. They want to know why. Asking why has created a new climate of opinion that will surely unsettle and may even unlock the future.